So welcome to the April 16th, 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting. And I've asked Supervisor Brandon to lead us in the flag salute. Okay, the next part of our meeting, we will move into oral communications. And as usual, you'll be allowed 3 minutes to speak. After 2 minutes, there'll be a little tone that goes off, and you can watch the clock up here that lets you know. And please remember that this is only to speak on items that are not on the agenda today. And please be courteous and to your fellow people around here, and keep any language problems out of it, out of respect for everyone here. So with that, I'll call for oral communications. Would anybody like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning, board and members of the community. Suzanne Cruz. I read this from the Heritage Foundation this morning, and by the way, happy day after tax day. So this is appropriate. Again, this is from the Heritage Foundation this morning. Number one, audits this past year targeted 63% of those Americans earning less than $200,000. Thankfully, Republican majority Congress shot down Biden administration's proposed hiring of 87,000 new auditors. Number two, Biden Tax the Rich plan, recently unveiled in March, only seeks to take from one group and give to another. As Thatcher said, the problem with this plan is that you eventually run out of other people's money. Number three, the minimum wage went up this week to $20 an hour. Immediately, the price of a cup of coffee and a hamburger went up. While In-N-Out Burger, our favorite burger place, states that they will keep their prices the same, which drives more customers to their restaurants. It's good business the government could learn a lot from. Under the Biden administration, inflation is up 20% since he took office. Number five, the border. $106 billion in aid package is proposed to go to Ukraine versus Donald Trump, who asked Congress for a mere $15 billion to finish our border wall. Number six, what are we spending our money on? This past year, $850,000 went to LGBTQ senior housing, $400,000 for gender affirmation in Wisconsin, $740,000 for increased diversity in Minnesota, $3 million for girl-centered climate action in Brazil, $699,000 to teach transgender boys how to avoid pregnancy. Our country does not have a revenue problem. Our country has a spending problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning, board. I'm flying to Nashville on Friday to move my mom and dad back to California from Tennessee so that I can help take care of them. They are part of a very rare club of people who are actually moving to California. Most people are going the other way. The moving company is actually giving my parents a 25% discount to move from Tennessee to California because they are tired of having to send empty trucks westward. In the last 3 years, I've lost 4 friends and their families to other states. 3 of them were wealthy, productive property owners who paid a lot in taxes and ran businesses and employed people here. The 4th is a younger guy and his family. He was an extremely hardworking construction worker who was well on his way to being like the others. I've got 2 more wealthy, productive, tax-paying friends planning to leave Tuolumne County at the end of this year. When asked the reason that all of these people give for leaving, it is the state's horrible, oppressive, anti-business policies. Out of the county, I know others. My stepbrother took his boat repair business from San Diego and 2 of his employees with him to South Carolina. A guy I know who owned 4 window covering shops in the Central Valley, grossing more than $20 million in revenue a year, closed all 4 locations and moved his business to Reno. A quick Google search reveals hundreds of businesses that have left the state. Some of them are massive corporations like Tesla and Chevron. Even many Hollywood celebrities are announcing their departure from the state. All this is likely the main reason why the state's revenue shortfall is expected to possibly be $73 billion. What the heck is the state doing? It's hard to come to any conclusions other than two. Either they aren't very smart and are incapable of looking ahead and foreseeing the consequences of their actions, or they are doing it on purpose. Either way, we need to find a way to insulate ourselves from what they are doing, or we are going to be in big trouble ourselves. Good morning, Lord. I am very thankful that I will be getting my mom back in California. I miss my friends, and I'm extremely concerned for the future of our county. Please help us find ways to bring people in rather than chase them off. If there are ways for our county to be a place of refuge and prosperity in a state that seems to be going insane, then Lord, please help us to do that. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Good morning, welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Campbell for expressing his concerns at the last meeting on Tuesday about inappropriate vehicle parking. Although it may not be the exact same, it was still something about the Title 17 and getting something in. Thank you. Despite the numerous pressing issues Tuolumne County faces, I wish to reiterate the importance for our community to enact an ordinance prohibiting the parking of vehicles on front yards. This matter may be less urgent compared to other challenges, but it is fundamentally tied, as is homelessness, to the quality of our neighborhoods. Many I have spoken with are troubled by the growing trend of front yard vehicle parking, and residents who are not living in HOAs have no recourse and must stand idly by, watching their neighborhoods deteriorate and their property values slowly decline. This practice diminishes curb appeal and property values, decreases county tax revenues, and impedes emergency services, which could potentially put lives at risk. By establishing an ordinance prohibiting front yard parking, we can address all the negative aspects this practice causes. While it's true that our community faces many challenges and priorities, addressing this issue does not require an extensive allocation of resources. I have seen countless existing ordinances from California cities and counties, and I believe it would be easy to create a simple, straightforward ordinance that fits our county. Since the Board of Supervisors is in the process of updating the Title 17, this would be the perfect time and opportunity to add an ordinance to prohibit parking on front yards in residential zone districts R1, R2, and R3, which are all less than 1 acre. And updating language is necessary in Chapter 110. I will be furnishing Representative Half with different examples of ordinances from other jurisdictions when we meet tomorrow to facilitate writing one for Tuolumne County. I understand the wheels turn slowly, but I am pleading with the board to take decisive action and create this ordinance for the benefit of our entire community. Thank you for your attention.
Would anybody else like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. Take a bite out of crime. Arf, arf. Enough with that. And I would like to also, I got to take my glasses off and let's see. Now, My Mother Lode Internet, thank you for having the two ladies explaining the history of Cinco de Mayo for Columbia, California, what was going on around 1849, 1850. and women's rights to buy property in Mexico, not to be part of the slave trade for the state of California, which was admitted to the Union September 9th, 1850. And the California Constitution of 1850 starts off, Constitution of the State of California, 1849, admitted to the Union September 9th, 1850. We, the people of California, grateful to Almighty God for our freedom, in order to secure its blessings, do establish this Constitution. Article 1, Declaration of Rights, Section 10. The people shall have the right freely to assemble together to consult for the common good, to instruct their representatives. I humbly ask you to post, okay, then that's something else. And that's important because the 1849 Constitution is the legitimate Constitution, not the 1879. It was repealed on November, that was Proposition 12, Proposition 10, June 6, 1972. So we do have that Constitution. That's the real one, not the 18th. It's been repealed by the people back then. And also, Ryan Campbell, March 5th, when you spoke about Sheriff Iquez, he will stick around beyond 2028 and not and still run for office. I believe you were laughing, and you are a liar. He will resign and then appointed to somebody else. And I can put that in writing for you if you like, calling you a liar a second time if you like. And I'll have you legally served if you want. And then Cassandra Jenkins, County District Attorney, I want you to investigate the former sheriff, Bill Pooley, why he would not investigate child trafficking at the courthouses, and looking into Philip A. Pimentel, why he was being paid under the table by this county government for 6 years. And he was in family court. And let's see, and then we got that paid on it. I would like you to investigate that. And I guess that's about it. I have nothing more to say. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Perfect.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay. Thanks for participating. It's appreciated. We always like to hear. So at this point, I'll look to staff if there's any staff reports that you'd like to give. Good morning.
Morning, Board. Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation. I'm just here to report on a couple things we have coming up. This Monday, the 22nd, our recreation activity guide will be released online with all the programs that we will be offering this summer and next fall, with registration for those programs opening on April 29th at 9 a.m. That can be done online, or you can come into our office and we can assist you with that. We also have our Touch a Truck fundraiser for our Tiny Tots program at Standard Park on April 27th. And then with the Sonora Library, I just want to let the public know that starting on Sunday, the 21st, this next Sunday, PG&E is going to be finishing up the work on the generator project out there, which will require them to shut power off to the library, which they're saying could last through Wednesday. Our plan is to open the library. However, obviously we will not have power, so internet and computers and those sorts of things will not be available. But as long as it's light enough with the ambient light, we'll remain open. Most likely we'll have to close early and adjust our hours as it starts to get a little darker in the evening. And then the last thing, I just wanted to bring back the video that we tried showing last time. So I just wanted to show that real quick, if I could. I'd like to thank Jerry Day and Access Tuolumne for helping us put that together, but thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for keeping the library open to the extent possible during the power outage. So, thanks. Additional staff reports. Good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to apologize first that my report today is not set to jazz music, so it's not as entertaining. Robbie Bergstrom, Tuolumne County Economic Development. Last week, I had the opportunity of attending the CALED conference in Santa Rosa. CALED is the California Association of Local Economic Developers. At the conference, I had a chance to go to several different meetings that discussed topics like creating an online marketplace for local commercial businesses, an EIFD for flood control down in San Joaquin, down the San Joaquin Valley, using AI in the workplace, rural work trends, and financing deals. It was a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to connect with other economic developers in the area and find out what they are doing and bring up ideas, or rather learn ideas that I can bring to the local community. So I want to thank the county for the opportunity and hope to bring more forward. Thank you.
Any other staff reports? Okay, seeing none. Looking to the consent calendar. Does any member of the board want to pull any item? Okay. So seeing none, I'd ask for the clerk of the board to please read the consent calendar.
Item 1, approving the minutes of the April 02, 2024 meeting. Item number 2, waiving the second reading of an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by amending Section 15.04.010B and adding sections 15.04.020S and 15.040.020 T regarding local amendments to the California Residential Code Appendix Q. Item 3, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the Sheriff Boat Patrol Cost Center from the Division of Boating and Waterways in the amount of $54,834 and increasing appropriations by the same amount for FIST vote required. Item 4, approving a revised plans and specifications for the Washington Street remodel project and authorizing a call for bids due at 3 p.m. at the Facilities Management Office, 9 Calavera Street, Sonora, on May 21, 2024. Number 5, adopting Resolution 21-24, authorizing the renewal of investment authority of the Treasurer Tax Collector and approving the Tuolumne County Statement of Investment Policy. Item number 6, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023 pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060 for FIST vote required. Item 7, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a severe storm on or about March 1st, 2024, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060 for FIST vote required. Item 8, adopting Resolution 22-24 to recognize April 2024 as Fair Housing Month and reaffirm the county's commitment to fulfill the obligations to affirmatively further fair housing in all county programs and services related to housing and community development. Item number 9, accepting grant funding in the amount of $80,000 and approving an agreement for the Infection Prevention and Control Learning Collaborative Project from the National Association of County and City Health Officers or officials from January 19, 2024 through June 30, 2024, recognizing unanticipated revenue of $80,000 and increasing appropriations in the same amount in the fiscal year 2023-24 Public Health Department budget and authorizing the County Administrative Officer to sign all related documents for FIST vote required. Item number 10, approving the appointment of Nancy Minor to the first 5 Tuolumne County Commission with a term to expire on March 31st, 2027. Item 11, approving the submission of the Integrated Climate Adoption and Resiliency Program, ICARP grant in the amount of $450,000 and approving a letter of support for inclusion with the grant application. Item number 12, adopting resolution 23-24, authorizing the county to accept a $6,999,627 grant from the California Climate Investments Forest Health Program, the 2023/2024 award period for the Master Stewardship Agreement Project, Sustainable Land Stewardship, Tribal Integrated Fuels Management, and Targeted Grazing, and authorizing the county administrator to sign this agreement and all related documents. Item number 13, accepting the resignation of Melinda Fleming from the position of Open Space Representative for the Agricultural Advisory Committee and directing the clerk of the board to send a letter of appreciation and post a notice of vacancy. Item number 14, approving the Tuolumne County Child Care Planning Council 2024 membership report. Item 15, approving the telework policy. Item 16, approving the updated travel policy. Item 17, approval to appoint the risk analyst as the alternate board member for the Prison Board of Directors. Item 18, approving the updated social worker 4 classification specification as provided by California Department of Human Resources Merit System Services Program. Item 19, approving out-of-state travel for Supervisor Brandon to attend the 2024 National Association of Counties NACO Annual Conference, July 12 through 15, 2024 in Tampa, Florida, in the place of Supervisor Goldenberg with an estimated travel expense of $2,800.
Nice job. There's a lot there. Okay, before I bring it to the board, look to see, is there any public comment on the items on our consent calendar? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Schroeder, the Tuolumne County Agricultural Commissioner. Per Resolution 10604, which established regulations governing lands subject to agricultural preserves and land conservation contracts, in accordance with the California Land Conservation Act of 1965, also known as the Williamson Act, the Ag Commissioner serves as the Secretary to the Agricultural Advisory Committee, and part of the responsibilities is to fill the committee member spots. On April 1st, I was notified that the open space representative resigned from their position within this committee. And the requirements for the open space representative are: the person shall be a resident of Tuolumne County, from a recognized conservation group, and the person must also have a valid Williamson Act contract. The open spaces representative contract must be qualified pursuant to Rule 9 of the Resolution 10604, and the term of appointment is 4 years. My office, the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, is currently seeking qualified applicants to participate in the Ag Advisory meetings. Meetings are the third Thursday of each month. However, we have averaged 2 meetings per year for the last 3 years. Applications can be obtained from and submitted to the Clerk of the Board, the Board of Supervisors Office at 2 South Green Street, Sonora, California, or online at www.tuolumecounty.ca.gov/committees. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Hopefully you'll get that filled. Any additional public comment on the consent, items on consent? So seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Comments, Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I just wanted to highlight some excellent work that's going on in the county. Caitlin Henry, I think, is the person that wrote the $7 million grant that we received for Forest Health. That's kind of an offshoot of some of the work that has been going on for a number of years in terms of forest health and fuels management in our county, and it's just another continuation of that. And we've grown so used to getting these large grant awards that I just wanted to make sure we do highlight that and continue to salute the good work that's going on in the county to make sure that our forest is healthy and that we're protected from wildfire. Then the other thing I wanted to highlight was item 14, the Child Care Planning Council, and just really thank Susan Greenwood for the work that she does there and for that group that continues to look at the desperate need that we have for child care services and child care providers in Tuolumne County. So if you are in search of childcare, please reach out to the Child Care Planning Council. They work closely with ISIS and some of the other groups in the county, but they are also doing really good work in our community.
Great. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I want to echo those comments too. You're right. I think, are kind of used to having a lot of really good news coming into the Tuesdays. So I want to say, especially with some of the comments that were made earlier too, I think we all recognize that we live in pretty crazy times when it comes to the state and the federal government. It's been like that pretty much since I can ever remember as a kid. I've never seen that level of government function very normally. But at the local level, we've got staff like Caitlin who are bringing in regularly $7 million, $56 million for fuel reduction, broadband money, housing money, fire hardening money. Doesn't always make the paper, but it's really important work. So congrats to Caitlin. I know there's a few other things on there as well in similar alignment, and she is not the only one. We have so many staff doing that. I did want to provide one comment. I'm okay with moving forward on its number 15. I think it's good that we're going to be updating, standardizing, and expanding our telework policy. This is just a personal thing for me that I want to say. I would personally like to see it to where we could have a potentially 100% up to what the supervisor and department head of that department would like. But I recognize that this is a big step forward from where we were at, which was very unclear when you can and when you cannot telework coming out of COVID. So,
Great. Supervisor Cook, do you have anything?
Without repeating it all, ditto what the two other supervisors stated, and highlight again the telework thing. I know we have a vacancy factor here in Tuolumne County. It's actually across the state, any department, any organization. So anything we can do to make our employees' lives better while still providing that level of service, that's going to be up to their supervisors. But I'm glad to see this policy finally take place. We've been talking about a couple of years. So thank you, staff.
Thank you. So, yeah, and myself, yeah, number 15 was the one that I was going to speak to as well. I'm just glad to see that we had this policy going into effect. And I think it's a good thing for employees and good for recruitment and retention. And we can look on building on it in the future. So with that, I will look for a motion on our consent.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Happ, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, passes on the consent. All right, so look for the clerk of the board to go to item 20, please.
Item number 20, consideration of adopting resolution 24-24, proclaiming the week of May 5th through 11th as Wildfire Preparedness Week.
Welcome.
Good morning. Let me pull this up real quick. Alrighty. Good morning, board. I'm Dory Beets, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director, and I'm joined by these two gentlemen, which I think you know all very well. Chief Andy Murphy from Tuolumne County Fire and CAL FIRE TCU unit, and obviously Sheriff Vasquez. We are going to do a short presentation as we prepare for the upcoming wildfire season. There's a few things we'd like to update you about and obviously ask for a resolution proclaiming that first week in May is Wildfire Preparedness Week. So I'll begin and then I'm going to shift it down to each one of these and also update on a few other items. So real quick, just to remind the board as well as the public that all of our agencies, not just OES, County Fire, CAL FIRE, Sheriff's Office, but multiple agencies meet every spring, and we will actually be doing that the end of this month for our pre-fire season, where we get together and we talk about resources that are available, maybe any upcoming issues, but really a chance for us to remind each other of the resources and the collaboration and the great work that we do every year in preparing for wildfire season.
Good morning. And so we want to start off just going over the weather a little bit. And we look at this chart here and you look at the rainfall. We know it's been seems like a pretty significant rainfall, but mostly it's right around average or a little below average around the different weather stations. We do anticipate, we expect additional rainfall before summer hits. But as you see, some of the grass is starting to head out, we call it, the oats, and we see that eventually it will dry up. We aren't expecting any large fires, though, because of the weather, until they're not predicting any large fires until after June at this point throughout the state. And then just to go over some of the fuel reduction projects that CAL FIRE has been involved in the county and other agencies. Total projects within Tuolumne County last year, there's various programs, the CFIP, VMP, and other grants and projects. You see there 12, I gotta count it up here, 15, and then total acres in Tuolumne County that have been treated between those projects is 786.8, and then defensible space inspections that have been completed in the county as 4,350, and you see it's about even as far as those that have done the work to protect their homes and their firefighters, and those that haven't. And then just going over some of the resources available in the unit, besides the 5 career staff county fire engines and the Groveland district funded career staff engine, there are 15 CAL FIRE stations in Tuolumne Calaveras unit, and 22 frontline fire engines, and each engine for CAL FIRE has a minimum of 3 personnel. Every day there's a duty chief and there's battalion chief coverage throughout the unit in the 3 different zones that we cover. 2 bulldozers staffed every day. There are fire crews, hand crews available at Vallecito Conservation Camp, Baseline Fire Center, Motherlode Fire Center, and Stockton Delta Center. And then additionally, our aircraft are a well-known Columbia Air Attack Base, 1 air attack, 2 air tankers, a Type 1 CAL FIRE Hawk helicopter, and then we expect again to have the exclusive use Type 1 helicopter at Columbia as well this year.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. So we talk about the role of the Sheriff's Office. We often get many questions specifically surrounding evacuation, right? We have common concerns from the people who don't want to evacuate when those notifications start coming out. And what's important is that everybody remember that these decisions are made in a collaborative effort with the command center, which is obviously the chief, myself and other support staff and other command staff officers. And we're very calculated about when we start talking or using the word evacuations, whether that's in a mass notification or just standard media press releases, because we do realize that essentially we are asking people to leave their livelihoods behind. So know that these are careful considerations, very calculated decisions that are based on the subject matter expertise weighing heavily on the fire to determine what fire behavior is doing. I don't know all the science behind fire behavior, but that's why we have the experts to say, this is what the fire is doing, here's the resources that we have available, and it's going to take us X amount of time. And they have a metric that's standardized and that we have been able to use effectively to determine how much time we need to safely evacuate a community. Things to consider that go from the Sheriff's Office end are the population, the amount and density of the populated area that needs to be evacuated, and the type of evacuations to take place, whether or not it's going to be a lot of people or not so many, and the avenues of ingress and egress, which is how many ways in and how many ways out. So all of those things are carefully calculated, which will take us into our next slide regarding evacuations and what to expect when you receive the 2 types of evacuations. Now, the 2 types of evacuations, first is an alert, which is an evacuation warning saying that it will be issued at the appropriate time when the specific set of circumstances exist that we need to make people aware of what the fire is doing and the potential threat that it's likely that they will be faced with an evacuation. We do this for many reasons, and that is to get everybody, excuse me, aware of what's happening and to make the necessary adjustments in preparing to leave their homes and safely evacuate the community. We want to give everybody as much time as we can, because when everybody's trying to do the same thing at the same time, it can get a bit chaotic. The road structures can get easily overwhelmed, to include our mobile networks, such as the network that we use for cell phones. So it's easy to inundate all of that infrastructure at one given time, which is why we like to make these very calculated decisions with enough time for people to digest the information. And full disclosure, some people ignore the information because they've been through it before, but we really strenuously object against ignoring that. Make sure you keep your finger on the pulse, stay up to date on what's happening, whether that's through social media, radio stations. So then when that evacuation order does come out, it's not a surprise, because when the time comes, if an evacuation order is necessary, there might not be a lot of time. And it's important to be ready when those warnings start coming out. Have that preparation plan that's going to best fit the needs of your home and your family, and including extended family or neighbors. It's real important that we are taking care of each other in the neighborhoods and making sure that everybody has a plan and we can help when necessary. Talking about evacuation orders. Now, the sheriff cannot make you leave your home. But when that evacuation order comes out, know that the subject matter experts and in the collaborative effort of everybody involved, a decision has been made that says that there is an imminent risk to your life and property, and therefore that evacuation order will go out. Now, it'll go out in a number of ways. We will use our Everbridge system, which will hit the mobile networks. You'll get the alerts on your phone. We will do full press on all of our social media platforms, to include local media, radio, to make sure that you have the information that you need. But most importantly, we will make every attempt to put boots on the ground and have deputy sheriffs, volunteers, search and rescue, everybody that we have available to us, knocking on doors and logging those addresses with our communication center to ensure that everybody's been notified. Now, it's real important that I say, we can't force you out of your home. But just know that if there is a crisis that should strike and the fire starts moving faster than the deputy sheriffs and service members can move, we cannot put ourselves in a situation that's going to be endangering to my staff. I just won't do it, especially if somebody's refusing to leave. We will make every attempt to preserve life and property and save people that are as a result of this, whatever happens with the fire. It's very uncomfortable for me to say this, but I'm just gonna say it, and that is, we can't come back for you if it's too dangerous. We will do everything we can to save you, but if you choose to ignore the evacuation orders, know that that comes with a risk. And the scope of the authority with the sheriff is this: you can take that risk for your own safety, but if you have dependent family members and individuals who cannot make that decision for themselves, we will have to make sure that they are rescued at that time, that those evacuation orders, that includes children as well. Now, that means if we have to provide transportation, assistance, or whatever to shuttle family members to other locations, we will gladly help with that. But just know, as consenting adults, you can make that determination and not evacuate, but that will not apply to individuals who are unable to care for the safety of themselves. I think that pretty much covers about the evacuation order. So again, take care of each other, have a plan, be on the lookout for all of our media outreaches, and just, again, if you have questions, we typically open admin lines as well, because there will be a lot of concerns and questions about what should I do. We will be prepared to staff those administration lines also. We just ask that you don't call 911 and refrain from actually calling the communication center in a time of high operational tempo, such as fire.
Thank you, Sheriff and Chief. So just a quick reminder, we really encourage everyone in our community to sign up for Everbridge, which is our main source of notification. We are developing other layers as I go through this. If you have not done so already, it is imperative that you sign up every member in your household, whether it's a cell phone, a landline, email, and it's really, really important. You can also do this on your mobile app. You can go to our webpage. You can also call our our office at 209-533-6395, where staff will walk you through how to sign up or even check to see whether or not you're actually signed up. So it's really important that we encourage. You've heard me say this, 3 years ago we had 30,000. We're up to 110,000 that have signed up, different records within the system. So we really have pushed this out, and it's grown, and it's important that we continue to do so. Especially with children, teenagers who have cell phones now, they should also be signing up so that they can get some alerts depending on where they are at. One of the other areas, and we've mentioned this, we have 5 new sirens that are online. This is our outdoor audible alerts. And so we're excited to add that as a part of our layer to the emergency notification system in coordination with the Sheriff's Office and Fire and OES. We will be testing both of those systems here 2 weeks from today. Actually, on April 30th at 11 a.m., we will be testing those 5 outdoor audible alerts or sirens. They are in 5 communities: Groveland, Twain Harte, Tuolumne, Cold Springs, and Strawberry. So this flyer will be going out to the public, and remember that these will be used only in evacuation when the Sheriff's Office issues that evacuation. So it's really important during this test that you do not call 911. We will have our public information line open during the test of both our sirens and outdoor alerts and also the Everbridge, so that the public, if there's non-emergency calls, we will help answer the questions about both of those systems. We also, with the help of Tuolumne County GIS, have provided a link and a siren for the public, so that when those tests are held on April 30th, that we can get the public to engage about whether or not they heard them, where they were at, inside, outside. And so we're very thankful for the GIS staff that put that together for us. So we'll be able to provide to you afterwards, what the response was from the public as a result of that particular test. Part of our work is about preparedness, and part of why we're supporting and requesting, the proclamation of the first week in May is because we as a community need to continue to prepare for wildfires. This is year round, but there is an event, Wildfire Community Preparedness Day. It is always on that first Saturday in May. So this year, May 4th, is an opportune time for communities, individual residents to do their part in preparing for wildfire. Whether that is working through defensible space, whether it is moving wood piles, whether that's getting your go bag ready and working through that and talking about a plan with your family members, it is important that we all work together to honor this day and also prepare our communities. With that, we are happy to answer any questions, but we do have a recommendation to the board that you approve a resolution proclaiming May 5th through the 11th, 2024 as Wildfire Preparedness Week in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So looking to the board, do you have any questions of staff? Supervisor Brandon, did you have one? Okay. Supervisor Kirk.
Just something that came to mind, Dory, with the siren spots, do you know if the residents of those specific communities, are they do they maybe get something in the mail, like a water bill or something that might?
Yeah, so we are working with each of the entities to send this flyer out to those communities and posting it and using those social media to make sure we get the word out as well.
I had a couple of questions. Let's see here. One for the chief. You spoke to, during the inspections, they had about 50-50, I think it showed.
Correct.
I was just curious if you had a feel from your inspectors, did it look like they were going to comply, and work on the issues?
Right. So one thing that we found is when we're out doing these inspections, that most of the public is very receptive to the input or feedback that we give them, either because they're doing a good job or some other pointers that we have to help them become compliant. Most folks will work towards the compliance, yes.
Great. And do you feel, time allowing, you'll get to a second inspection to go out and look at the properties again, the same?
Yeah, many times the CAL FIRE defensible space inspectors do make their way back out there. There's 3 for the whole unit for Tuolumne and Calaveras County. So the primary goal is to get out there for the first inspection to let folks know what they need to do, and then there is follow-up.
Okay, very good, thank you. And for Dory, on the Everbridge system, and the sheriff, you guys own this system too here. Is there, when we've got quite a few residents that are part-time residents, is there a field in there in signing up that states if they live out of the county or anything? Or?
They can put their primary address, but they can add additional information. So if they have an obviously phone number, cell phone, but they can list their physical address as well as other information when they sign up. And we're happy, as I said, staff can check somebody's records, whether they've opted in or their cell phone or their number is registered with us, and we can add additional information in that record if necessary.
Okay, very good. I don't have anything else. Questions for the public? Any public comment on this presentation? Okay, not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Haff.
Yeah, I made some notes. Let's see, where are they? First, I'd like to state, good job on bringing up the level of awareness in our community as to why this is so important. I was the OES coordinator 2007 through 11, and it was before the Rim fire, and before the Mock fire, before the Washington fire. And it's amazing, it's terrible, but it's amazing how these evacuations and incidents have raised the awareness within the community, and for that I'm very thankful. Let's see. I wanted to make a couple of comments. First of all, on the fire engines with 3 personnel per engine, 22 of them. This is because of a grant that we have gotten that we have about 1.5 years left to go on. Is that right? I'm sorry, this is a question. I should have asked this before.
No worries. Those 22 engines are the state-funded Type 3 engines. The 5 county-funded engines, yeah, three of those are one-time grant.
Right. So the board has been trying to work on how we sustain this permanently, and I think you'll be hearing something about that later on in today's board meeting. I just wanted to bring attention to that, and I also wanted to say thank heavens for Columbia Air Attack Base. If we did not have that, I can't imagine what the Washington fire would have done. Also, the evacuation warning, what the sheriff mentioned, the first warning, that's also a good time for those that are disabled, those that are elderly, both of whom may need more time to begin evacuating right then. Also, people with large animals. It takes a while to, get them loaded up and in trailers and out. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, that it's kind of important. That's your cue to get busy for those populations. And the last thing I wanted to say is that, Dory, I'm looking forward to conducting an exercise similar to the one that was done in Ryan Campbell's District 2 for the people of Groveland and South County. It will be later on this October when we can get it all worked out. But that community has been asking for some kind of an exercise, and so I'm very grateful that we're going to be able to do that. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Just a few comments on this, but I'll go through real quick. I wanted to do an audience participation thing really quick, if everybody will indulge me in that. Can you raise your hand if you're signed up for Everbridge right now? All right, so some of you didn't raise your hand. And everybody that raised your hand, you got friends and family too, you got kids, you got parents. Make sure that they sign up because they can't get our emergency notifications if they're not on our system, they're not in that registry. You can look it up today. Perfect opportunity right now at a board meeting to be able to Google that and double check. I want to say that it was really reassuring to see that about 50% of the properties have been compliant too. I think that justifies what we kind of expect, which is a lot of people do take care of their property, but a lot don't. And that's the problem, is not everybody is responsible with it. I know I had the benefit of Mother Nature helping me take down a couple of trees just this past week on my property. So that's expediting some of that. I wanted to encourage everybody to, if you haven't checked out some of the stuff like the book Paradise by Lizzie Johnson, please read into that because it just shows, as what Dory mentioned, this is a year-round planning thing that affects everything. So when we're talking about preparing for wildfire, it's not just your home, it's ingress and egress routes, it's emergency management systems working well, but it really talks about what a catastrophic failure looks like, and I think explains a lot of the decisions we've been making at the scale of risk we're talking about. A lot of money, a lot of focus, a lot of grants coming in, a lot of fuel reduction, a lot of fire service investments, equipment investments, investments in the sheriff's office, investments in so many things. The reason is because that system has to work. And I wanted to echo what Supervisor Half was mentioning, that we've made these investments to protect the community and be able to respond in a disaster, but some of these grant funds, they do expire. This is something that we're going to have to address because the fact is we're in a different circumstance than we were 20 years ago. There are districts that used to work that no longer were able to function. And we have to ask ourselves, you know, fire doesn't care about where jurisdictional lines are on that. We have to provide funding for this. To me, this is kind of a meat and potato issue where we're talking about public safety, law enforcement, and fire services. These are things that are non-controversial. They should be. These are things that everybody expects to work. And we're not just planning for, and it covers that too, the house call when there is a suspicious individual report. It certainly covers that. And a house fire, it certainly covers that. We're also planning for what happens if a catastrophic fire moves through a community and we don't have enough deputies to be able to do a widespread evacuation on all the routes, or if we don't have close enough fire resources to be able to get on that before it conflagrates to an entire neighborhood. So just as we're talking today, I really appreciate this being brought up as part of all the effort that we're doing, and especially with OES too, that has been a massive expansion under your office in being more resilient and prepared, and a massive expansion to the chief and the sheriff of our capacity to, I think, address this, have the staff to be able to do it. But it's a hard situation. We're dealing with a very limited amount of resources, and we have to make a values choice on some of that. So,
Supervisor Cook.
Yeah, it's I say this from time to time. Economic development and growth in Tuolumne County is "Don't burn down." That's the new slogan for me. So it's always good to have this coming before the board. For me, when I think about Wildfire Preparedness Week, for me it's personal. It's property, gutters, making sure that my area AOR every responsibility is covered. My family, that they have a plan. We all need to do that. We've done a lot of work in OES. The Everbridge has gone up several 100%. Evacuations, I've listened to Sheriff David in on a different meeting, and we really have to take the evacuation thing serious because when they give the orders to go, we talk about the status of our roads and the amount of roads that we actually don't have, and how there's you either go east or west. You got Tuolumne Road, you got Phoenix Lake Road. So we have to give the sheriff and the community time to exit. So just be thinking ahead. Don't be pulling trailers, fifth wheels, all that stuff. If we ever reach that point in time, and God forbid, I hope we never do, but we really got to take the evacuation piece serious. That's what I'm taking away from this as far as my mindset, because I got sheep and animals and dogs and stuff, and I'm going to have to basically let it go and just get my family, because family's not replaceable. So thank you guys. And just, I think what the community is hearing, maybe in this room, but I don't know if how many people watch this, but you're also hearing a tone from the board that we have put investments, into fire that are not sustainable. And the reason why I've done it is because economic development in Tuolumne County is don't burn. So if that means for 3 or 4 years, I got to spend money that I'm not going to have 5 years later, I'm going to do it as long as we don't burn. So, we're struggling with how that's going to look moving forward. Stick around if you want to hear that conversation later. It's not an easy conversation, but we are doing it, and we'll continue to do it as long as we don't end up like a Paradise. And there's so many areas that touch this conversation. You look at Cerro, you look at that $7 million grant we just got. You look at the grant that we've gotten for Ponderosa Hills and other places for home hardening. I'm telling you, we are doing everything in our ability to button up any area we can when it comes to being fire ready. So this is just a little piece of the conversation, but just know that it's our number one priority. It will continue to be because economic growth in Tuolumne County is don't burn. So thank you guys for the presentation.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and I absolutely agree with the comments of my colleagues, and thank you very much for this presentation. And there's no, it's no accident that Wildfire Preparedness Week falls in April. Now is the time to prepare. The time to prepare is not in the depths of the fire season. So getting folks to start thinking about, what is their plan in case of emergency, making sure that they manage their vegetation is of utmost importance. And I really feel strongly that county government, the sheriff, fire chief, OES, you're doing your jobs to keep this community safe. So it is but it doesn't end there. It's our job as individuals, as citizens, to fill our part of the equation, managing our property, making sure that we individually are prepared to evacuate if that call comes through. That's one thing that, Sheriff, that's one thing I always talk to citizens in my community about, is that if you get that evacuation call, just get out. It's just easier for everybody involved. It's easier for you. It's easier for first responders. And there's nothing, I guarantee there's nothing in your house that's worth risking your life over or risking your family's lives. So to me, it's a pretty easy call if it comes to, my family's safety versus my nice big TV, which I do love, but certainly not the top priority for me. So thank you very much, and I hope that people really heed the warnings that they've heard today, because it's pretty serious stuff when you get into an emergency situation. You do not have time at that point to educate the public. The education comes before the emergency, and so that's what we're doing right now.
Thank you. So a couple of comments I have. I agree with all the comments that have been put forth so far. Really appreciate, that all the different agencies, getting together pre-fire season, collaboratively working together to plan out. And things do change from year to year, right? Whether it be the weather, the fuel conditions, and what have you. So it's really good to do that. I'll echo, Supervisor Brandon, and I think somebody else spoke to it, Everbridge, right? Sign up, right? It's a good thing. It's simple. And again, as Dory said, staff can assist you if you have any difficulties in doing that. Last item too is, just look at, we're making a lot of progress. We have made progress, both in law enforcement and for our fire department. Unfortunately, the fire department, the recent advances that we had that allowed us to get 3 additional fire engines staffed was grant funds. And so in approximately a year and a half, those funds are going to go away. So our time to plan for that is now. And that's what we're doing. We're looking at all ways that we can possibly manage to have sustainability in the fire department, because they don't have near enough staffing. Other than that, I would look to the board for a motion for this resolution.
Chair, I'll move we approve the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, I have motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Okay, clerk, if you could please read item 21.
Item 21, consideration of adopting resolution 25-24, proclaiming the week of April 21st through April 27th, 2024 to be Tuolumne County Crime Victim Rights Week.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. Cassandra Janicki, District Attorney for Tuolumne County. I'm honored to be here this morning. This is one of our most celebrated weeks in our office every year. So since 1981, National Crime Victims' Rights Week has challenged us as a nation to confront and remove barriers to achieving justice for victims of crime. We celebrate not only the courage and strength of victims in coming forward and reporting what happened to them during this week, but we also celebrate the individuals who assist them in seeking justice. Next week is National Crime Victims' Rights Week, April 21st through the 27th. And this year's theme is an interesting one. It's how would you help? Options, services, and hope for crime survivors. And what this theme really does is it challenges everybody in the crime victims' rights arena to rethink what we think of as justice and to really ensure that we are encapsulating as many options as possible for victims of crime to ensure that their needs are met and that we are meeting them and lifting them from where they're at. This could not be done without the incredible work of our victim witness team. They're here with me today if they could stand. So our victim witness team this year has served 899 victims of crime within our community. They provided almost 6,000 individualized services to those victims, and it always strikes me to think of how many individuals in our community suffer some sort of victimization. And it's these incredible people standing behind me that walk very individualized paths with each of those people. Oh, good, you sat. I forgot to tell them to sit back down. This is going really well for me this morning. Happy Tuesday. So every year we celebrate Crime Victims' Rights Week with an annual luncheon. We hold that luncheon in congruence with the Tuolumne Resiliency Center and a bunch of other partners, really in celebration of both Child Abuse Awareness Month and National Crime Victims' Rights Week. We're holding that next Thursday, the 25th, at the Tuolumne Resiliency Center. And we combine that with a training. Next week, we'll be hearing about mandated reporters obligations and how we can help those individuals that fight for children to ensure that child abuse in Tuolumne County is rooted out. And we will also be celebrating a variety of individuals who were victims and survivors of crimes next week. We have individuals who went from reporting to jury trial in child sexual abuse cases. We have individuals who, thankfully, their cases resulted in pleas, but individuals who were held at gunpoint during residential burglaries, and even some individuals who survived murder attempts during domestic violence cases. Those, unfortunately, are the types of crimes that happen in Tuolumne County, but these individuals have had the strength and the courage to step forward, to speak out, to be heard, and to ultimately help us hold their offenders accountable, and in most cases, remove them from our community. Now, as I awkwardly had my team stand up to be recognized during this week because we couldn't do this work without them, we also take the time during our annual luncheon to honor service providers in our community who really stand for victims and stand with victims. And so included in the packet presented before your board today and included on the agenda is the list of individuals that we'll be honoring. These include sexual assault nurse examiner Rebecca Bell from the Matheson Memorial Health Clinic. The Matheson team has really been incredible to work with over the last 2 years, not just in helping us get Rebecca trained and making her available, but in also providing our community with a SART examination room that is exclusive to the use of our sexual assault survivors. We also have representatives from the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, Detective Rachel Reese, who works our child abuse cases, Garrett Bomer, who's a patrol deputy making great strides in the area of domestic violence, reps from Sonora Police Department, including Officer Mikhail Bell, who is dedicated not only part of his personal time in letting us have Rebecca as an examiner, but really helping us develop the sexual assault program with SPD. We also have the California Highway Patrol, Nathaniel Minnick, and Joshua McKernan. Child Welfare Services forensic interviewer Danielle McGuire. She's also a social worker for them. Parole officer Norman DeLeese. If you haven't had an opportunity to meet him, Norman is incredible and very dedicated to ensuring that offenders who are released on parole in Tuolumne County honor their obligations and don't contact their victims when they're not supposed to. Probation officer Sophia Dragon, and lastly, Tamara Saunders from Center for Nonviolent Community as our community victim advocate. Last year, you might recall, we instituted the inauguration of the Janie Fleming Lifetime Achievement Award. Janie was a longtime advocate in our office, and so that first went to retiring Assistant District Attorney Eric Hovater. It is, in fact, Eric's last week this week, so if you see him, give him a congratulations. This year, we are honoring retired Tuolumne County victim advocate Jan Fuller. We're actually flying her back in from Georgia, where she decided to leave us for sunnier and warmer pastures, to have her come receive that Lifetime Achievement Award. And so, as I said at the beginning, it's my honor to be here before you today asking for this designation and proclaiming of next week as Tuolumne County Crime Victims' Rights Week.
Thank you very much. Questions from the board Okay, no questions. Look for public comment on this item. Okay, not seeing public comment either. So I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Who'd like to go first? Supervisor Kirk.
I'll go first. I deal with the clients on the other end, as you know, but I read thousands of probation officer reports and arrest reports, and the victims, survivors, the folks that you guys deal with on a day-to-day basis, especially the children and the women who are sexually assaulted, thank you for what you do, because I probably wouldn't be able to be alone in a room with those people. So thank you guys for what you do. I appreciate you.
Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a special shout out to both the victim witness advocates in this room, and if there are any others that couldn't be here today, bravo. And thank you for all that you do. And also for the honorees, that's quite a list. And just want to acknowledge everything that goes into providing this service for, and I'm going to call them, I like Sheriff David Vasquez's term, the victors. The ones who not only survive, but they overcome the obstacles that were created at the original point of becoming a victim. So I'd like to refer to them as victors, because that's what I see for each and every individual that has to come to the victim witness office. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, and I concur. Thank you very much for highlighting the important work that our victim advocates are doing, and I'm really excited that I didn't know that you were bringing Jan back into the community. I had the pleasure of working with her in a number of different capacities, so that's really exciting to hear that we're highlighting the work of one particular individual. But and I'm glad to hear that long list of people that have made substantial contributions to victim advocacy in our community, and I'm sure there's more people throughout the community who have helped, but taking this time to really salute the staff that you have, I think is important. And so we're very grateful for the work that they do. And, I know it can probably be a difficult and thankless job a lot of times, but just right now, know that we're very thankful. So thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I echo the comments of my colleagues. Victim witness, I think people entering that system, there's every effort to pursue justice, but there's not always the effort to make sure that that experience is not re-traumatizing for all the people who have already been through it. And as mentioned before, I know we're always working with kind of scarce resources to an extent. I think victim witness is a model. I don't hear about this in a lot of the other counties, certainly not the same focus and attention that I think it's able to kind of be brought before the board and with the district attorney highlighting it. It's incredible the work that you do for hundreds of people. We've talked about, we have a very large abuse problem within our community, but how we end that partly is going to be how people are able to get through that in a way and hopefully be able to recover. So I just wanted to say thank you to the honorees, to being able to provide stats too of just how many people this program has helped, and is one of those things that we do put time and effort and resources into, and I think it really helps people. It's not highlighted and celebrated enough. And to Jan too for lifetime achievement, that's amazing to be able to give so much time to Tuolumne County. So thank you for putting that together, because I'm sure that wasn't easy having to fly somebody across the country, but We remember all the folks who have dedicated decades to be able to serve our community. So thank you.
Okay. Much thanks go out to Rebecca Bell, for doing that job. I know there was issues in the past on being able to coordinate and get that done in a timely manner and get it done here locally instead of sending people out of the area. So very glad to see that. So your team members, can we have them stand again, please?
He'll probably tell you. Come on.
Wow, 899 victims. That's really sad that we have that many. But for you guys, as a team to deal with all those people and to help them and generating, I heard 6,000 services amongst that group. So it's not just a one-time contact. There's a lot more going on there. So thank you very, very much for all your efforts. And I'll look for a motion from the board.
I'll move that we approve, proclaim the week of April 21st through April 27th, 2024 as National Crime Victim Rights Week in Tuolumne County and approve the attached resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Half, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if the clerk could please read item number 22.
Item number 22, consideration of adopting Resolution 26-24, proclaiming the week of April 14th through April 20th as National Telecommunications Dispatcher Week in Tuolumne County.
Okay. Hello again, Sheriff.
Good morning again. I want to start by just reading some names. Lisa Oler, Vanessa Yanez, Mackenzie Lindman, Allie Lincoln, and Howard Roberts. These are the 5 dispatchers that we have that are working for our sheriff's office and supporting our entire network of what safety means to this community. There's 5, supposed to be 12. Not to forget my comms supervisor, that's Communications Supervisor Mandy Hart, who's in the back. Strong leader in the back, who is leading the way in all of these efforts. I want to read a few more names because they're just as important. Andrea Hurtado, Brianne Brown, and Lisa Hoffman. These are some relief employees who have really stretched their quality of life to assist us in our efforts. Strength and commitment is what I think when I say these names. They continue to toe the line and ensure that they always show up. I saw the 2 that were in there this morning, and I walked in, I said, thank you for being here. And they said, we're here for you. We're here for everyone else. Now, the reason why that makes such an impact on me when we talk about who everyone else is, those are the deputy sheriffs, those are your ambulance personnel, fire, everybody that they show up for and coordinate resources for, and most importantly, our community. Between January, February, and March, they have towed the line beyond what anybody could ask of them, averaging 12 to 16-hour shifts sometimes, getting about 2 days off per pay period. That's what the grind looks like. Now, we are offsetting that every way that we can. We are adjusting shifts, but I just want to highlight the amount of dedication and commitment that has gone into this. And we are also offsetting that with other staff as well to ensure that we can maintain the highest quality of life for these people. But it's important that those facts resonate with those names. The Sheriff's Communications Center is the heart of our community's safety and emergency services. With every heartbeat of the operational tempo, our telecommunicators, often referred to as dispatchers, receive, relay, and coordinate the response of all emergency services in Tuolumne County. From violent crimes in progress, fires, emergency medicine, animal control, and it's not limited to that. Our operators always answer the call of our community. 911 telecommunicators are truly the gatekeepers of our best efforts of saving lives and protecting property. The Communications Center is a 24-hour operation and is always first to respond to the emergency needs of this community. Since the establishment of 911, it has been nationally recognized as a beacon of light in the darkness of crisis that befalls our community and often our people on their worst days. Help is just a phone call away is the motto. Today's mission of public safety is more demanding and dynamic than ever before. The public safety telecommunicator is entrusted with the task of effectively communicating with people in their time of crisis and chaos. The telecommunicator must remain calm, collected, and calculated regardless of what is happening on the other end of the line. And I won't get into details as to what the other end of the line looks like. It's everything you could possibly imagine as being your worst nightmare. The voice of encouragement and reassurance can be the difference between life and death in an emergency. These efforts often go unseen by the public and can be overlooked in our system of public safety. I can't begin to extend my sincerest gratitude to all of our first responders and everybody associated with keeping this community safe. But I'd be lying if I didn't say that my communications center has a special place in my heart. And from day one, I've always said, you are some of the hardest working people I've ever worked with, including my time in the service. My office is full of people with this same level of commitment, and I commend them, and I will always relentlessly advocate for them. And in the last few weeks, I have brought some developmental issues to this board, and I am grateful for the support that we have received. And I know that we're taking steps and there's light at the end of the tunnel, and our dispatchers know that, and they're very grateful for the support that I have told them about. Now, I won't get into the details because it's labor related, but again, there's light at the end of the tunnel. We're very grateful for that. And we will always show up for the community, which is why I am respectfully requesting that you, the Board of Supervisors, adopt the accompanying resolution to proclaim this week of April as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Tuolumne County, and encourage our community to recognize our amazing women and one man who selflessly serve and protect our community as telecommunicators. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions from the board? No questions. I'll look to the public. Is there public comment on this presentation? Okay, not seeing any. I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I really like what the sheriff had to mention there too, that there are a lot of components of these systems, particularly in public safety, that we see all the time, patrolling in the streets, and dispatch is not that. It is one that when you call, they are there to help, but it is not one that's necessarily as publicly known. It's certainly not necessarily out in the streets in that same way, but it's fundamental to that entire system working. And I want to say thank you, because I know, and we've had briefings on this issue for a little while now at least, that this has been an incredibly difficult staffing challenge. The county has general staffing challenges. This has been a critical area where we're talking about it's at a point of exhaustion and burnout. And it makes me even more appreciative of everybody within our dispatch center putting in those hours. And I know that I think it's on my mind, and I think everybody on the board's minds too, I don't want to speak out of turn on it, that we want to figure out how we can help be able to get those seats filled with people coming into the pipeline. What can we do to say thank you for the time that you're serving with it? And this is incredibly difficult. Just that we're appreciative. I wanted to really briefly cover one other thing too. We were talking about funding earlier, and this is from the wildfire context. This is something that we've seen also during my term within our public safety services. When I came in, we had a huge issue at a lot of the similar things with patrol. We had exhaustion, we had working extended overtime shifts, and barely being able to kind of meet the required need with it, having to really push themselves to it. We put investments and we're able to help with it. I think we saw similar issues with probation there. We're seeing also burnout there amongst the district attorney's team, I think, and they're awesome and fantastic, but the caseload is massive. and that's been made very clear too. One of the things that I hope to get to a point is we can make sure we're investing in all of our public safety continuum, all of these things, not just what people see the most, but the ones that are just as fundamental, just as critical, maybe more so to the operations, including dispatch. So we're not chasing crisis to crisis. This is something that I wish we were able to have addressed 2 or 3 years ago. And I was on the board at that time and perhaps didn't see that coming, didn't realize it was happening. Now we're trying to do the best we can. We have to get out in front of these problems because it won't be the last time we probably run into something like this. And thank God we have these people in these units that are willing to put in so much of themselves and extra time to basically make it work amidst incredibly difficult circumstances. Thank God for them. I mean, really, they're going above and beyond, but it shouldn't have to come to that. We need to figure out how we can do this better into the future, and we're having conversations about that, I think, later today. So, thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I certainly agree with all that. I want to make sure that we are really highlighting the people that keep the wheels on the truck, so to speak, because without that support team managing where deputies need to be and talking to people that just about a good percentage of everyone that you're speaking to on the phone is having possibly the worst day of their life. And so taking that into consideration and being kind, but also getting to the information that you need to help that person. And as anybody that's, heard 911, I used to really like that show, Rescue 911. Anybody remember that? Good old Bill Shatner as the host. But people a lot of times don't make sense when they're calling 911 in an emergency. And so getting through that to the root of the issue is a real skill. It's a talent. It's something that takes training, and it's not just something that you can pop out of a box being able to do. And so specifically calling out our dispatchers, I think, is extremely important because it is a very important niche skill set that people have, being able to communicate in that way. Kind of like, it's like lighthouse tenders. You can take a lighthouse for granted until the lights go out, and then you're lost at sea. So it's a very important specific area. And I think it is a really interesting and exciting career path, and we do have openings there. And so I really hope we are able to attract some more help, because I don't think the issue is with anything organizational wise with how our dispatch office is set up. I think it's just that support that we need. So moving that needle in the right direction, getting people interested in that as a career path, I think it's a really good career to be in. You're helping people, and it's a good way to help people. If you don't want to be out there driving a patrol car, you can be the person doing the dispatch. So just really highlighting, thank you so much to the people that do the work, and very appreciated by this board and by our community. And it's a tough job, but it's also a really, I think, rewarding job because it's saving lives.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, for me, the reason why we're here is real simple. Sheriff Vasquez brought to our attention that there's like basically Mayday with the 911 dispatch. So we are working on addressing that, like he said. So thank you, Sheriff, for bringing it to our attention. And also, we're here to say thank you because, we're kind of put in a bad spot as board members because so many of our departments have some critical needs, shortages of staff. We get that. If there's a but, there's a but. When you call 911, someone has to be there 24/7. Somebody has to take that call and initiate that process. And to have 5 when we should have 12, we are in a very desperate situation right now. So like Supervisor Campbell said, if you're interested in a career path, check it out. But today we're here to say thank you to the staff, and we're hoping that you don't leave because we need you to man that phone. That's why we're here today, to say thank you, to take time out of our board meeting because we got a lot of stuff to do. We're going to CSAC after this. We got a lot of stuff going on, but we need to pause, and you just need to hear that we appreciate you, that your time isn't in vain, because I've worked overtime and I've been away from my wife and my kids, and you're marriage goes to crap and your kids don't see you and recognize you when they're 2 years old. I did that for 6 months. Believe me, it sucks. So we're here to try and fix it. Hang in there. Help. Don't hear from the government. Help is on the way. But I'm telling you, we are negotiating. We are trying to get help to you. Nothing happens fast in government, but we just want you to know that you're appreciated.
Supervisor Heff.
Yes, thank you. I just want to address the audience, people that are in the room right now. Can you imagine having a job where you not only get to help the community, but it's a very stressful position? Picture yourself on the phone, and on the other end, life-threatening situations are going on. Somebody may be entering illegally into the caller's home. Somebody may have just had a heart attack, and the dispatch is helping with the first response, telling the caller what to do until the ambulance arrives. I mean, you can imagine all sorts of different scenarios. And those people, even though they're in a secluded room, have to deal calmly and professionally with the callers to make sure, as at all possible, for a positive outcome. It takes a special type of person to be able to do this job. And for all those who are currently doing it, I just want to say we honor you and we thank you for your nerves of steel, basically, and your calm demeanor in order to help our community. And especially during this time where you're working 12 to 16 hours a day to make ends meet so that somebody answers the phone when you call. So I just want to put that out there and let the dispatchers know that we have help along the way. We have some thank you cards that are coming from the board to you. We just want you to know that there's a special place in our hearts for the work that you do. Thank you.
All right. I've got a really deep and strong appreciation for dispatchers. Not everybody can be a dispatcher, first of all. You know, it's a specialized job. It takes a lot of training, ongoing training. I managed a 911 dispatch center for a couple of years, one of the CAL FIRE centers. Prior to that, I was in the field as a firefighter, and it's not uncommon for people in the field to grumble about dispatchers. Why did they do that? Why did they not? When I took over that position, transitioning from the field into managing that center, I got a whole new appreciation for what those folks do every day, what they do. The 911 equipment is specialized, it's complicated. You got to stay on your toes. You're the first point of contact, right? When somebody's undergoing just this is a bad day for me. And, so it's incredibly tough. I'll tag on to Supervisor Brandon. How many people in this room have called 911 at one time or another? Okay, pretty good amount. It's not unusual. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for the dispatchers, and as my fellow supervisors have said, we're working on the issues, and we're doing the best we can, and we'll leave it at that for now. Thank you very much.
And just a little token onto that, when I had extended my gratitude to the board and also county administration, because there was swift action that was taken. We've already put 3 into backgrounds and 1 lateral accepted a conditional offer, which is huge. So, and I know it means a lot to the communications center to hear all of your comments. It makes them know and feel that you see them and that they're valued. So much appreciated. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay. I am going to make the motion here to adopt Resolution 26-24, proclaiming the week of April 14th through April 20th as National Telecommunications Dispatcher Week in Tuolumne County.
All second.
Okay, so I have a first by myself, Supervisor Goldenberg, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, very good. It's 10:31. We're going to move on to our 10 a.m., but we're going to take a break first. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. All right. We are going to move forward here, resuming the board meeting. And if the clerk could read our 10 a.m. appointment, please.
10 a.m. Consideration of providing further direction on a sales tax measure for the November 5, 2024 ballot and designate 2 board members to work with staff on an ad hoc committee.
Great. So Liz, take it away.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. So I am here seeking your board's any additional direction that you would like to provide on a sales tax measure, as well as establishing an ad hoc committee to work on a handful of items related to that. So just a little bit of background, just to back up a little bit. Let's see, 2 months ago now, we were here presenting to your board about the potential for a sales tax measure that would be placed on the November 5th ballot. The previous staff memo and the presentation from that item is included in the agenda packet here, just for reference, because we did have a pretty robust conversation there. And so after that meeting, or at the end of the meeting, the board unanimously directed staff to develop a general sales tax at a rate of 1%, which would have a 20-year sunset clause. And so based on the board's direction from that February meeting, staff have, and primarily County Counsel's Office, Chris from County Counsel's Office specifically, has drafted an ordinance, and which is a requirement of a tax measure, as well as a resolution, a draft resolution which calls for the measure to be added to the ballot. And those were included in the packet as well, or in the board agenda. So today I am here requesting just any final direction that your board may have on the components of the tax measure. Again, knowing that your board directed to be a general at a rate of 1% and with a sunset clause of 20 years. And then I'm also requesting your board form an ad hoc committee and designate 2 board members to work with staff, so County Counsel's Office, County Administrator's Office, and others likely. And so the main work of that ad hoc committee would be to refine the draft ordinance, and then also refine the question that appears on the ballot. You can see the draft was included in the draft resolution that was a part of the agenda today, but the ad hoc committee would work to refine that even further. Of course, there's specific requirements about what that question looks like. You know, it can only be 75 words and has to be framed as a question, and there's a handful of other things that go into that. And then this ad hoc committee would eventually draft the argument in favor of the ballot measure and potentially a rebuttal if someone drafts an argument in opposition to the measure. And then, of course, the ad hoc committee would provide any additional input that might be necessary. And I do want to mention that while we are requesting your board designate an ad hoc committee to work with staff, the final items, the final drafts will be brought to your board for ultimate approval. So the full board, of course, will see those items. And then in the memo too, I just want to highlight that we put together sort of a proposed schedule of the actions, because the idea is that the final draft ordinance would come to your board for sort of that final blessing before we bring it for the first reading. Because of course, as your board knows, we can't make any substantial changes to the first reading or to an ordinance at a first reading. Otherwise, we would have to come back for an additional first reading. And so we would bring the final draft to your board, make sure that you are all okay with the language that the ad hoc committee drafted. Then we would bring it for a first reading, then we would bring it for a second reading, and at that second reading, your board would also adopt the resolution. So in the agenda, we have kind of a draft timeline of that your board would approve the final draft ordinance and the final ballot question on June 18th. The first reading would be July 9th. The second reading would be July 23rd. With a deadline for all of these documents being submitted to the county clerk by August 9th. So staff, we recognize that this kind of gets us pretty close to that timeline of August 9th. As you've seen, the draft documents are already written. And of course, you know, we intend, and it's likely that we will be making changes to those based on your board's direction and the ad hoc committee's work. But as soon as that work is done, we can get these to your board sooner than this timeline in here. We just wanted to put this in here as sort of, you know, if we were extending as long as possible. and then also, it's expected that the argument in favor of the measure would be brought to your board around August 6th, something like that. Again, I'm just here asking your board to provide any further direction that you want on kind of the structure of the tax, as well as asking your board to designate 2 board members to work on an ad hoc committee with staff to get these kind of procedural ordinance resolution documents done. And again, with the schedule of kind of ASAP, I think is sort of what we've heard. So that's all I have.
Okay, so looking to the board, questions of staff. All right.
I have one question. Who's going to approve this tax, the board or the constituents?
Oh, the constituents. The actions, the ordinance and the resolution that your board have to approve is just to get the item on the ballot. But ultimately, this goes to voters for approval.
Thanks. It's a dumb question, but I've got it.
That's fair.
Okay. The ad hoc committee, the makeup of the ad hoc committee, I'm sorry, I was listening, but I don't see, what are the thoughts on that?
So we're just looking for your board to designate 2 board members, and then it
we'll
would be a variety of staff members,
kind of build
primarily
from
the
there.
county administrator's office
Okay.
and county council, but
All right.
maybe others, yeah.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to look to the public first here for comment on this, and we'll bring it back to the board. I'm sure there'll be more discussion. So would any member of the public like to speak on this matter? Boy, quiet crowd today. Here we go. Welcome.
I guess I will. And I don't want to sound mean. And I hope that you know that my comments come from nothing but love for this county. And I do love public safety. But I would be embarrassed to put this in front of the public. So I'm going to ask that you don't. First of all, the voters just voted on this in the last election and they said no. And I don't think they really have that short of memories. Secondly, the timing is still horrible with the prices of everything still skyrocketing. Gas, food, rent, interest rates, electricity, home, auto, and health insurance, propane, water, garbage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone is having to tighten their belts, and the voters think that government should too. I know that you are not as bad as the state and the feds when it comes to fiscal responsibility. The state can't even account for $20 billion that they've spent in the last 5 years on homelessness. And we are witnessing the feds throw our money all over the planet. However, you haven't exactly been pictures of responsibility either. And in the public's eye, unless you actively prove yourselves to be more responsible, then they are going to lump you in with the rest of government. The public has declared no more of our money until you learn how to spend money responsibly like the rest of us are forced to do. It seems like this tax is completely out of touch with the voting public. We have an opportunity to be on the correct side of history on this. Continually raising taxes is not on the correct side of history, and history has proven that it never solves anything. We will simply find ourselves in the same situation later down the road. Let's not just go with the status quo of current government. Sometimes you have to step out in courage to see great things happen. I would actually propose a tax cut. Just 25%, just 0.25%, but it would show the people that you actually care about their struggles. I'd accompany it with mass press releases to every media outlet in the nation, and I bet it would get national attention. I declare that we are going to be different, or that we are going a different way than most of California, and we are not only cutting taxes, but we will be seeking to incentivize new housing projects, new investment, and new businesses. We need to loudly declare that we will no longer participate in the destruction of what was once the best state in the country. We need to get creative, and maybe we can even go a little old school. Have you seen the price of gold lately? Did you know that Texas is seeking to create its own gold-backed currency? I seem to remember that gold had something to do with our county's history. Do we still own the Harvard mine?
Thank you.
That's not a joke.
Additional speakers? Yes, sir.
Mark Plummer, Mayor of Sonora, esteemed board. This is an incredibly difficult decision because I have sat in the same place with many of the same issues and constraints. I will just take a moment to explain, to follow up on my predecessors, his comments. The need for investment in our community is really high, and that was the driving force in the city having put this before the voters. And it was, I think, the largest part of selling it. We structured it so it would be designed to fill basic budget needs that were absolutely urgent. And yesterday, we were just celebrating having had it to have new staff, new dispatchers, and just to be able to keep up with urgent needs right now. But the main focus of our program was to make it an investment, a bridge loan to the future, so to speak, that the next generation can decide whether it was well spent or not, but where economic development and creating the infrastructure that permits a lot of that, building it up, maintaining what we have, is a big component of, or at least to my belief, why it sold to the city and why I was personally able to get behind it. None of us wants more taxes. And I'll tell you, I cringe every time I make a purchase more than about 10 cents and I'm paying that extra tax. And you say, well, it's only 13% more than it was before when you go up 1% for what the city was paying. Yeah, but I still notice it in my head. I know it's there. But if it's structured right for the city, it gave us a bridge loan to a far brighter future and a position where we will be at least optimistic now that we will still be functioning as an intact government and providing the services and safety that we absolutely must if we're going to be a functioning government. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional. Good morning.
Good morning. I've spoken to you before about your tax plan, and I told you I didn't think it was a good idea. And also out of love, I will tell you that a lot of people in our community don't like you, and they don't trust you, and there's no way they're going to give you more money. And it's been pretty appalling to see how much has been put on the consent agenda that changes classifications and gives out raises to some of your upper management staff, as if we were all too stupid to notice that. And we're not that stupid. And you have wasted a considerable amount of funding, although you've spent some of it well. But I don't trust you with my money, so I will not support this. And I can appreciate an ad hoc committee, but I think you ought to talk to more of the public than this just those who want to support Visit Tuolumne. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Yes, sir. Good morning.
Morning. This is my first time on one of these, so cut me some slack. So I've been a fireman for the last 11 years. I grew up here in Tuolumne County. And one of the pressing problems that we all know is staffing fire companies. I can tell you right now that fires are going up. They're not going down. Doesn't matter if it's wildland, structural. The call volume is going up, and I've noticed that. These two guys back here wearing that patch with pride know the pressing problems, and they need help. They need your help. They need the community's help. I'm not really big on taxes. I don't care for them. Nobody does. But is there some way that we could pull money from the county instead of building a homeless place for the a building for the homeless, which I can tell you right now, it's probably going to burn. I've been to more jobs, more fires, we call them jobs, in homeless encampments and everything like that, and I notice it all across every city in the US. We're going to create a problem. We're heading towards the 1960s and 70s and 80s again. Something called the war years, when everybody bounces out and leaves. Look at Detroit. Detroit had 600,000 people, and because everything went crashing down, the economy sucked, everything sucked, everybody left. Those guys are still going to 30 working house fires a day, risking their lives, and those buildings are sometimes vacant. So if we can, instead of bringing a tax measure, which I don't agree to it, but if that money was specifically for public service to make our community safer, I'm all for it. But if we can find that money and stop spending money on stupid places and stupid things, I'd really appreciate it. Because one thing that concerns me is I live up in Solseyville, and those guys are only there during the day. They go back to Station 51 at night because they don't have the housing. Now, that to me is concerning because just 2 weeks ago, there was a working house fire, and they were at 51 that morning, coming all the way up to Crystal Falls. That shouldn't be happening. And like I said, Solseyville, I know for a fact in its history, is very popular for having house fires. Very popular. And I think, unfortunately, if it came down to it, somebody was trapped and a fire company was not there when they were supposed to be. And it's not on the men. It's not on the men. It's not on the firemen. Okay? But this is a pressing issue. Time is the essence these days. Fire burns faster, especially in houses. And the people deserve a good fire department and deserves the concern of our board for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. And I do appreciate the public comments. I think it does sum it up well that recognize where community's at and that we are not a pro-tax community. We don't have the resources to just continue to do that, as we've seen in the urban areas that have beaten that dead horse over and over. But we also know that what we hear from our emergency services in particular, our roads and that, is that there's not enough revenue. We have a revenue problem. And a lot of these things that do make the paper they're through one-time grants, but local revenue is local control. Where we don't have local revenue, we're reliant on grants, which means we are dancing to the state's tune on so many things. And that makes it really difficult to be able to determine what we want to do. So I think it was brought up that a data case needs to be made. You're right, it absolutely does. Government often sucks at communication. We do so much good work, and there is so much happening with grant funds coming in. They're being so flexible and creative, but there are some just structural issues that we have to address. And I think the changing nature of fire is one of them. That's something that we fixed that fire system funding in 1974, and in 1978 it got destroyed. And when I came on, our sheriff's office was collapsing. And our roads were the worst within the state. And I think we all have been having to deal with these. These are huge issues. So I wanted to keep my comments short on this. I would support going with the ad hoc committee. I have interest in being on that. And whatever the board directs, I think in the most expeditious way, being able to bring back that language here so that we have something that then can begin, I think, that education process in the community, which is not just us, but it's the supporters of this that are able to help make that argument. I'm going to ask if Supervisor Kirk would be interested in that. I think, well, put it frankly there, every time we agree, we get people going, wow, that's great. I think it would mean so much, especially with our two perspectives on this, to be able to bring something back that says, look, for any disagreements in that, there's a lot we agree on, but one of the things is public safety is important. This is going to voters to be able to make a determination with that. I think we've tried to do the best that we can with the funds and situation we have, and we've done all right. But we have, as you mentioned earlier in your comments, we have made some decisions with grant funding that are unsustainable. That's just a fact. The question is, though, do we leave an area without a fire station when a district collapses? Or do we live within our means by no longer having the patrol capacity to have fast response to your house? those to me are so important that that's why we have to have this conversation. That's why we have to do this. We can't live within our means and pride ourselves on being, I think, in that way, not investing in the most important things when that puts people at risk. And when that puts the entire community at risk, that to me is not a wise investment. It only sounds good until the catastrophic happens. And then everybody says, why weren't you there? Why did this break down? Why was the equipment so old? Why were the stations in the wrong place? Why didn't you cover my community? Why didn't you protect my family? Let's not do that in retrospect. It's better to make those investments and never hear those cases because they were able to get to it in advance. We were prepared and we were able to address it and invest in our public safety and other services as well. So.
Supervisor Cook.
I should probably go since Supervisor Brandon volunteered me to work on an ad hoc committee with him. I have notes, but I'm not going to stick to them. I'm just going to say what comes to mind, which could be very dangerous, so bear with me. I despise taxes, but I understand them. Simplicity, Bible, Jesus said, give to Caesar what Caesar. So if you're going to have a society that's functional, that provides law enforcement, provides fire, those things, you have to have a tax. We all agree that. I think what we're hearing from the community is a sentiment of complete and utter waste. And there's a clear understanding, a lot more at the higher levels, federal, state, and yes, there is. I'm sure you could pull rocks and overturn some things at the local level, and you could find some things. So what I'm going to say is, look, I've been doing this for 5 years. If it doesn't pass, it's okay. You guys, I want you to know, it's okay if we don't get a tax measure that will pass, that you, the public, vote for. We'll be okay. We'll do what we've done since I've been on the board for 5 years, which is we'll go through a budget cycle. We'll make cuts. We'll balance it. We'll figure it out. Some years will be good. Some years won't be so good, and we'll be okay. If you decide to pass something that is specific and stays local, then I don't know what my future holds. I tell people I'm running for a third term, but I would specifically run for a third term, kind of like Plummer from the city. You know, he stuck around to make sure that those funds were directed and a bridge into the future. I would specifically stay around just to make sure that that stuff doesn't go towards a lot of things that people are concerned about, because we have made investments towards fire that are not sustainable. And I said at the beginning of this meeting earlier in the day, economic development in Tuolumne County is let's not burn down. If we're not burning down, we're doing great. And so if I can put one-time money towards more engines or contracts that aren't going to be sustainable in a few years, I don't care. I'm going to do it. I'll do it this year. I'll do it next year. Every time the state throws out grant money for anything that's going to make my community safer, I'm going to take it. Okay? We all know that that's not going to be sustainable. That's why we're having this conversation. So when I ran for office, I said, screw taxes. I don't like them. I'm not doing them. I also didn't know we had the worst roads in the state. I also didn't know the bullet train, which was $10 million, was going to be $120 million. I also didn't know all these funded liabilities and mandates that we have that I don't have any control over. And yet the state wants me to turn around and put my hand out and say, well, can we have a little bit more? Can we have a little bit more? And that's where we're sick of it. And we're going to have a conversation about a CFD in a minute, and stick around for that because I got opinions on that one as well. But I think it is appropriate. I'm like the lone guy who hates taxes probably the most on this board. And I'm not throwing Supervisor Brandon in the boat that he loves them. I think I just have a similar understanding that I'm fine with making hard choices in the future. No sweat off my back. We'll do it. But it would be really cool to see us set up fire and law enforcement. Law enforcement, let me be clear, is tied to TOT. We gotta be transparent here. The TOT revenues that are coming in are gonna be sustainable more for law enforcement. But that's just to keep them where they're at. If I ever wanna get more deputies on the street and more people going at night, we just had a shooting the other night. They were in Groveland. It was a 45-minute drive for them to get from there to there. And I've been in fights with inmates using a baton, and I have staff there within seconds. I couldn't imagine sitting on a guy who's got a gun thinking I've got to wait for my nearest deputy to be 15, 20, 30 minutes. I mean, I think the PD, Sonora PD chiefs in the room, I think you're doing patrol. Are you going out on patrol? I mean, that's ridiculous, you guys. My warden doesn't put on a baton and pepper spray. and go, I mean, that's ridiculous. And that's where we're trying to fund. So for me, I can look at myself in the mirror and when people say, you know, and you said that when you ran for office, you were going to be against taxes, you're going to cut red tape, you're going to do these things. Some of them I have. I won't support a tax that will go and make everybody's wallets fat. I won't support a tax that's going to go build new buildings. I won't support a tax that's going to make my wallet bigger. I won't support a tax. We could go through the whole list. I will support a tax, and I will stick around as a board member, and I'll even run for a third term if it passes, specifically to say, I'm going to see this money go towards the bucket of fire, go towards the bucket of law enforcement, and as long as I'm on the board, that's where I'm going to see it through. And then guess what? After that, it's not on me. It's on the board behind me. And there's a 20-year sunset clause. I'd rather do a 10-year sunset clause because I don't trust people 20 years from now to have the sentiments that we have, because I've dealt with, I almost said the bad word. I've dealt with crappy budgets for 5 years. We'll do it again, but I think boards ahead of us need to know what it's like to make cut after cut after cut. And another thing, and again, this is where I kind of shared some frustration with Liz before the meeting in an email. I get that we have to go through this process, but what I want to get onto real quick is the story behind why we're doing this. Because we live and we breathe and we do this all day, and I think we're pretty reasonable people. And so if I'm going to support something like this, there's something in my mind that I'm not communicating properly with the community. Because when I do sit with people and I explain to them how this is going to impact them when those grants go away or when there's not extra deputies on the street, and again, the deputies is tied to TOT, but I want to go above that. I want to provide a better service. When I explain this to people, they get it and they're like, you know what, I can stomach that. So I want to get on to the storyboard telling and getting out in the town halls. I'm fine with communicating that and let the community decide. But I just want to be real with everybody in the room and everybody listening. I don't support it, that's fine. We'll go back to business as is. But don't come crying to me when things get worse in the future, when you're complaining about fire service or the deputy took too long or the deputy didn't even show up at all, because we don't have enough deputies on the street. Don't come crying to me because we have a 20%, 17 to 20% vacancy rate. We're going to go through a bad budget eventually. We're going to cut people. Like, we're just going to keep doing this thing, and that's fine. Maybe that's the way government should be. But I think it's a slap in my face and the community's face that our state legislators, they make decisions in vacuums. They don't look at what really takes place in the local community. And the number one role in our Constitution that we are supposed to be doing is providing safety and security for our constituents, and we don't do it to the level that we should. It's that simple. Elect me as governor, I'll take care of all the fire problems in 3 years. I got a plan. Elect me as governor, I'm telling you, crime would drop, because that's the number one thing that we should focus on, and so many other things that surround that. When you deal with family, when you deal with crime, when you deal with all the ACEs, you deal with the poverty, so many things are connected to that, and we're dumping money into that and not addressing the real problems. So, sorry. So yeah, Brandon, I will, if the board's for it, I will do an ad hoc committee with you. I think it's important for the, not extremes, but we're the two polar opposites, and we just got to communicate clearly. And at the end of the day, we'll be fine. Pass or no pass. Right, Tracy? Right, budget team? Okay. That's my spiel. I'm going to shut up.
Supervisor Campbell.
So are you running for governor or running for supervisor for a third term? Yeah. The one thing you said that I absolutely agree with, and I've had the exact same experience, is that when I talk to constituents one-on-one or in smaller manageable groups about the facts surrounding the problem that we're facing down the road and what the sales tax, what a potential sales tax would mean, who's paying it, you know, people that are coming from out of our county spending money, tourists, neighboring communities, and that share of the sales tax, where it comes from, I get a much more positive response from people. So really, I think the issue that we're facing is not so much the measure itself, it's how we talk about it and how we talk to the community about it. Because I think that this board has done a tremendous job being responsible with public funds. We balance our budget every year. Our budget is more transparent now than ever in the history of Tuolumne County. You can go online right now. You can pull up our budget, and you show me anywhere in there that you want to cut to reduce to create the kind of capacity where we can fund all of our fire stations, the sheriff's office, public safety, all the things that we want. I would love to have that conversation with anybody. It is all publicly available. I've spent a lot of time looking at it, as all of us sitting here have, as many people within county government and other people in the public. And it is clear, anybody that's looked at our budget, you can clearly see the costs rising. And you can clearly see the revenues staying at about the same level. So either, I'm not the first person to say this, you're either looking at cutting services or you're looking at increasing revenues. If you look at where the majority of your tax dollars go, it goes to public safety. So where are you going to be reducing those costs then? Public safety is going to be pretty high on the list there, whether you want it or not, because there's just not a lot of other places that you can cut to create that capacity if you don't have the revenue coming in. And ultimately, it's going to be up to the voters to decide. And that's the thing that we can't lose sight of here, that all we're doing is talking about putting a measure on the ballot to see what our constituents think about it. And I think that's a really important thing in our government, because we as community leaders have a responsibility to tell our citizens what we see coming down the pipeline, because most of our community, they're making ends meet, they're living their lives, they're hoping that their representatives in government are keeping track of issues, and that if we see a problem down the road, that we're going to tell them about it. And that's what this is that your board, we recognize that there have been significant investments in fire safety, in the sheriff's office, in all of these things, in roads, in these things that people have been crying out for years, and there's been no movement on. Now there's movement on those things, but it comes at a cost. And so voters can choose not to pass the tax if they want. That's entirely up to the voters, and I absolutely will respect that. But I don't want voters going into it without being armed with the knowledge of what that means if we don't have a sales tax. What it means is that response times from fire or sheriff's office, probably they're going to be longer. What it means is that it's the road, the potholes that are on the streets in front of your house, they're probably not going to get filled anytime soon. I mean, it has real consequences, this type of thing that we're talking about. And, I kind of highlighted the fact that we need to consider that a lot of our economy is based on tourism, and a lot of our neighboring communities come to Tuolumne County to do shopping. We have a lot more shops and stores and things in this area that people take advantage of. And so that's a way of saying that it's not, but the reason why a sales tax is a good way to approach this is that you're not 100% asking the local community to bear that responsibility. You're asking people that also benefit from, our natural beauty and our economic activity. You're asking them to pitch in too. So it's different than if it was a property tax or something like that, where it's just the local community that's bearing that cost. The gentleman that came up and talked about Station 56, the Soulsbyville station, that's I'm so glad, I swear I didn't pay him to say that. It's at the top of one of my concerns. Station 56, third highest call volume in Tuolumne County. It's a part-time station. It's surrounded by one of, arguably, by our standards, a very densely populated area with industrial applications, timber companies, and then also a lot of homes. And that it's a situation where we've been able to make do, where it's working, but if we want to see it expand and be successful and thrive, it's going to take some investment. And that's what this is. We're talking about an investment in our future. There's a problem, clearly, that we can see down the road. We can either make the hard choices now to address it, or wait till later when those choices are going to be even harder. I think anybody that's ever been in construction or had to buy raw materials, that it's better to buy them right now and hang on to them even if you don't need them, because that the cost 2 years from now is going to be much higher. so that's kind of what we're looking at is we know that these costs are coming. We know that there's a problem. What are we going to do to address it? This is one option that the board is presenting to the voters, and it's their choice how to address it. And I feel strongly about that.
Supervisor Heff.
Thank you. I'm going to respond a little bit to some of the comments that were made by the public. And I want to agree with the first speaker who was talking about it's embarrassing. And it is embarrassing that we feel that we have to go after a sales tax measure, especially during these troublesome inflationary times. It is embarrassing. It's also embarrassing that we haven't been able to convey this board to the public where our tax dollars do go and how much in tax dollars we are not getting to pay for basic services. Basic services, that's law enforcement, that's fire. Those are basic services. And it truly is a revenue problem. I can say that from a place of full knowledge, but I'm not able to convey that to you, the public. And that's a concern to me. It's a different perspective. I understand that we're coming from totally different perspectives here. Therefore, I'm asking that if and when we do put this measure, if we vote to put this measure on the ballot, I'm committing to coming to at least 2 town halls, one in the Groveland area, one on this side of the river, to explain our budget to the public. And I'm asking right now for the public to have the courage to come and take a look at what we see every day. Your participation in these town halls is paramount to understanding whether we keep up with inflationary times and provide the services we all are expecting to receive or not. And that not is in capital letters, because we don't have the initial funds to do what we need to do to keep our community safe. And if it's anything you take away from this, whether you understand my perspective or not, understand that this is going to be a consequence if we're not able to educate the public as to where our funds come from and what dollars can be spent on what. To the firefighter, I understand your plight. It's unfortunate that our state assigns us money for the homeless that we cannot use for services like fire. It's designated funds. And I know that's hard for the public to wrap their minds around, but most of the funds we receive, whether they're, whichever way they come, are pretty much designated. We have very little discretionary, which means local control money. That's why we have to come to you, to the taxpayer, during this embarrassing time to say, do you want the services or not? Thank you.
All right. Getting to this point where we're looking at this as a strong need to be able to have a viable fire department in this county. Yes, we made decisions. We made decisions using grant funds to staff up 3 additional fire engines and put them in places where there was great need with high call volumes, or in the case of Columbia, it's a community that's out of ways, so it's difficult for that second, if you didn't have volunteers, it's going to be a long response time. And then the next engine is going to take long as well. Groveland, we've been looking at that situation, isolated community, a lot of growth up there. And so we have to react to that as well. What we did, though, is we did the right thing. And we have to provide these basic services, and you can't just ignore it. right? The problem's not going to go away by ignoring it and saying, I don't want to pay higher taxes. I don't want to pay higher taxes either. None of us do. But things are driving this. You know, one of them that's driving it and driving the cost of fire department costs, and not just fire department, but, you know, other professions as well, but certainly seeing it in the fire service, is that when your volunteer firefighters, you know, my background was with CAL FIRE. I worked here in this area in Tuolumne County as a fire captain, responding to calls all over. And at that time, we had roughly 150 volunteer firefighters. And now, my understanding is we're under 10 and sometimes, you know, down as low as like 7. Now, the calls don't stop, right? Historically, you know, volunteer firefighters, you know, fit a great need. And I have all the respect, you know, for them, but the requirements on them and the pressures on them and the training requirements where they got to spend hundreds of hours to get trained up to begin with and then have ongoing training. So when you look at any organization, it's no different than government, organizations typically in the range of, you know, between 80 and 90% of one's budget is on personnel. So it's pretty easy when you start doing the math if you say, well, we don't have these volunteer firefighters, we got to provide a service, but it comes at a great cost, really great cost. And this board has been very strong and proactive, and we don't make budget decisions lightly at all. I'm proud to say that, you know, I've been in office now a little over 3 years. Before coming into the office, the prior couple of years before that, there was layoffs years in a row affecting, you know, I mean, you could have, you know, 30 people get laid off and look at the effect, not just on those 30 people, but their families. So when you're looking at these things, you know, we have the inherent duty to protect our citizens, and we're doing the best job we can. Just looking at a couple of things here. Sorry, I had some notes. So when we make these decisions and we put those engines into places, you know, and Supervisor Campbell, you know, mentioned the Mona Vista, and so did our firefighter when he spoke of a fire in that area. And I don't like that they're part-time during the day and not there at nighttime, but the reality is there's no sleeping quarters at that station. Otherwise, they would be sleeping there, right? And we're looking at that, and if we get funding, we're going to look at having, you know, correct and proper fire, you know, stations and equipment. And the apparatus is very expensive too. And this county had we've come a long ways on the apparatus in the last few years. We're still not there by any means. And you're talking apparatus that can be between $500,000 and $1 million, you know, and so you look at all these costs and you go, where is the money going to come from? I like the idea of, you know, the citizen involvement in this. I think it's critical. We need the community to get behind this. The business community, you know, the groups that deal with a lot of tourism, Visit Tuolumne County and other folks, you know, we all see the need. You know, those tourists, you know, they're here and they provide a tremendous amount of our income every year to be able to afford to manage this county is coming from tourism, very high rate. And so when you have that, you just got to look at it that they need to be protected too, right? They're a number of people have come in. So anyways, I'll stop there. You know, just it's expensive. We don't like it. We've discussed a lot of options, and none of them. You just if you take something from here, then you're doing damage. And so it's just we're doing the best we can, and we'll continue to do so. So at this point, for the board, I heard that For the ad hoc, the Supervisor Brandon and Supervisor Kirk would be the two board members, and I appreciate both of you for stepping up and doing that. And it takes time. I've done it before. It does take a lot of time. So I appreciate that because of the effort. Is there, one of the other items that's been discussed and I haven't heard, discussed here at the board level, but I'll bring it out, is the rate of the sales tax measure. We did staff has done a lot of work and projecting expenses and looking ahead. And when you look ahead, right, we have this nasty thing, inflation, right? Other board members have spoken about it. We can't, as a board, control inflation, but we have to react to the same pressures that everybody in their families does, right? It affects county government and our costs, and so inflation is not a pleasant thing for the county to deal with. So projections initially were at 1%. When we look at sustainability, and that's really what I want to see more than anything else, is that we can sustain into the future, and that includes looking at factors like inflation. 1.5% has also been discussed as an amount that will allow us to move forward. And, this board, right now, and there's no guarantees, right? Because the boards change and, different members are going to be coming on in January, and they may have different thoughts on what they'll vote to do or not to do with the county's funds. And that's their job. That's their position. They ran for office to do that. But I know this board really supports emergency services, and I hope future boards do. So I'll kind of put that back to the board. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate bringing it up. I'll keep it really quick with it. I know that in this, through a slightly different process, the city had gone through with two measures, realizing that I think with public safety, and as was spoken to more broadly, that about 1.5 cents was needed to basically invest within a lot of these critical services. I would be in support of putting it there because I think equalizing it with the city across the county makes a lot of sense. I think it's very simple to understand. But the big thing is there's 3 core priorities to me that are to be addressed with this. And I agree with Supervisor Kirk's comments that one of the reasons I chose to also rerun was to not only see something like this enacted, but to be able to follow through on the promises about where it's going to go and set that example. Fire, public safety, and law enforcement, we've talked about that. The other is roads. Roads is a big, hairy $200 to $400 million deferred expense. $200 to $400 million. And we're talking about our SB1 funds, I'm going to get it wrong, but I think are $6 million or so per year, and it's still declining. So at 1.5, I think it can cover all 3, but we had previously directed it as a board wanting to do 1. I'm also comfortable with that if that's where the board's at. So I think if we're putting it before voters, let's give it our best shot on putting it to basically say these are the 3 things that everybody should agree on. And as mentioned, pass or fail, we will deal with it. But what dealing with it means if we're not able to have these funding decisions or this funding coming in is potentially into the long term. It's looking at, there's no way it doesn't impact public safety, doesn't impact fire services, doesn't impact, as we've seen before, recreation, library, road funding, the planning funding to get projects going for housing and economic development. It's widespread. There's no secret pot of money that we're just sitting on for this that would solve all of our problems. And I don't mean to be limited in that, but sometimes there's a simple view on this. It's not simple. It's incredibly complicated. So I would be for having it at 1.5. I know Supervisor Kirk also brought up a 10-year, a shorter expiration date. I had voiced support for that in the past too. But again, whatever the board wants to go with, I'm okay.
Supervisor Huff.
Thank you. Do we need 1.5 cents more? Probably. One of the things that this board has done in the past that I felt has been a mistake is that we go for what we need rather than what we think we can get. I don't think we can get 1.5 cents in this climate of inflation. I think it's better to go for the lower amount. It will go a long way towards solving many of our problems. And then down the road, if we're doing a good job and the public recognizes that, effort, then maybe if we need that extra 0.5, that half a cent, we go for that then. I think we would be dooming ourselves before we even begin if we go for 1.5. So I'm not in favor of that at all at this particular point in time. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, having sat in a number of different seats, seeing our county go through tax, ideas that have floated over the different years, I agree with Supervisor Half's assessment that the county has a long-standing track record of just looking at what the need is and not what the community is willing to bear. And that's my concern here. The other observation that I would make to kind of carry on with that line of thinking is that I have noticed that tax measures are inversely, the success of a tax measure is inversely proportional to the complexity of it. So the more simple the idea that you're trying to present to your community, the easier it is to understand and to work through whatever kind of issues might arise from that. And so just telling people it's a penny on the dollar increase, to me it's a neat and tidy way to explain to our citizens what their obligation is going to be and what they can expect when they go to the grocery store or go shopping at local stores, the impact that's going to be. So you spend $100, it's going to be $1, and in exchange for that, you're getting fire stations, faster deputy response, all of these other things that we constantly talk about are going to be shored up. Do I think that the need possibly goes beyond that? It is possible. But again, we're asking our citizens what kind of obligation can they bear, not what are the costs. But I absolutely take your point that we have to be thinking about this. So it will probably include some idea of what's the best way to spend that kind of money. There will still be, no matter whether it passes or not, there will still be hard decisions to make, but those decisions become a lot easier and clearer when you have that capacity in terms of the resources that you have to put toward the critical things that we need. So long way of saying I still support it being a 1% increase based purely on the simplicity, and I think our community members will support that.
Okay, good point. I'm a realist. When I look ahead to the future, and we have a pretty good understanding. A fire department, managing a fire department it's a business, right? It's a big business. It's an expensive business, and so that's just the fact that is there. All these costs. So I would be fine with going with the 1%. I think should we be successful in getting the 1% and then can show our success after a few years, then a future board would be sitting down and take another fresh look at it to see what can be done in the future. So I'm hearing consensus to stay with 1%. We had the 2 ad hoc members. Is there anything else that staff needs at this point?
No, I think that's all I need.
Okay, so
could I chime in real quick?
Yes, I'm sorry, please, Supervisor Kirk. Go
Did we
ahead.
want to stick with the 20-year sunset or the 10-year? I know it sounds like Supervisor Brennan and me were leaning towards a 10-year. Is there anybody else who wants to weigh in on that?
I might even recommend an 8-year to align it with the same election cycles, but yeah, similar.
I've spoken to one of the city council members, and the reasoning for putting in a longer time period, and I'm convinced that we do need at least 16 years, if not 20, in order to, and then a sunset unless a future board decides differently, because it's going to take some time to get everything done that we want to do. So 8 years is definitely not enough time.
And
Supervisor Kimball.
Yeah, I agree with that. I support the 20-year sunset. I think that, as I look at my hair graying in the mirror every morning, 10 years sure passes a lot quicker than you would think. And when you're talking about long-term investments in critical infrastructure in our fire services and our sheriff's office, you got to be thinking on 20-year kind of scale. That's the length of time. That's one of the challenges, I think, of talking to the community about it, is getting them to think in those kind of terms. That the decisions we make now, we probably won't even see the change in an immediate way. It's going to be years down the road when these things start to take place. So we got to be thinking long term. I support the 20-year sunset.
Okay, so I would support the 20 years as well. So at this point, I think we've got what we need to move forward. I would like to impress on staff that we look at these timeframes and see what we can do to move that up a little bit. Again, coming from the realistic side, as we're moving along, we could run into some stumbling blocks, and to have a little extra room is important so that we can be sure to have town halls and discussions with people so that they can hear from us on this. So, all right.
Supervisor Goldenberg?
Yes, please, go.
Council and I would just like to confirm, because you've had a lot of discussions that is speaking to a special tax and not a general tax, so we want to make sure that your board is still committed to a general tax that is not specific to public safety, roads, but overall can be used for anything that the sitting board would direct.
Yeah, and I'll clarify. I did say those things. I am talking about a general tax. The only reason I cited those things specifically is because they take up the largest share of our general fund budget. So when I look at our budget, things like fire and sheriff, and they loom pretty large. But I've been talking about a general tax.
Okay, so I think we have support for general tax. Supervisor Brandon, general tax.
Yes, and I wasn't sure if staff needed it from each of us, which I was indicating, but
I think we.
Also, I agree for a general. I think what I'm speaking to are my priorities in particular, and I think that's probably goes for all of us too. That, as Supervisor Campbell said, those are some of the greatest needs in the county and the biggest areas where money has gone to in the county. And we have also made a lot of those investments already. So it's a matter of sustainability.
And for those, if they're not clear on it, the difference between a general and a special tax is that we can, with the special tax, we can define how that money is going to be spent to a lot tighter, area. And so to do that, personally, in the past, I was in favor of having a special tax, simply because I had concerns about how not our board, I'm very well convinced that our board is putting a lot of effort into public safety, but I don't know the composition of future boards, whether they will do the same or not. And so that's what the special tax buys you. The bad side of it is special tax, so it's 2/3 plus a vote versus a simple majority. So it's a huge difference in the success of getting a measure passed. So. Supervisor Half.
Yeah, I have a question for staff. Liz, I know we talked about it, did we ask for any special oversight committee from the public? Did we vote on that?
You did, yeah, there was some conversation about that. That was not approved 3-2.
Is the board interested in reopening that, or do we still feel the same? I'm interested in showing transparency and having some kind of a oversight committee made up of the public so that they see where if this passes, where the sales tax dollars are going. And I think that may be instrumental in helping to pass such a measure if there is still such distrust from the public of, the county and particularly this board. So I would be in favor of that if we can find 2 other board members that feel the same.
Other board members, do you have some opinions?
I'll say that I agree with having one. I'm fine with whatever the direction is, but I was in support of that last time. I think there's not a harm to it. I think it does reassure people to have a second set of eyes on it. So
I'll just go to the point I made at the time when we discuss this is the complexity. It drastically increases the complexity of what we're talking about here. What is going to be how is that kind of committee going to be comprised? What is going to be the scope of authority of it? I just feel strongly that the buck stops here. If we're not spending the money wisely, people need to vote us out. And whether you have a committee or not, ultimately that's going to be the voters' responsibility to do that, to make sure that we are following through with what we say we are. And that's how our system's set up. So I just worry that, you know, when we're saying, okay, it's a penny tax, sales tax on goods and services, and then now there's going to be this whole other description about, you know, a committee, it's just going to muddy the waters.
So while there might be some reservations, there's a lot of value to knowing that there would be a conduit, an official conduit, right? That by forming such a committee that could support and look at the areas, and there's a lot of expertise out there, you know, that people have, and so their input is good, and this would, you know, provide an official way to do that. So I would support doing the committee. I think we're going to have to, you know, carefully form it and, you know, make sure that everybody understands, you know, the ground rules, so to speak, you know, that are going to be that, because this is going to be, if we're successful, this is an ongoing thing, and we want it done right. So, okay. All right. Let's see. It's 11:48. Let's take a 6-minute break, and then we'll come back, and we've got a little time to use before lunch still. Thank you. So we are going to move on to item number 24. So if the clerk of the board could please read that item. Oh, okay. Who's presenting?
Okay. Item 24, consideration of approving a contract between the County of Tuolumne and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians in an amendment in an amount not to exceed $2,500,000 per fiscal year for a term of 2 years, and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at, quite honestly, I'm looking at the time to cover each of these, and want, hold on, please. I want to ensure that we have enough time to discuss it, and also have to, you know, allow our staff to have a lunch period too. So it may end up being after lunch. Did we just lose? Okay. Okay, give me just a moment here, please, okay? Think we can push through it? Might delay long. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and switch. We'll do item 23 at this time. Okay. Sorry for the confusion.
It can be a hard thing negotiating, so I'll give a little sympathy to Supervisor Goldenberg. It can be very hard negotiating an agenda when you have so many important items on there. Every item is really important to whoever is here for that item, so, but definitely happy to be able to work with folks.
Know that beforehand, because some people are here in the count 21, 22, you go to 24, and then there's a break, and then it goes to 25. You're just left wondering instead of at the discretion, maybe like I don't know.
Yeah, no, they're good.
Like there's a large portion held up.
Okay, all right, yeah, no, they're good valid points, but there are, as we progress and work on items, some items go faster and some not, and so it's a juggling act as we move through the agenda. Anyways, we're here now, so Michael,
Sorry.
welcome.
Sorry, one moment. Item number 23, consideration and approval of the sanctioned camping program model and location on Justice Center Drive, and find that the operation of this project is exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to sections 15307, 15308, 15269C, and 15330 of the state CEQA guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, good morning for 60 more seconds. Board of Supervisors, my name is Michael Roberson. I'm here as the Tuolumne County Homeless Services Coordinator with Annie Hockett, who is the Director of Health and Human Service Agency. And we're here before your board today to ask for your consideration and approval of the sanctioned camping program as read. Some of the background information on this is last December, and we came before your board for some direction on the development of a sanctioned camping program that would assist not only law enforcement with the implementation of some new ordinances, but also would help encourage those in our unhoused community to engage in services. And part of the direction that you gave us at that time was to create a program that included recreational vehicles, cars, tents, all at one location. Develop this program as a pilot program, use county-owned property with priority on a parcel on Sanguinetti Road, which we are going to be talking about a little bit later. Open site with nighttime staffing, include sanitation, potable water, and garbage service, and have it accessible 7 days a week. Through a variety of planning meetings with members of Tuolumne County Health and Human Service Agency staff, Homeless Services, County Administration, Community Development, Tuolumne County Sheriff, Public Works, City of Sonora Manager, City of Sonora Chief of Police, and the Board of Supervisors Policy Advisory Homelessness Committee, we worked together to design a sanctioned camping program and operational model. Meeting and communication with property owners adjacent to the Sanguinetti property only also took place. In your board packet or your board memo was a list of all of our deliverables, and it would show the number of meetings and the dates and the kinds of topics or issues or concerns that we had that we brought up. Sorry, I didn't realize that this wasn't projecting, so it's all right. I can continue. Your board, here we go. Your board has a copy of the slide deck. There are also some available at the back table for those who are here. So I would encourage you all to look at that list of deliverables. This has been a heavy lift by a bunch of staff people that are trying to contribute to this in a way that we can bring forward a strong program.
All right, so what you see before you now is the stated program purpose. Essentially, it's two-pronged. To give our law enforcement partners kind of a critical tool and resource that they need to address some of the issues that they encounter with dealing with the encampment populations, as well as to provide, again, up that point of entry into services. So based on board direction, the input that we received through various community stakeholder engagement activities, what you see here is essentially kind of the framework that has emerged thus far, recognizing that there may be modifications needed to this program as we stand it up. So essentially the program as it sits right now would obviously have the portable water, access to toilets, garbage collection. In talking with law enforcement, it was really important that they had the ability to have priority locations at this site, so designated sites essentially that they could always rely on if they needed to use that. So that was part of the discussion that occurred. In terms of operation, open 7 days a week for 24 hours with the recommendation to close 2 days per week to ensure the thorough cleaning of the site. Lots of discussions in terms of the management, and I think you'll hear a little bit later from the sheriff. He has some ideas about that, but discussions whether or not that looks with the site management kind of, structure, an outside security firm, or whether the sheriff's department could offer some support in that, that part. We also wanted to just kind of think about saturating the site with service providers. So not only HHSA staff, which would be public health, behavioral health, our social workers that work specifically with the unhoused populations, veterans, if that would be appropriate, but also any other community-based organizations that typically serve this population. And so the interest is very large. There was obviously some discussion of wanting to know specifically what the program would look like, where it would be before some of those agencies could fully commit. But I feel that there is such interest that we could ensure that there would be visitors to the site on a daily basis. What you see here is essentially a list of participant rules. Again, this came from talking to the service providers that work directly with this population, stakeholders, those with lived services. So I won't read these, but again, these would be kind of the starting point with the potential need to add, adjust as we go forward.
Your board has a variety of committees and commissions set in place to be advisory to you. And to be representatives of the public and to be a conduit for public input. There have been many stakeholder meetings. A variety of those meetings were with a work group from the Homelessness Committee, as well as staff. And some of the input that we got in terms specifically to the Sanguinetti property was they don't like it. So this is a little bit of a rub because your board gave us direction, and yet the people that you asked that we seek input from are respectfully disagreeing and want to make a different recommendation. And so that's part of the conversation today. And I think for good reason, they have some suggestions that will show up as we continue with our presentation. They like Justice Center Drive as a better location. Site management is too expensive and would consume our funding that's available rapidly. The sheriff has ideas on how to offer on-site patrol and enforcement. We'll hear from him in a minute. And the sanctioned camping program needs to be initiated for the health and safety of the entire community and not just to support enforcement of the new ordinances. I want to just spend a little bit of time of sort of unpacking that statement. So all of the groups recognize that there are ordinances in place that we need to have a system or a sanctioned camping program in place to help support. But that nobody wanted the public or your board to think that the goal was enforcement. The goal is supportive services to try to incentivize or encourage those who are living as homeless people in our community to the detriment of the health and safety of the entire community to be encouraged to enter onto the pathway of services that we have provided and are making available that include housing and supports toward transitional and permanent housing. If you look again at the data dashboard on the Tuolumne County Homeless Services virtual bulletin board, you will see that our staff continues to provide supportive services by way of transitional housing and permanent housing in pretty remarkable ways. And so I wanted to communicate that to you, that we understand that law enforcement needs the support, but really it's a way to incentivize people to engage in the services and the pathway to permanent housing that we have been working so hard on as a community and that your board has supported. So proposed sites, I'm not going to talk a lot about the Sanguinetti Road property because it's not really being recommended, but we did do due diligence in terms of the board direction to explore that and to look at the costs and look at some of the possibilities that could be there. We do know that the long-term plan for that property is for it to be a roadway. So to do anything kind of permanent there in terms of bringing in sewer or water seems like a waste of money at this point. Another proposed site was the Justice Center Drive, and the proposed site is on county-owned property at Justice Center Drive. There are multiple parcels. Because of the nature of how fluid this has been and how we're pivoting at kind of a rapid pace, we have not identified a specific location because there are multiple properties out there, multiple places that it could be sited, and many places where it could not be. Working with Capital Projects Director Maureen Frank, there are some watershed areas that we have to avoid. There are some utility areas we have to avoid. We don't want to build anything that's going to be right in the middle of the eventual roadway. So there's still some more exploration on what we need to do there. We're not intending on using like a developed gravel parking lot that's there now. There are already several encampments that are out there with homeless people living in those. But they're not necessarily in the safest place, and so we still have like fire mitigation to address. But we do believe that community development has taken a look at it. We plan to, if your board moves forward with approving this location, to bring together another stakeholder group to go out and to have discussion about where the best place would be to locate this and the most cost effective.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Here, you mentioned there's homeless out there already. Can you give us an idea, both for the board and the audience here, how many people might be out there?
I mean, the visible sites that I just drove through the other day and got out and looked, I counted between 15 and 20, but it's a migrant population, so you don't know. And there are other locations that are not within plain sight, so I didn't explore the whole property.
Okay,
But
well,
yeah.
no, that helps put it a little more in perspective.
In general, the properties within walking distance of relevant services, the properties outside both city limits and the sphere of influence. There is no immediate adjacency to residential, commercial, or tourism destinations or schools. The sheriff is supportive of this location and is seeking ways to fund patrol and enforcement on site. Just a couple quick pictures here. They're kind of small, but you can see how vast the property is. Land use in terms of CEQA will have exemptions, and we have that information. Fiscal impact is that a full-time site manager and relief costs are $14,000 a month. Unarmed private security for 10 hours a day, our costs are about $13,500 per month. Provision and cleaning of portable toilets, hand washing stations, and providing bottled water are about $1,500 a month. The county has received about $125,000 in grants. We have a little bit of money in the homelessness cost center. That was your board's direction to set aside $10,000 for inclement weather shelter that could possibly be used. An additional $100,000 has been requested, a part of a next round of HAP funding. Local service providers have been made aware of the need for funding to sustain this program. No one's written a check for it yet. And both sites require about $80,000 of site improvement to include grading and rocking, K-rails, maybe some other kinds of things that we need to make it safe and have some boundary to it. The deadline for the expenditure of these grant funds is June 30th, 2027, so we have some time on that. Model number 1, cost and sustainability, based on a model with 10 hours per day of unarmed private security and basic provisions. Sustainability for the program would be 3.6 months. With the model that the sheriff will share with us in a few minutes, with just some of minimal monthly costs and minimal site improvements, we're looking at over a 3-year lifespan for the funding that we have. So at this time, I would just say that part of the transition in all of this is these discussions started last year with a different Health and Human Service Agency director and a different sheriff. And so that is partly why we've pivoted, is because there is some other perspective and expertise to lend to the conversation. So I believe that the sheriff is here and would like to invite you to come and talk about how you provided a conversation that ended up being sort of a tipping point on moving toward another location site.
Hello again. So, having heard everything that was said, yes, it is true. I do have some ideas that happen to strategically fit the mission of what we are trying to accomplish and what has been presented today. But I do have some background that is associated with a lot of this information, and that is there's a lot of needs in this county, both with behavioral health, Health and Human Services, CWS, the courts. Originally, I was working on a plan to increase services for courts because they have been underserved for quite some time, and that has been a conversation that I've had with our presiding judge and other staff as well. So some of those resources that I was originally planning for to have increased would be physical security to the Justice Center campus as a whole. There are a lot of infrastructure there that would require extra patrol around that area. Additional security for judges and court staff, specifically in parking lots and individuals who are attending court and coming out. We've had many calls for service and complaints about a lack of security physically outside of those buildings. I don't think I need to get into the reasons why, because sometimes unpopular things happen in court. Respond to calls for service on the campus and in adjacent locations where there is already a homeless community that is down there. I think that that is an accurate estimate of about probably 20 to 30 different sites. And I will add, just for tidbit, that in the last few years, we have had shootings. We have had sexual assaults that have been reported out of there. We have had drug dealings and all other kinds of weapons violations. My deputies almost had to use lethal force in that campground at one time or maybe even twice. So there's already an issue there existing that needs to be regulated in some way, shape, or form, but those extra services would address that. Built-in bailiff relief, so our patrol staff is not getting taxed in other areas such as Groveland or up the hill in the East 108 corridor, because when they need an extra bailiff, we pull from patrol, and that ultimately reduces services to your community, to our community. The staff would also, and the services would increase foot patrols and also routine patrol operations in that adjacent system, or whatever it is that this board decides to go, whether that's a safe parking or camp. Why is that important? For the reasons that I just listed, is that there's already things that are happening in these campgrounds. Complete criminal reports in violation of court orders also serve as an extension of the courts off campus of their authority, such as warrant services and other items to safely escort behavioral health, CWS, executing court orders on and off that campus, because that happens a lot. I'll throw a special shout out to CWS and also behavioral health, because they serve some high risk operations and often without peace officer support based on the operational tempo. And it'll also provide a safe child custody exchange point, which I will say that approximately 60% of our restraining order violations or violations of court orders typically surround child custody exchanges, which we have some points out in the community, but it's kind of on the honor system where there is nobody on standby. This would be a good opportunity to extend that service to the community as well. I list all these because I don't want the public to think that this idea came up. And my first invitation to a homelessness meeting was, I believe, on February 29th, which was about 4 or 5 days prior to being appointed to this office. And I heard, in conjunction with the information at that meeting and putting a lot of information from other partners in the county that I've talked to, the needs that I just listed as them feeling vulnerable in how they exercise their duties every day. So this was already a plan in the works to extend those services at court. But I kept thinking to myself, with all of the dialogue that we hear around homelessness right now, as I can tell you, the community feels like they are bearing the brunt of every property that we purchase that's out inside of our community. And when it's around schools and having to take time off to come debate and advocate against the locations of where these are at, whether it's a navigation center or whether it's assisted housing or it's for mental health, it doesn't matter. The way the community is viewing that and the feedback that I'm getting is that they are impacted in a way that is very personal and the way that they feel affects quality of life. And if we are going to be serious about addressing homelessness in this community with that component of accountability, I have to be able to provide my deputies the highest opportunity to successfully obtain a peaceful resolution, especially when it comes to dealing with the homeless population. Now, we often hear the homeless population is complicated. Homelessness is complicated. Here's why I think that that word is commonly used. Addiction and drug abuse are extremely common in the homelessness community. Law enforcement responses to mental health crises are common in the homelessness community. Criminal behavior, as well as the ability to be victimized, are both common in the homelessness community. Diminished capacity based on mental or mood disorders. Exposure to trauma at all degrees. Simply stated, our community deserves a level of protection or it will not be compromised by these complications. And in that same breath, the people who are experiencing homelessness in Tuolumne County deserve a level of protection while they seek these services. This is equal protection under our existing Constitution. So I know that taking into consideration all of these things, I had reached out and extended an idea, not to blanketly endorse the plan that has been presented, but for that geographic location. I think that that geographic location undoubtedly increases my ability to best protect this community for all the things that I just said to you. Now, I'm not going to get into the weeds as to where it's out on that parcel or what it looks like or the rules and regulations, because my deputies are not the camping police. But we do have a plan to staff that area. We heard a lot of talk about controlled money and state money and how the county doesn't get to benefit always when it comes to personnel. I have found a way, utilizing state money with a combination of court funds and also CCP money to fully fund these 2 deputy positions that will serve this campus for the courts, the needs of the courts, while working in a portion of their assignment to regularly patrolling and protecting the community as a whole, specifically regarding homelessness. Now again, that's the reason why I listed the needs of the courts first, because they are the primary reason why I formulated this plan, and it just so happens that timing would serve, that this is something that I can work in and say, if I can increase my ability to protect this community, and if this safe parking, safe camping is going to exist somewhere, know this, I will always advocate against having a site or something like this that's in proximity of schools and daycares, parks and recreation areas, libraries and senior centers, our business communities, critical infrastructure detrimental to quality of life and health. So I cannot stress that enough, that this is the only place I can think of that will best allow me, should this board choose to pick a site. I'm extending the idea conceptually that these services will exist in that area, because I already have a plan to present as to moving forward with this. Regardless, the courts need that same service. This just happens to fit that additional component where I can provide safety and security to the community. That is why I brought that plan up and presented it the way that I am, and it's the same reason why I'm presenting it to you today, that should you decide that this has to exist, I can provide these services based on the scope of whatever you're deciding to happen on that campus. It will already exist there. So just in case I get any additional questions about that, those services are contingent on the approval of those 2 deputy sheriffs that will be augmenting the courts in the variety of ways that I said. And I will work in the mission of securing that area because it will already be in that immediate area. So this is not a team that's created specifically for the homeless safe parking wherever that exists. But I can tell you this, if it exists anywhere else, there is no way I could dedicate that type of resources anywhere else to best protect the community as a whole. So it's a convenience factor. It's one of those things that only exist in that area because of the existing operational tempo that I plan on supporting for the courts. So it's something to consider, and I offer that information to you. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those that might be on your mind or existing regarding me.
I got 2, but you answered it, but I just want to be clear. First one is, when would you get those deputies for the court? And the second one is, I know you said you can't do it anywhere else. Specifically, you couldn't do it at the original proposed site, correct?
So that would require me to designate specific staffing for that one location, which I'll be honest with you, I think it's not economically viable, and I will not take away services from the community for this special project. This is something that exists in this area because I already plan on staffing and fulfilling those needs to the existing community. It just happens to fit based on what the existing plan would be to extend those services to the court. And when, if I have the conversations that will facilitate what this looks like, I plan on budgeting for it to fit the tempo of whatever the board decides.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Sheriff, and that's
Yes, sir.
pretty interesting news. So, I have 2 questions. So, are you talking about a grant, or what's the source of funding for this?
So already the court has a trust fund where they pay for bailiff services as well, but we have heard time and time again from a lot of court staff, to include the public defender's office and also the district attorney's office, about how underserved the services are there at the courts because they are limited to just staffing essentially the courtrooms with peace officers. And there has been plenty of times that have been brought to my attention that there's a need for extra physical security around that area. So to get to your question, sorry for the long 3 rights to go left, with a combination of court security money and a combination of CCP money, which is Community Corrections Program money.
And
Elisa? Partnership, yes, thank you.
So
Too many acronyms in here.
what's the time frame on that? Does that sunset, or, I mean, I assume if it's court security money, that's ongoing.
It has
Do
been
we have to
ongoing.
negotiate that, or?
No, there is no negotiation associated with that. There are funds that exist in a trust that are there for us to use for this service. And I already listed that in my 23, 20, 24, 25 CCP proposal, which we will be voting on the 18th. I already have those FTEs worked in to these positions should this board decide to go that way.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to, if you have these positions and they're gonna be patrol, like, they'll have a squad car and,
They will be specifically assigned to the Justice Center campus.
so they won't be bailiffs, they'll be
It will be,
patrolled.
yeah, so it will be both. They will be
Okay.
built-in relief for the bailiff. So for example, just to answer your question, when we have a bailiff that is sick or on vacation or days off, we typically have to notify patrol and bring a patrol person who is working a 10-8 shift in the community and staff them with the courts because we have a contract with the courts right now that mandate us to do that and serve the courts. This will fill that gap to where we no longer have to remove patrol folks from the streets and put them into those because they will already be worked into that campus.
I'm just trying to get a sense of.
Yes, sir.
The time length, so would this type of program end? Because are we potentially going to be in a situation later down the road where there's no more money for that position, and so you'll be coming to the board asking for general fund dollars to support it?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Yes, so let me also elaborate on that, and I know I drove the point pretty home in that very succinct presentation, is that this is a way where we can pay for services without hitting the general fund in any way, right? So the court trust has been there for a very long time, since before I've been here. And they have been asking for these additional services for a very long time. CCP tied to AB 109 has been there for a very long time also. I think we're seeing more increases in just a different way than we have before. So I don't anticipate this going anywhere. I see more money actually being offered specifically for mental health services associated with CCP as well. Yes?
Can I add just a comment? So the courts allow us to have a certain number of FTEs. Right now, we aren't filling all those FTEs. So this is money that's already there by the courts for this exact reason. That's something that we're creating.
Thank you, sir. Undersheriff's always got my back.
Any other questions at this point from the board? Supervisor Heff.
Yeah, I've got questions. I don't think either one of them are for the sheriff.
Supervisor, I don't want to interrupt. We have just a couple other things to communicate as a part of our presentation before we get to questions then.
Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
So sometime before you're done with your presentation, it would be nice if you would point out the parcels on the law and justice map that are possibilities for the public so they can kind of see, because it's not really marked.
Okay.
And then I'll save my other question for after your presentation.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. And just quickly, I didn't want to shortchange the Homelessness Committee. Your Policy Advisory Committee, which is the Homelessness Committee, met last Thursday and voted unanimously to recommend the following to your board. One is the Justice Center Drive location. The other is the Sustainability Model number 2, which is what the sheriff was just speaking to. They want to close the campsite only one morning a week and not 2 mornings a week. And they want to add a little more language to the participant rules about leashing or crating animals so that animals are not just running around there. And then finally, County Council will address this, but there is some activity with the Supreme Court that might have bearing on your decision, and we felt it was necessary to share that information with you today. So Sarah Carrillo will do that.
Sure. So as your board is aware, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has been issuing several opinions over the last decade that are making it extremely difficult for local jurisdictions to enforce encampment ordinances. So essentially, local jurisdictions have to provide alternate housing when we seek to close an encampment. And if we're not able to do that, then we're not able to utilize our ordinances. So One of the most recent cases, the Grants Pass case out of Oregon that related to their enforcement of their encampment ordinances, is being heard by the Supreme Court on Monday. We expect a decision this summer. The issue is whether the enforcement of this type of law that regulates camping on public property, whether it constitutes cruel and unusual punishment prohibited by the 8th Amendment of the United States Constitution. So that's what's at issue. We expect that the Supreme Court, that their decision will hopefully provide much more clarity to local jurisdictions, and that may impact your board's decision on what you want to do, and also the tools available to local jurisdictions to be able to enforce these type of ordinances.
And then to back up on the proposed site, I believe that Maureen Frank is still here. She knows this property like she knows the back of her hand, and we have had multiple communications about this. So perhaps Ms. Frank can come forward and share some of her thoughts on possible sightings for this program.
Sure. Hi, Mo Frank, Capital Projects Director. Yes, I live and breathe Law and Justice Center, as you guys know. As far as working with Health and Human Services Agency and Michael on this project, the things that, as Michael pointed out in his presentation, that we need to watch out for is there are some wetland delineations that we need to stay away from. We also have a requirement with our permit right now with the Corps of Engineers to stay roughly about 250 feet away from Sullivan Creek. And so on the, on the right-hand side of the picture that you see in front of you, there would be it would be up towards the probably the cul-de-sac area that we're looking at. We need to be careful because, as Michael denoted in his presentation, there is some underground, in-ground already transformers and electrical power already placed in the ground there. I also need to watch out for, on the very left-hand side, we can't get too near the Highway 108 because there is a easement with Caltrans. So I believe the area that Michael's looking at is kind of in that area. We do have, I have a stockpile of rocks for future use for development in that area, and that's just past the cul-de-sac, past the area that's kind of graded right now that we use for temporary parking. One of the things that I've heard is that people have asked that we stay away from what we call the future Justice Partnership site. Those are on your map. On the right-hand side, the depiction shows 2 Justice Partners properties, so we would stay away from that parcel. But what we would be looking at is probably on the other side of the cul-de-sac that currently exists right now. You're welcome.
Thank you. So it is staff's recommendation that your board approve the sanctioned camping program model and location on Justice Center Drive, and find that the operation of this project is exempt from the environmental review under the CEQA pursuant to the sections listed there. And at this time, that concludes our presentation to your board supervisor.
Okay, so back to the board here. Supervisor Happ, you had additional questions?
Yeah, one more question. And that is, are we proposing this to be a pilot project of a certain short duration where we review our practices and how we're doing before moving on?
Initially, the board in December did give direction that we develop it as a pilot program, and it seemed like the conversation was sort of related to how much funding we had. But we would be coming back before your board with regular staff updates, and we would need, I would imagine, to navigate just being flexible and adjusting to what the needs are once this got stood up.
I do have another question, I'm sorry, and it's from another staff member. I understand that Sarah has been talking to other jurisdictions, maybe Kings County was one, was that right?
San Luis Obispo.
San Luis Obispo. Can you please tell us some of the lessons learned that you have just recently been involved in those conversations and what you've learned?
Sure, yeah. When I was at my conference last week, I spoke to the county council for San Luis. They were sued regarding their safe parking site, so she had some good lessons learned. So some of the things are already in the participant rules that is proposed. One of the things that's very difficult in her experience is that if you have to have a lot of staff to enforce the rules strictly. That means the amount of space people get, what they're doing with the space in terms of the property and the items that they're bringing on, making sure that they're absolutely not bringing on cars that are not operable, and then getting them to leave if they're violating the rules can be very challenging. And so they felt like if you could force them to leave every day for a period of time, it would be better so that they're not always establishing kind of their space and building up more and more property items and knowing that they have to kind of come and go. So that was their experience. I see a lot of the rules here are, I think, in line with some of the best practices that she spoke about, but I do think it's going to be very staff intensive.
Sheriff.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there. I also understood, and council can probably confirm this, that this is the minimum requirement as it exists right now for us to take enforcement effort in the community. And I think that's what's being debated right now in the Supreme Court. Is that correct?
Well, right. So the issue with the Supreme Court is, do we need to provide an alternate location if we're going to enforce civilly or criminally? That's really it. And so there are options. For instance, with Camp Hope, we did hotel stays in order to relocate folks. But that's not always feasible because we have to have funding for it. The hotels have to be willing. We cannot force them to do it. So if the board, and again, I don't think there's any perfect solution. If the board wants to be able to enforce the encampment ordinances that your board adopted, then you need to provide an alternative location. That's under the current state of the law. That law may change this summer. We don't know yet.
Other questions? Supervisor Kirk? No? Supervisor Campbell?
You go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I looked at my paper. I think enlightening. Prop 1 just passed, and I know that is all about money that's going to have to eventually go towards housing. Could we stretch it and say this is the first step on the way to housing?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Can we use Prop 1 funding to support this? Because that's the first place that they're going to go. And then the next place is, would you like services? We'd like to put you into
Yeah, I think
treatment.
we're still trying to unpack the implications of Prop 1 and what that's going to mean and how money is going to shift. My understanding is that, the focus really needs to be on housing. I'm not sure if this would classify as housing, but
it is a first step on the way to that.
It would be, I view this as an entry point to engage individuals into services to lead to that ultimate goal of getting secure housing.
I would be okay with stretching it and trying to
research what options we
I
have.
wouldn't research, I just do it.
I hear your question.
The state doesn't track their money anyways, as we know, so we could just.
The money in the grant that this funding source has given us considers this a category of street outreach. So it's not housing related at all, and there's statute to support that. So it would be hard to fudge the line.
I just asked that we look at
We have looked at the line. Again, I'll look one more time. Note taken.
Supervisor Campbell, did you have a?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question's about the financial side of this. So we're talking about $125,000 for ERF funds and then a couple other funds, and then $100,000 will be requested as part of the homeless housing assistance prevention grant round 5. That's a grant that we're applying for, but we haven't received, right?
Correct.
Okay, is that factored into this, so your estimate is a 3-year sustainability based on the funds available, or 3 years if we get that grant?
No, it's the funds on hand now, not counting
Okay.
the $10,000 in the homelessness cost center.
Okay.
So $125,000 less about 80 for site development depending upon how we develop the site. Our monthly is about $1,500 a month, and so it's a very minimal expense. And that's made possible because we're not covering a staffing position, the sheriff's department is.
That was gonna be my other question. So you have on here, unarmed private security, 10 hours per day, 13,000, that you're subtracting that because of what the sheriff
Right.
said. And that's where you're getting the 3-year sustainability
Right,
from.
under
Okay.
Model 2.
Okay. I guess, I don't know how to put this. Why was our ERF allocation so low? Because if I look at, like Mariposa got $600,000 or $700,000 for their thing. It seems like, as I've looked into this, that a lot of the other counties that are doing this type of housing or sanctioned campgrounds, the funding from the state coming in to back it is much more. I haven't seen any that's in the $100,000 range. And if you look at like some of our some of the housing efforts that we've done, properties that have been purchased in the county, those are million-dollar, multi-million-dollar programs that are coming in. There's a lot of money backing that up to ensure it's successful. $125,000 for something like this is much lower than some of those other things we're talking about. Do you know how that was determined, or is that what we asked for and we calculated that would be the cost to administer something like this?
So your board gave direction on establishing a system of care to reduce homelessness in Tuolumne County. And the strategy involved interim housing, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing or permanent housing. And that was the priority. So while you may find other foothill communities that are getting more money for street outreach and services, like street services, you're not going to find one that's using their funding in the way that your board is authorized to provide housing, which, simply stated, is the remedy to homelessness. And so when we put together the grant application, we were looking at a very minimal kind of place to support law enforcement, to create some incentive for people or some pressure for people to engage in services, because we really believe as a county and our system, we can reduce homelessness, and street outreach and homeless encampments and sanctioned camping programs don't provide housing. So we didn't ask for a lot of money because we didn't see that as the priority in light of the direction that the board has given us to develop housing.
Okay, and then the other question was about I was a little unclear about where specifically we're looking, or do we know?
We have not given a specific site
Okay.
yet. Yeah.
Is one of the proposals so we were talking at the end of the culvert, or not the culvert, the cul-de-sac. Directly at the end of the cul-de-sac, like where it dead ends, that would be the camp, or just near there? Because, and the reason I asked that, would it preclude us from, if we are able to get funds or some kind of money to build that road, would we have to move the campsite?
We're not intending to build, to set up any kind of sanctioned camping in an area that would have to be moved later. So that's one of the considerations with the wetlands designation, with the Caltrans easement, with the infrastructure that's already there for utilities. We have several things we have to look around. And likely, if you go out there now and see where a lot of the folks that are camping there now are camping, they're not going to be able to camp there because they're in that designated wetlands area.
Right. And just to clarify, we're not proposing right off the end of the cul-de-sac. We're proposing somewhere near there.
Beyond the cul-de-sac.
Okay.
Is where we're talking about.
Okay.
But it has not been specifically cited yet.
Okay.
Supervisor Brandon? Yeah. No questions. Okay. So, if we're done with questions, we're going to take public comment now. And so, please, if you'd like to speak on this matter, come on up.
Chair, Board. I'm Mark Plummer, Mayor of Sonora. I don't always look like this. My apologies. Our sheriffs, I can scarcely applaud our sheriff's vision and creativity on this issue more. I am so enthusiastic about it, I could almost melt. It is a really good solution. It's a temporary issue, obviously, because, yes, housing is the ultimate goal. But we have our proverbial moms in cars and students sleeping in them, and to be able to provide a safe place for them and others who just would like more security and at least porta potties as a safe physical environment. This is a really attractive solution. I would also like to thank and applaud staff for having resisted what I think were some calls to put this in the city for other conveniences and reasons. And the City of Sonora really appreciates these choices. The Law and Justice Center choice is the one that I would personally prefer. But, I mean, on that, obviously, the city doesn't take any stand. Our sheriff's work, though, is absolutely incredible. Thank you, Sheriff, and thank you, Board.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board and citizens. I read through the full proposal and did some research and have so many questions, which I probably won't be able to get here to all of them, but I did send them out to all of you. I don't know if you saw that in your email from yesterday afternoon. I had a series of questions. And thank you, Sheriff, for clarifying the program that you're trying to set up or setting up. My question for you is, are those 2 deputies just going to be there when the courthouse is open, or sorry, courthouse is open?
Yeah, ma'am, if you could please address the board, and we'd
sorry.
be happy to.
Yeah, so my question for the sheriff is, what hours will those 2 deputies be working?
Okay. I think would be appropriate to, yeah, please, if you could answer that question, please.
Clearly, we're a 24/7 operation, but ideally, we would be staffing it from probably the hours of 8 to 5 flexibly based on the needs of the area. And also, we have custody support staff that is there as well. There's a lot of surveillance around. We could also work in routine patrols. So the idea is having a presence there. 24/7 operation essentially is what we're looking at.
That would be controlling
The whole area, right? And so ideally, 8 to 5 is going to be when you have the most saturation to that area. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry.
Yes, I believe so, yes.
Okay, please continue, ma'am.
So that leads into one of my questions, which is, how are the participation rules going to be enforced? And unless there's somebody there on the camp, especially if it's set back from the road, there is no way that those rules are going to be able to be enforced. And the unhoused population everywhere, and including in this county, there are, as you mentioned, there are a lot of mental health issues, there are substance use issues. It's hard enough for people who don't have those challenges to stick to rules. So I appreciated what Sarah was saying. I think it's going to take so much human power to oversee that and keep those rules in place and have people following them. And without that, I think it's going to be a failure. It's just going to be another homeless encampment or unhoused encampment where bad things happen. And the homeless situation and unhoused situation in this county and so many other places is a really, really a problem, and for everybody, and it's tragic. But I do not know if you putting in another camp without any kind of supervision is not going to solve that problem, in my humble opinion. I'm wondering how many camping spots will be created. Why was there no community outreach done to the people that do live around there? And we do. I live a half a mile from the Justice Center, and many of my neighbors are here who also live near there. So And not to mention the government facility, which I realize is not a commercial business, but there are hundreds of people that come in and out of there every day. So it would have been nice to have some community outreach to the people that would be impacted by moving this there. I'm also wondering how the program's going to ensure that only already existing unhoused people in Tuolumne County that it's only going to be open to people who are already here. I don't want it to become a destination spot for people outside of the area. How are you going to patrol that? So my time is up, but I did send you a list of questions, so.
Thank you for your comments. Hello, good afternoon.
I was almost ready to say good morning, but it's not. Good afternoon. I'm reading a statement on behalf of Brenda McHenry, the president of the League of Women Voters of the Motherlode. The League of Women Voters of the Motherlode, together with the League of Women Voters of California, support actions to reduce and alleviate homelessness in our community as well as throughout the state. Our local league has recently completed a 2-year study of homelessness in Tuolumne and Calaveras counties. We recognize the significant challenges and barriers facing rural counties in addressing this complex humanitarian issue. We appreciate that the figures used by the County Homeless Services Coordinator and the Health and Human Services Coordinator in their planning were based on the California statewide automated welfare system data, specifically related to CalFresh, rather than the woefully inaccurate PIT count. This put the projected number of unsheltered at over 800 rather than 266. Our county faces a shelter shortage as well as a severe shortage of affordable housing. A safe parking program was one of the 9 homeless service priorities projects approved by the Board of Supervisors in December of 2022. This program would give those citizens who have had to resort to living in their cars, recreational vehicles, or tents a safe, legal alternative to temporary residence. Recent county ordinances restrict campers from public lands near adjacent to critical infrastructures. I haven't had lunch. The sanctioned camping program is a necessity for these displaced residents. Selections of a site for the homeless services is an ongoing challenge. The model presented coordinated the efforts of local agencies working together, addresses the needs of the proposed residents as well as the concerns of neighboring citizens. The proposal, including accessible portable toilets, potable water, garbage collection, health and human services providers on site daily, and patrols by the Sheriff's Department, is a well thought out and comprehensive plan. After almost a year and a half, it is time to act. We urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the sanctioned camping program model at this site as a necessary next step to begin to address the needs of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Jeff Hollis, representing GSAC, which is one of the nonprofits around here in the area. And we're for this. There's a lot of nonprofits have been carrying the load to a certain extent with the people that are homeless. And we go out there several times a week. We go out with a number of different agencies, and I see people who have been a nurse, another nurse, general contractor. They come out and help us set up the shower bus and the laundry bus on a daily basis. They spend a couple hours of their own time. A nurse and a truck driver just became homeless this week, first time in their lives. They're a tight-knit community. I've been working out there for a year. They're good people, they're tight-knit. There are all the problems that the sheriff mentioned, and it's hard on the sheriff and the police, to handle all those things. I love this program. It just seems like a good idea. Mr. Roberson has been setting up, really good things. The people involved, I think, will work with police and sheriff. And I think that this process of getting everybody in the same place like that is going to work a lot better than anything else that's come down the road that I've seen. These people are in pretty desperate shape. There's no shortage of enforcement of people being in their cars and being rousted pretty much every night now anywhere. We had one gal who came to our shower bus last week carrying a Santa Claus size sack. She walked 4.5 miles because that's the closest she could be without being rousted out of her tent every night. So 90% of these people that I see grew up in this county. They are not homeless, they are citizens. They are us. And I really like what you guys are doing. When I was a kid, I did some surfing, and sometimes a wave would come by that's just so good, you couldn't pass it up because you may never see it again. I think that's what we have here.
Hello.
Welcome, or good afternoon. Look at the clock now. Board of Supervisors, and just like to thank the input from everybody today. And, the homeless, it's a tough subject for a lot of people. But I do want to bring up, I wrote a lot of notes. I have a lot of questions. I'll never get it in 3 minutes. But the one thing I really red flagged was that it was brought up about the distance that we put homeless shelters, or it could be anything. It could be cannabis dispensaries or whatever, from schools, hospitals, libraries, or whatever. And the one thing that I never hear is how far away we put them from private citizens. Okay? My son owns a piece of property close to this facility that is being proposed. I have 2 grandsons, a 4-year-old and one that's going to be 2. I want them to be able to run on that property. I want them to be able to play. I don't want to have to restrict them from being on the upper piece of the property because I'm worried about a homeless guy wandering off at the camp, because that's what they do. A lot of them do wander. You see them. And the Sullivan's Creek, what I've noticed in this county is the creeks they draw to the creeks. And it's already an issue close to his house on Sullivan's, on Old West Ferry Road where Sullivan's Creek Bridge is. That's already an issue there. So I just feel that this is not a good location. Is there a good location? That's the question, right? And so I'm opposed to this for that reason and many others. I do have questions as far as, and I've heard the question be brought up, how many vehicles and stuff. But one of my questions is, because I've experienced this in my neighborhood, when they bring in a running vehicle and park it, and then it becomes a non-running vehicle, who's responsible to move it? And how fast will you move it? And who pays to have it removed? There's other issues as long as it could be a running vehicle, but it leaks oil, it leaks transmission fluid. There's all kinds of environmental hazards that I have to take care of on my own personal vehicle, right? So there's lots of issues with this. Let's see here. Oh, I want to go back up here. The extra service provided that the sheriff talked about. He's talking about the money being allocated for these 2 deputies. And the way I'm understanding it is that they're already going to be there. They won't have to be in the courtroom, so they can use them as regular patrol officers, which I think is a good thing. But right before this subject was the subject of how under-resourced we are in the sheriff's department already as far as deputies. I'm not sure what the number is, but I know we're not fully staffed.
I'm sorry, sir, but your time is up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Dietrich. I understand that the homeless service coordinator contacted the people around Sanguinetti Road, but not the adjacent property owners to the Justice Center. The undeveloped parcel that is on your map has belonged to my family for over 100 years. And if you could can you put the map up? Please? The diagonal line that you see on the map that is through the forested area, that's the county property line. And the homeless that are currently living there continually cut the line, and the cows get out because that is a ranch land, and they go down to the creek, and I'm constantly fishing out things in the creek. Lots of trash, especially after rainstorms, especially big ones that we've had. Propane canisters, things of difficult to dispose of. And not to mention excrement, all the other things associated with homelessness. The problem that I see is if you see the green, that's all forested. And I know in the guidelines, they're not allowed to have fires. Pretty hard to enforce after hours. How is that going to be done and dealt with? Last time when Camp Hope was vacated, they almost burned the town down, allegedly. The difficulty is that draw goes up to the junction and continues up through Walmy Road. Like, that is a highly flammable area, and I don't see how that's going to be stopped by patrolling part of the time. I know people need a place, and I recognize that. I just am worried about the flammability of that area. Not to mention the fact that if you put this place, if you build the future sheriff's building or administration building site, how are you going to remove people when you don't have a budget to staff it at all, and you only have 36 months of staffing or 36 months of funding? How are you going to fund cleanup of any of these things? Like, not to mention the broken down vehicles, as the previous person pointed out. How are you going to fund any of these things? And why were the property owners that are directly next to the property not consulted? I know that it was a previous site that was focused on, but as you're proposing this site to vote on today, you did not contact the property owners that are directly next to. It's very frustrating and infuriating.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. A couple quick thoughts. Get my phone to work again. All right. One is that a really good point brought up about following rules. And I'm just considering that these are the same folks that are not following the rules that are out in the wild. But if they're like in the Justice Center location, that seems like a daily behavior encouragement kind of a location. I'm thinking that might be a positive. And given that we're hearing that Health and Human Services is going to have people going there all the time, continuously, that's just additional behavior encouragement that's going on that we're not going to have with the folks just out in the wild. So, and all of that's based on helping them get on a path to self-sufficiency and doing the right things and making the right decisions and having better outcomes in their lives. So it just seems like this is a net benefit to the individuals that are there and to the community from that perspective. Because the accountability at this site should be, I think, a deterrent relative to having folks coming from outside our county. I mean, I can't imagine people outside the county would go, oh, look at what Tuolumne County and Sonora is doing. Let's go camp out at the Justice Center and have someone provide accountability, on our existence. I just don't see that that's happening, frankly. In fact, I think we're going to have the opposite challenge, and that's being able to attract people to that site, even if they're only going to be there for maybe 3 or 4 weeks, because by that point in time, they're going to get routed down to that next step. That's the plan, right? Is to have people there So we can make it safe for them, make it safe for the community. They get the attention and the services wrapped around them that they need to figure out what that next best right step's going to be, and we have them taking that next step. So that's the objective of the site as I understand it. So correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is the best delivery of services for the public money that we can imagine, right? So that said, maybe we should look at figuring out how to add a few, more tens of thousands and put in fencing, maybe some additional security capacity to keep the pathway down to the creek clear. Let's talk about something like that. Nighttime lighting, some solar lighting. Anyway, there's a lot of tactical things to work out after you've worked out your decision strategically as to whether you're going to do this or not. There's lots of additional things that could be done. Thanks.
Build it, they will come. The days of the homeless man traveling in train to go tell his buddies where the best resources are over, thanks to free cell phones. It happens pretty instantly. I actually came here today to discuss my personal interactions with the various departments and county agencies and the history of my interactions with these agencies. But after reading this, I decided to speak on this instead. I'll be back and finish up my other things. So, other people's money, right? I don't know if you guys remember Davy Crockett gave a great speech on other people's money and how it's not yours to give. $25 billion in 5 years, and the state has no results to show for what they've spent. The county has been spending money too. I haven't seen one audit that says we've had any tangible results. I can hear one success story. There's always one. But I don't see any tangible results for the money being spent. So if you don't have results and you're not getting paid back, then that money's charity. And I'm all for giving people charity out of my own pocket, but it's not yours to give. And that's what you're doing here. You're giving up my taxpayer money to charity. Because didn't we learn any lessons from Camp Hope? We're still paying for it. The cost of closing it probably costs more to open it. And if you haven't noticed all the footpaths that lead up to it, they're still occupying it, or at least around it. So if you build it, they'll come, and it'll become permanent. And there will become more people to come stay here. Because the other problem with homelessness currently, if you haven't been paying attention to other cities, is there's an illegal migration problem. And guess who's starting to eat up majority of the homeless services? No longer U.S. citizens. So you're not just going to have our local homeless here staying in these encampments. I was a police officer for 17 years. I worked on an ambulance in Salinas for 6. I've been, boots on the ground with the homeless. None of your solutions are going to work, not just by providing somewhere for them to go. It just doesn't work. I've worked in some of the most secure homeless shelters in San Francisco, where you had to pass through metal detectors and armed guards to get in. I was still responding to sexual assaults, you name it. So build it, they'll come, guaranteed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacob. I live pretty close to the Justice Center, just off map, actually, off that photo. First thing I'd just like to say is, 33 months is great to provide for the homeless people, but what when it runs out? When you give an inch, they take a mile, and when you take their mile away, you've seen what they did. They took a whole mountainside, which my father happens to live on the other side of. That's a very scary reality, and I would like to imagine that when people come up here, they're speaking with logic and facts and not going to let emotion trump. Doing good things for people is a great deed, and it's very nice to do. But at the cost of what the gentleman before the last gentleman said, just put in fencing, put in nightlights. What's the fencing for? To keep them out of areas they're not going to be. Why? Because the problem does persist. They will take every inch that you give them and then turn it into a mile. To harp in on the environmental impact, it's going to be staffed from 8 to 5 of security. So after 5 o'clock, if any of the cronies want to roll their cars in, who's manning it to stop them and say no? Because you're going to have a lot of criminal activity that probably happens after hours between 5 p.m. and 8 a.m. before the people that stop crime from happening are there. Now, I'm not trying to point fingers or call spades spades or call someone who they are what they're not. But a big problem is going to be that anywhere in this county that you've seen that the homeless go, they trash. So they're already there on public ground. You're providing them a new area or gonna try to provide them an area where they can camp. What happens with the people that don't want to politic in the rules that are governing that area? They're just gonna set up shop right next to it because it's still an okay spot. And now they've got access to those same bathrooms that after hours that aren't gonna be managed. Just to harpen a little bit on like some of the community stuff, like look at a spot like Woods Creek. I grew up in this town. I'm a fourth generation. My family's been here forever. I grew up with my dad pulling crawdads out of Woods Creek right there at Rotary Park. I don't take my kids to Rotary Park because of the homeless that are there. So I understand that it's a problem. The homeless need a place to go. But another thing that the gentleman before the last gentleman said is there are services that need to be provided. So why is it that they have to have a place to camp before they can go look for those services? I'm a firm believer that those services are here regardless if they have a spot to live or not, for mental health, for behavioral issues. So I don't think that giving them a spot to camp is necessarily going to help the good of the whole. Something that just really irks me as a person too is the whole fact that I was at work on, I think like Thursday, and I saw this come up on the news on my mother load, was that there was going to be a meeting on this. Yeah, no notice to homeowners or landowners anywhere near around. I think it's just being rushed. I do think, Michael, what you're doing is a just cause. I have a heart. I'm not a heartless person, but I will be ruthless about what I do think facts and reason and logic are going to show you here when you think about it. Rebecca provided the board with a whole list of questions she didn't get to ask. I wish that you take the time to look over that because those are the questions that people want answered. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tricia Gardella, and I just have one thing that I came here just to see what was going on. I wanted to know because the Justice Center is on the old ranch, our ranch. And I don't understand why we weren't notified at all about this. I wouldn't even have known that this was going on. And I know that we don't rub right up against the sites that you're considering, but we rub right up against the Justice Center.
Chief.
Good afternoon, Board. Mr. Chair, True Vanderbilt, Chief of Police. So to kind of highlight what the sheriff was talking about, no matter where a site like this or a project like this goes up, is going to have an impact on law enforcement and other services, fire, medical. It's going to happen. So the question is, how do we deal with that? Michael's heard me say it 100 times, as has my own administration. For me to support whether we call it a low barrier shelter, safe camping, safe parking, you name it, for me to support that type of project, I would need to see, at a minimum, I would need to see on-site management. However, we've heard time and time again that we can't sustain that. What is a long-term solution? And I think what the sheriff has come up with was if this site is going to be utilized, he's come up with a plan, a solution to how we address the safety and security. And the reason that I would insist on on-site management is for the safety of those occupying the camps and the security of the houses, the businesses, and infrastructures that surround those camps. So the question is, where do we put this camp? Do we put it in a place where we can manage it, or do we put it in a place that we cannot? So I think the sheriff has come up with a pretty good idea as a way to mitigate those concerns of on-site management. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Brandon, why don't you go first?
Sure, thank you. As everybody's pardoning it too, I was taking down notes as people were speaking about some of the stuff I wanted to respond. There were kind of three things I wanted to boil down at least, because this is a very long-standing conversation. This site has been recommended in different ways, not to the board, in this capacity, but by the Homelessness Committee, we've had it before for about 3 years now. So this has been, at least maybe for us, a very long-standing conversation. I appreciate people mentioning that this might seem very sudden, because to us it's not sudden, to staff in some of the previous meetings, but this might be the first time you were able to see it, and I apologize on that. First thing is that, in particular with the city in my own district, where these folks are right now, same number of folks, they're in the people that I represent's backyard. We see them in Sonora and on Jamestown's main streets. These are not necessarily the ones that are proactively going to service, trying to get better. This is sometimes the ones that are not. And not that they will never recover, but that's not where they're at right now. A lot of those people are not criminals. They may be addicts or that, but they are oftentimes victims. I know one who actually lives at this particular site, who's a disabled elderly woman who was in her life a nurse. She has nowhere to go. She has no money. She can't live on Social Security. It's not meant to be just trying to elicit sympathy for that. But what do you do with that individual where there is no place and she's an addict? She's somebody that has an addiction. At 70, what recovery options are there with it? She is so afraid, when I've talked to her, of a criminal element or folks that are out there taking advantage of her. Right now, we've had a lot of illegal encampments. We've had a lot of issues with, again, these Main Street areas. This very location, I've been out to a number of times when camps have left to go clean it up. The river trash, I know very well. We've hauled tons out. It's not managed right now. 15, 20, 30 people. It's a huge issue. And we can't, as it stands with it, we had to get the clean and clear ordinance. We're talking about enforcement. So right here are some solutions to improve it, but before that hasn't existed. We've been talking a lot about enforcement to try and get out of that, but it's right there. It already exists. The second is, I think that everybody can universally recognize whoever is next to this is not going to like it, and that's a fact. Every place in the entire county is owned by somebody, and it will always be next to something. Universally, though, we want it to be as best as possible away from adjacencies, but not so far from service that it's completely impossible to access. We would want it to be where there is more security presence, not less, and staffing, very limited locations for that. We would like to have fewer camps, and it's better to have more control over one of them than less. And to me, that this property meets that, and it's totally rational to say I live next to it and I don't want that, and I totally get it. It's not that that's not being heard. It's that assuming those things, this is a unique opportunity, especially for law enforcement presence, where we're talking about it. One gentleman brought up investments in law enforcement capacity as a concern. We've made historic investments for 2 years to try and rebuild patrol. I think we were at 0% vacancy. It's not the only issue we have, but we put a lot of money into trying to address that. Even with that, we can't keep a 24/7 deputy at a camp outside of him. What is being brought forward, and thank you to the sheriff for his courage and leadership on this too, and practicality, makes a lot of sense. I want to say the last thing is this is not to me so much a humanitarian proposal. It's often pitched that way, it's a practical one. So where we have this system, I think this is a missing link to basically be a point of access to get people into services. But also, if we are to shut down an illegal encampment, we have to provide, under the current court rulings, a safe alternative place. If that doesn't exist, even with the clean and clear ordinance, we're extremely limited on that. So put yourself in the shoes of some of the people that reach out, where there may be an illegal encampment at Rawhide Bridge, or there may be an illegal encampment up in the woods, off Wigwam Road, or at Mill Villa, or any of these places. And we can't remove them from it because we don't have an alternative. And that same location would be an example. Because we haven't had an alternative, we haven't been able to enforce it nearly as well. So I think it's a last link in that step. It will increase mitigation enforcement. The goal is to get them on a recovery path, but it actually helps us with being able to be stronger on that. Wanted to throw out just a few last things with it. I appreciate the city speaking to concerns and also kind of some hope with this too. And I hope that, I think this will be a great tool. Any partnership there is going to be greatly appreciated because, again, my district and the city deal with very similar challenges when it comes to this issue. I like that this is relatively quick to implement. I'm a fan of the Law and Justice Campus site and the Model 2. And being able to, I think, as we look at future grants and stuff, I think there are site improvements, things that we can work on as well. I wanted to also, another gentleman asked about the results that have come in from this. And it's true, it's hard to be able to pitch this. We've created a dashboard that has some data on it. We've had a number of meetings presenting all of this. I would encourage you to read, every year there is the pit count point in time study. But the biggest thing is a lot of the investments that we've made, and this is all using non-local dollars. It is tax dollars, but this is money that Sacramento earmarked. It's going to that. It's only a question of whether we're able to use that or it goes to LA or back to the state general fund. We're using it to solve a problem. Those properties aren't yet open yet. We're still currently renovating them. And so even though a lot of work has been done, they are not yet to the point that we're getting people back onto their feet. Where we have been able to take action, sorry this is long, but it's always so complicated, has been hiring a housing navigator within social services that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, has done over 100, 110 placements into long-term housing. That's just somebody to help navigate that. So we do have some things where we've made a difference. Those people probably would have been on the streets increasing that number. We've seen it at least remain steady. When these things are able to open, we've got a full path from the street back to, I think, on your feet, which is important. We've done so at no significant local tax dollar expense, which is important to us given our financial challenges. And I think it's not just humanitarian. We're approaching this with recovery and enforcement. This fits in there too. So anyway, I just wanted to give my thoughts on it. Again, this is a huge issue to my district. We go for it. And I'm not for every proposal. I am for the fact, though, that we have to have some, and this is the best one that I could find of all for several years. I'm really happy to see staff and the Committee on Homelessness bringing this forward because I get it. If it's next to you, I respect that. I totally get it. It is absolutely rational. People ask if I put it next to me, I might be okay, but you know what? Nobody wants to have this right next to them. When we think of all the potential locations in the county, this really does make the most sense on paper. But I think our intent and staff intent would be that anybody with those concerns, we'll meet and hear it out and do the best that we can to be able to mitigate that, and that if we operate this and a problem comes up, we're not just going to simply ignore it. We have other funding that's coming in. We have expertise to draw from, that this will be kind of an ongoing thing. This isn't another encampment. This is the first thing that we have operating like this in the entire county. It's going to be adaptive a little over time in addressing it. I just think it'll be better than what the current status quo is in a lot of ways. Thank you. Sorry.
Supervisor Kirk.
It's 1:20. I haven't eaten either, so excuse my French, whatever I say. First of all, it sounds like you're a father. I appreciate your concerns. I have 4 kids. I wouldn't want this next to my house, just honestly. I wouldn't want any of this next to my house. And my son's a really good shot. I've taught him how to hunt, so he's a good kid. Yeah. So I hear you loud and clear. Where I'm coming from and what I want to relay is there's so many rules, there's so many boundaries that we have to operate in to address this issue. We all know it's an issue. We're trying to figure out how to address it. In order for the chief and the sheriff to make contact with these homeless folks and move them on their way, i.e. services or out of town, we have to, per the law, provide somewhere for them to go. Where do we provide for them to go? That's what we're discussing. I think we're really lucky that Sheriff Vasquez was able to connect the dots because I wasn't planning on putting it here. I was planning on putting it at the other site. The fact that we have the ability to provide some sort of law enforcement at that site to me is very helpful. It helps alleviate some of the issues I have with it. Does it affect the issues of 24/7? No. But where I'm at the simplest of level is trying to play within the rules and the boundaries that we have to play with and what is the best option moving forward. I feel like this spot is the best option moving forward, but I want to make it really clear, and I think the board's on, we're kind of rehashing some of the same conversations, so I'm trying to remember what was said and not said, and I'm going to try and keep it concise. But we do not want this to be a hotel, a Hilton hotel, where people come and they enjoy and they want to stay. This is for law enforcement to make their encounters, say, get off this piece of land, go over here, and from that point, we can make contact with them, get them into services. But if not, Sarah, you brought up that there's, what county was it that you were in conversation? So San Luis Obispo is totally different than Tuolumne County, but I'm concerned that that our homeless committee folks might be kind of reinventing the wheel when we have places that have done this, that have things for us to learn from. And instead of us trying to reinvent the wheel, I want to listen to what they say and what they say don't do, because what I'm hearing them say is you need to move them off every single day, whereas our recommendation is you move them off once or twice a week. You have to move them every day. You have to make it uncomfortable. It's just like in a prison. You give a guy a bed move today, you give him a bed move tomorrow, he gets sick of it by the third bed move. If these people are comfortable, they're not, somebody said these people, yes, they're human beings. You get what I'm saying, all right? If these folks don't get into services, they're going to be back. They're going to be back. They're going to be back. So it's either get into services or get out of county. That's the way I view it. I want them to get help. I want them to get services, but we cannot make their lives comfortable, which means I would recommend that moving forward, we look at those best practices. It is cleaned out every single day. Another recommendation that I would like is try and put it somewhere where it's out of sight. I don't want people pulling into Tuolumne County and seeing all the crappy cars and the tents and stuff. I'd rather in a place where it's not front and center. The idea of lighting, maybe some cameras, the fact that it's at the Law and Justice Center is already a huge deterrent in and of itself. But having any sort of lighting or solar lighting or cameras is just going to be another deterrent, because there will be, just like the sheriff said, there will be crimes that are committed at that site, and having cameras may be another deterrent. So the way I just want you guys to hear, maybe we'll go get a beer sometime, dude, but I'm trying to play within the parameters that I have, and this to me feels like the best thing for accountability. And I know people think I'm harsh on this whole thing, but I really do want people into services. And for the gentleman who said, I agree. I mean, like everything that you guys are saying, we agree with. We're trying to figure this out. No accountability with the state. You're right. There is no accountability with the state, which is why our board has pushed to create this dashboard. In the last year, actually not in the last year, from January 2023 to April 16th, we've had 325 referrals come in. 190 of them weren't eligible. 125 of them were sent to social services. Of those, or not of those, I got to make sure I break this down correctly, but those who were temporarily housed, 149. Those who were moved on to permanent housing, it doesn't mean that we bought them a home. It means that they found housing in the community, 113. And then we had 8 which were dismissed. So we're tracking our numbers, and I'm tracking this so I can look back in time and say, okay, we're doing good, cool, we'll keep going. Or I can look back and say, nope, we're missing the mark, close it down, shut it down, because it's not working. So I just want you guys to know that's my commitment to this whole thing. I do support the recommendation. Sheriff Vasquez, thank you for connecting those dots. I think he gets it when we're talking about the community is bearing the brunt. And I'm glad that we have a sheriff that's going to try and help alleviate some of that brunt and things. So those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Heff.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I live not too far away from where this encampment might possibly be placed. And I've had property owners of Terrace Drive contact me numerous times because of fires that were set right along Sullivan Creek there. And I know the buildup of trash and you name it that is along that waterway. So one of the things we did prior to this meeting is we approved a clean and clear ordinance and a special infrastructure ordinance. So if we have a place to have people go, we can remove people that are along the creek because they're polluting it. And they're polluting it for all of us, including downstream where, other people live. So in order to do that, we have to have a place to have them go. So this is one step better in that regard. I do want to say, though, and I'm looking for county council to advise us, I am perturbed that because we kind of switched gears, we were, most of the board, I wasn't in favor of the Christmas tree lot. I think I was the only dissenting vote. I thought it was too small. But now that we've kind of pivoted all of a sudden to this law and justice, I'm concerned with property owners not receiving notice in advance. And so I'm looking to county council to find out how we rectify this. I know I'm just asking on the fly, but this is concerning to me.
Again, I'm not so sure that there's a legal issue in terms of how to rectify it because it's before your board. If you wanted to have staff go back and send out additional notices, and that's definitely an option. But I don't know if that means your board wouldn't make a decision today, or you would go ahead and proceed and just direct staff to have contact. And as you know, every time a similar item has come to your board, staff has always met with the adjacent property owners, even if it's after the fact, in order to help mitigate some of their concerns.
So we could have an after the fact to take into consideration their concerns on a more acute level.
Yes.
To see what we can mitigate. Okay. So I just want to make it clear that whether it's Sullivan Creek or Woods Creek, we have a place to get them off of these waterways and put them not along the waterways that affects all of us. Because the waterways are a critical infrastructure for all of us. Were you able to bring up that the scoreboard? We do have a scoreboard. This is a way to make not only us, but the folks that we're trying to help accountable. And with the sheriff's plan, I see that. I see that we're trying to get them to accept services, but there's going to be a certain number that probably won't. And we need to hold them accountable, even so. So to that end, I have another question for our homeless services coordinator, and that is, we have a good neighbor policy that we have people sign when they move into transitional housing, even the behavioral health housing and the navigation center. Are we planning on doing some kind of a good neighbor policy where they all sign, and so if they don't follow the good neighbor policy, whatever is in that list, that we have a way of excusing them from the property?
Those are tied to housing initiatives, and
Right.
this isn't a housing initiative, so at your board's direction, we could try to implement that, but we weren't looking at any kind of registration or check-in process or participant agreement or anything like that for this.
I think we should. I'm one board member, but I think what we're trying to do as a board is we're trying to hold people accountable. And without some kind of an agreement, it could be a free-for-all. I do take exception to comparing this safe camping site or potential safe camping site with Camp Hope. Camp Hope was a free-for-all. It was on private property, nobody was managing it. This is not that. So I just want to make that clear. But I do think we need to hold people accountable. That's life. People are held accountable for their actions. And I do think, and I don't know how the rest of the board feels about this, that we should have a 6-month trial on this to see how effective we can be. And if we are not being effective, we need to have a way of scrapping it or drastically changing. So I believe we need, whether it's 3-month or 6-month, I think we should do something to put some checks on this. Those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Campbell.
All right, I have a lot of notes. I'm not going to say all this because this is just too much. I'm going to raise some issues that I have with this as a concept, talk about the site, and then offer, I'll make a request here. So a lot has been talked about this as, a humanitarian effort, which it absolutely is. So there are people that are sleeping outdoors in encampments in an uncontrolled way, and that is I don't think there's anybody that thinks that's a good way to run a civilized society. That being said, we are here discussing this because the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals made a decision that limits the ways in which counties and cities can interact and with their homeless populations and address homeless issues. So we need to keep that in mind, that this has been structured from the beginning to comply with decisions that were made within the courts, okay? It's not necessarily designed in a way that is best for the people that we're trying to serve, and it's not necessarily developed in a way that's best for counties that have to administer them. Some of the issues that I have is that, I mentioned the 120,000 from the grant fund. Just by comparison, so I'm extremely supportive of transitional housing and permanent supportive housing efforts that we've taken in the county. I think we've done a lot of really good things. But, one of the grants that funds those is a $2.5 million grant. Also, some of the money that's shoring it up is MHSA. These are funds that are very secure and very much larger. This is one grant. It's $125,000, and as far as I can tell, that's going to be about it unless we get additional grants, which that's always a possibility. But I worry about setting us up for a situation where we are looking at a bad budget year. In order to keep this running, we'll have to draw from general fund dollars, and we'll have to pull from another department or service that the community already expects. Or in order to maintain this. Or we'll be looking at an audience full of people that are experiencing homelessness, asking us not to kick them out of their home where they've been living. Neither of those is a proposition I'm really looking forward to. And I'm worried that we're setting us up for a situation where that comes true. Some of the examples cited, by council regarding San Luis Obispo County, that's a much larger and more affluent county than Tuolumne is. San Luis Obispo has a population of about 380,000. We have a population like 56,000. And not only that, our median incomes are lower, our tax base is lower, even as a proportion of that population. So that's another concern that I have, is that we don't have a large enough tax base or community to support these kind of efforts in the way that we want to. It's a concern. I'm not saying that it's necessarily true, but it is something to consider when we're comparing ourselves to other counties. So we can all agree that things like Camp Hope, unsanctioned campgrounds on public lands or on private property or in watersheds, those aren't a good thing. They're not a good thing for the community. But a similar kind of camp situation, even with the guardrails in place, that is sanctioned by the county, we're still having a very low standard of living for the people that are living there. And in my view, two wrongs don't make a right. So just because it's not right for people to be living in an outdoor situation in an uncontrolled way, I agree that having the county operate it would bring a level of safety and control that's not there, but people are still living in tents. They're still sleeping in cars. And I want to do better for people. It's not because I don't think that we should address these problems. It's that I think we should address them at a higher level, focusing on supportive housing efforts, transitional housing, these other efforts that we've done that I think have been extraordinarily, they're going to be very successful, and I think a lot of good work has gone into them. This is kind of more, I don't know what the right word is. It's more cutting edge, more avant-garde, a little less tested than those other efforts that we've taken. So going back to my initial statement about the Ninth Circuit, the reason we're structuring a lot of the decision-making that we have in the county has been because of this court case that is now going to be heard at the Supreme Court. What I hear is that they're going to come back with a decision sometime in late June, July, somewhere in there. I mean, it's the Supreme Court. You never know what they're going to do. And that's a good point. You never know what they're going to do. They could uphold the decision. They could make it more strict. They could make it less strict. We don't know, and we have no way of knowing that until the decision comes. So what I would ask is that we delay this discussion until we have a clear idea of what the game board is going to look like, what counties can do and what they cannot do. Because I feel that we're basing a lot of our decision-making on a decision that is not necessarily going to be the law of the land in a couple of months. Short of that, I would agree with Supervisor Half's perspective. I can agree with trying this as a pilot project. You have $125,000. The estimate is that's going to get us into 3 years. I'm a little, and I absolutely respect your views. I'm a little skeptical on that, in case you can't tell, very respectfully skeptical. But I'm comfortable going forward in a pilot program for, Supervisor Half said 6 months, I'd say a year. It can take a while to onboard things like that. So those are my two things. First, my request would be that we not make a decision today, and then second, if we do make a decision, that it would be on a temporary basis. And thank you. I was a little disjointed there, but doing our best.
All right, so back to me. So these folks that are homeless, right? Most of them certainly did not want to be homeless, right? Life, in one way or another, dealt them a bad hand. We are experiencing, knowledgeable in the county of knowing that our largest and growing homeless population is some of our youth, 18 to 25 years old. We're also having more and more local people that are elderly and living on limited means, Social Security, or maybe a small pension from someplace else. And for a combination of reasons, right? Inflation is one, but the one that's just nailed everybody so tough is the fire insurance and what that's done. It's done that for many, many people in the county. Well, for somebody living on a limited income, that was it, right? That one move, and they can't afford it. So I understand, the concerns. We can move people out of certain areas, and we can look at the Supreme Court ruling, but on the other hand, what we're talking about are people that need help. And so even if there wasn't a court ruling that said, we want to get them out of certain areas for sure, because of the inherent problems, and there's environmental concerns. So we should be looking to help people that are from this county, and not, and I realize there's been issues. I mean, the sheriff talked about crime, and serious crimes, that occurred in the camps. He wasn't ignoring that, but I feel that once the site is up and going, things like rules. I mean, there's going to be, trash pickup, potable water, different things to make it a cleaner, site. But I think that what would happen is that people they'll adjust to being there, and that location itself is likely to make them be fairly cautious about what they do because of the so close into heavy law enforcement presence. And they're going to have people that are there under the sheriff's plan. You can look at something like this, Supervisor Half mentioned, look at it in 6 months, but we're also talking about some fairly high startup costs, and I'd hate to put all that work and effort in, and then 6 months later, I mean, we can turn it off anytime we want, if there's problems. I mean, obviously not just in a, one cut, but I'm not too in favor of going down that road, at this time. And that's pretty much what I have. I'm supportive of this site and moving forward with it. So which brings us to the board. Guess I'd be looking for a motion on this if we're going to have a vote. Or go ahead, Supervisor.
I'm not ready to make a motion yet.
Okay.
I just want to punctuate something. I want to make sure that we are not coddling this population. That's very important. They've been allowed, the ones that have been unhoused that take up our resources in terms of our tax dollars and volunteer labor, like one pile at a time that ends up cleaning up after them. That has to stop if we're going to do this camp, which means making them accountable and not allowing the kind of misbehavior that we have seen on the streets. I'm not in favor of anything less. I just want to make that clear.
And Supervisor Brenton, you had something? I wasn't sure.
I was going to say I completely agree too. It was mentioned about the idea of an attraction or enablement of it. I think everything has to be directed to getting people into recovery or on that side, prevention. I wouldn't tell one pile at a time to stop cleaning it up. I would like to see us be able to have the tools to stop it in the first place so that doesn't have to happen. Or it happens at least a lot less than it currently does. So if there's no further comments on it, I'd be happy to make a motion. We talked about a few things. The motion I would be making is related to, I believe, Model 2 for Justice Center Drive. And then obviously the CEQA exemption as well. Okay, so seeing a comment on that. So I'll make a motion to move on the staff recommendation for this to consider and approve the sanctioned camping program model and location on Justice Center Drive, and find that the operation of this project is exempt from environmental review under CEQA pursuant to the listed sections of the state CEQA guidelines, and recommend with that Model 2 for operations.
So I've got a motion on the table here. Is there a second? There's no second. Does somebody have an alternative motion they'd like to put forward?
I'll give it a shot. So I will move we approve Model 2 except, so based on model on the side, Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office Patrol Enforcement, basic provisions, sustainability for a program that would be 12 months. The deadline for the expenditure of the grant fund. Yeah, so I would say with a deadline where the program would extend for, instead of 36.6 months, it would extend for 12 months. And that would be the only change to Model 2. And that's my motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, a second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Abstain. No abstains. Okay, passes 4-1. So let me take a look at the schedule here because we've still got some items that we have to cover. So are we looking to,
No, I said 6 months.
I'm looking to the board for time for lunch here.
I wanted to review it soon, officially. I'm still on my 6 months.
Well, how about we recess until
I'm still on the board in 6 months. That's why I said 6 months.
2:30?
12 months is too long.
I'm sorry.
That's why I said no.
Yeah, 2:30. Okay, good afternoon. Coming back off of lunch here, and we are moving forward to, our 1:30 p.m. Appointment. And so if the clerk could please read that item.
1:30 p.m. Consideration of approving the local goals and policies for the formation of the county-wide Community Facilities District.
Okay,
All right.
Educate us.
Good afternoon. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. I'm joined here with Jeff Small from Capital Public Finance Group, who is a part of our consultant team who has been working on the Community Facilities District process for many, many months with us. So just again, by way of background, Community Facilities Districts, or CFDs as we refer to them, are a type of special tax district that's formed when property owners within a specific geographic area agreed to impose a tax on their property in order to fund infrastructure and service improvements. Your board directed, I think it was nearly 2 years ago at this point, staff to pursue the formation of a CFD as a mechanism to address the cumulative effects on emergency services from new development within Tuolumne County, and to satisfy conditions of approval that have been placed on some new lodging projects, specifically in the Highway 120 corridor. Those conditions are that they pay their, quote, fair share for increased emergency services needs as a result of the increased development. So again, as your board knows, only a portion of the service and capital costs that we might incur are due to the new development, but also, as your board knows, all new development in Tuolumne County does have an impact on existing emergency services, and that results in the need for increased emergency services. So as a result, let's see, in January of this past year, your board gave direction to include new residential, new commercial, and new lodging in the formation of a county-wide CFD as that mechanism to apply the fair share fee. And then you directed staff on the rate and method of apportionment, which is the specific rates and how they will be assessed. Determining that new development would pay approximately 30% of what we expect our costs to be. The way that your board set those rates, or directed staff to set the rates, would be about 30% of what we anticipate the costs. And I just want to mention that the rate and method of apportionment is your board will come, staff will come back to your board at a different time to formally approve the rate and method of apportionment as a part of the CFD process. So today, the board is required to adopt local goals and policies. This is another standard procedural step in the CFD formation. The local goals and policies are intended to be general in nature. Their purpose is to guide the formation of the CFD and to ensure that CFDs remain fiscally sustainable throughout their life. The local goals and policies set the direction on the CFD's purpose and also set guidance on how the CFD is administered. So county staff, the county's consultant, Capital Public Finance Group, as well as outside counsel, ORIC, as well as county counsel, developed the attached local goals and policies that we're here today to discuss based on your board's direction as well as your board's intent with the CFD. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to kind of walk you through the local goals and policies that we have included in the agenda. A lot of this stuff, as I mentioned, is very general, and a lot of it is just legally required language, but there is opportunity for discretion for your board's direction to be included in these policies, and Jeff's going to walk you through those instances where your board's direction is included in these policies.
Well, thank you very much, Liz. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to share the local goals and policies for your consideration. Back in January, my business partner, Kathy Domenico, was here, worked very closely with your board. She was able to get consensus on some very important items that were needed in terms of being able to complete these local goals and policies. Those items had to do with a rational and equitable taxing formula to impose on new development, not existing development. So Kathy is writing up, it's called a rate and method of apportionment. It will include those taxing formulas. But the reason why Kathy had to come and sort of figure out what those tax rates would be, whether it's for a non-residential lodging or residential, is because that's where you have discretion. And it was very important for us to get your feedback and make sure that this policy in front of you today aligns with your goals and policies, what you would like to see us do. So with that, I do want to touch on a couple of things. First, I'd be remiss not to compliment your staff in, in working so closely with us and really trying to properly align with your direction. It's been super helpful. So without further ado, just by way of background, and maybe there's some folks here that aren't as familiar with Community Facilities District, but what we are seeing is over time, the amount of money for local government has really diminished. And that has a lot to do with state funding. And I'm not here to talk about that, but that is sort of the context as to why we are seeing so many local governments form these community facilities districts, because what's happened is the level of service that is provided over time is at risk of being diminished because of inflation and the costs of providing, in this case, it's public safety, fire, emergency medical services. There's a shortfall when it comes to new development coming in and just not being able to sort of maintain that existing level of service. So the Community Facilities District is a way to augment available funding for public safety services and facilities. So those are the two items. It's the provision of public services and facilities, again, for fire, law enforcement, emergency medical. I think that one of the things that Liz mentioned that is very important, the policies are simply a policy. And it's not we need to comply with law. The Community Facilities District law has about 4 different criteria that we have to include when we work on these policies, and all those have been included. And as we go through, I'll sort of enumerate where those requirements are. But it's really meant to give you discretion, to enable you to come up with equitable ways of funding these services and facilities that are required. And it also, it's not meant to cause an undue burden on any citizen, whether they're here today or come sometime in the future. But again, this is not a legal document. So this is our document, and you can use it to make those discretionary decisions that you wish to be part of this. So when we talk about the statement of the purpose, I've sort of touched on, that's the first section of this report. I've really touched on a lot of those themes. I don't think that there's really anything new here, other than the fact that the policies govern how a CFD is formed, how additional properties are annexed, and how the CFD is managed on an ongoing basis. And those 3 activities, those are activities that are going to be undertaken by your staff. And we are working very closely with staff to make sure that when you do have a new development coming in, that they can get the proper, information, what is required in order to participate in this funding source. So that is absolutely part of this. Those are your constituents, those are our customers, so we want to treat them, with the utmost respect and making the process as streamlined as we possibly can. So we've talked about a little bit about the fundamental policies. I don't, this is really, I hate to use the word boilerplate language because it implies that, well, it's just language that we stuck in there. Every word on this page has been looked at, has been scrutinized, has been thought about. That being said, this is standard language, and it does align with the direction we've received from you. So what these policies are not meant to do, they're not meant to be a guide for debt issuance. And they do not include any bonds to be issued by this tax. If in the future your board wished to do that, these policies can be amended. I wanted to make that point because that is one of the requirements of the law. If you're going to issue bonds, we need to state that. We're not, so there was no point in having that in there. I mentioned earlier that we're talking, our eligible services will also include, fire, safety, law enforcement, emergency medical response. You have a definition there that is consistent with the law. And again, working not only with county council, but your outside counsel, ORIC, tremendous partners to work with. This is really aligns with, what you would see in the law, and trying to give you as much discretion as is reasonable. So those are the two things: services, facilities, financing priorities. Financing priorities are one of those provisions that do exist in law. The law requires us to state, priority for financing various types of facilities and services. What do we mean by that? What do we mean by prioritize? Well, the prioritization happens during budget development. And when Kathy was here in January, she talked about when you build that budget, you want to really align your revenues and expenses, because what the CFD is doing is they're augmenting revenues for an increased demand in services. New development comes in, there's an increased demand. That's what we're shooting for, and that's what we're asking new development to offset a portion of that new demand that is over and above the existing costs that you would currently pay. I want to jump down, if I may, to the equity of the tax allocation formulas that begins on the bottom of page 2. I talked a lot about the special tax being reasonable and equitable, and I know you had a very robust discussion, and we are taking your exact direction, including that in the rate and method of apportionment for purposes of a policy. This is more general language, but I do want to just look at it with you, because ultimately it's within your judgment to say, yeah, generally that's what we're going to be doing here as a board. So we have non-residential special tax rates, and we talked about tiering those rates based on the type of development, such as lodging. And as you may recall, a very important part of that discussion had to do with if you have a high hazard development, let's say, or structure, that high hazard structure would pay a premium. If it's a warehouse, it's low hazard, and there can be a reduced fee. So we talk about reasonable and equitable. We are really trying to bring forth those concepts into the policy, ultimately be reflected at those same tax rates that you discussed on January 29th. Furthermore, with regard to the residential special taxes, there was clear direction, not to tax ADUs. Therefore, we have not included ADUs in this policy. We have included single-family residential homes at a flat rate based on square footage. Again, the actual amounts, I think there were 4. You had a 250, 500, 750, 1,000. You'll see those in the rate and method of apportionment. This just is your policy document that's governing what will be brought back to you. And then finally, multifamily residential it's a flat fee. It's a percentage of the single-family residential. So if you're, I think one of the comments was that, for housing that is affordable to people, and I believe it was under 1,500 square feet, it was $250 a square. And that's the type of fee or tax that would apply to that multifamily as you directed. So those are the basics. I'm going to just pause right there, because I know that this comment on having an equitable and a reasonable tax was very important to you. I have a few more things to say, but if I may, I'd like to stop here and get comment.
We can wait.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So typically, when you look at a community facilities district, there is a total debt burden that we don't want taxpayers to be overburdened with taxes. They currently pay a 1% tax, that's the constitutional amount. There might be school bonds that are added to this, and there might be CFD taxes. So what we're saying in this policy is, in no way do we want these taxes to be above 2%. And they will likely be far below that. But again, we just have to have a maximum amount. The other item that was a discretionary point that came up with your board was the escalation rate. We all suffer from, inflation, and it's important that we keep up with inflation, because we know the services that the county provides, unfortunately, are subject to that same type of inflation. So Kathy talked about the consumer price index as being a gauge for our services to keep up with increasing costs over time. And your board said that's fine, but we do want to keep a 2% cap on facilities. So we have that on page 3. We've picked up those comments just above the issuance of bonds. Speaking of the issuance of bonds, they're not included. We're not doing any, this is not for debt. So we know that having, the county has a couple different departments. It's very important for us to be very cohesive and very transparent with the public. So, there's notification that goes out to the public, whether it's a public hearing, whether it's public meetings. If they join a community facilities district, there's a lien that is recorded on property, because that special tax gets levied every year. So if the person or company who annexes into the CFD, once it's formed, sells their home or building, this special tax will show up, this lien will show up on their preliminary title report, so they will have notice of it. Yes, sir.
Can I clarify? So if somebody built a house in the 80s, they sell after this, that lien goes into effect?
So
for that tax?
This is only for new construction, not existing homes. But to your point, if someone in 2024
builds, I get it,
pulls a building permit and is subject to this tax, and then 10 years later sells that home, the special tax will be recorded. Yes. Thank you. Another point that I really think is important to your board, because I do know how sensitive you are with respect to your constituents and your taxpayers, in the future, is we know that there are certain costs that are attributable to the formation of the community facilities district and for new properties to annex into the community facilities district. Now, there's a cost of doing that. And the county has every right to pass along those costs. However, what the policies say is, we don't want to, the county does not want to cause an undue burden on a property owner. It's not what you're trying to do. So you do have discretion to reduce a fee or waive a fee. And there are some procedures that we'll talk about on a staff level that can be shared with your board as to, how do we have a good, consistent, transparent program? These policy guidelines really are the basis for our work going forward, for those procedures, for the actual formation and administration of the CFD, and for how we interact with the public. So that is that's my presentation. Happy to answer questions and happy to provide, some more background should it be necessary.
Supervisor Heft.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. I just had one question. We don't note, we note the California Consumer Price Index, but we don't indicate which one.
Correct. So you do have discretion as to which one. The California Construction Cost Index, I mean, it oftentimes you'll see it by jurisdiction, Bay Area or, what have you. We will sort of look at that together and see what is the most appropriate, and that would be communicated to you.
Okay, I would just like to put in a comment there that the San Francisco Bay Area CPI is the highest, and please don't put us with them.
I think what we could do is, I'm just trying to think what your board's master fee ordinance, there is some language about a few of the fees are set by CPI, and so whatever that, and I just can't remember off the top of my head, whatever that is, we could just make it consistent.
Well, I think it's San Francisco, that's the problem.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
anyway, check it out.
I recall that as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's not good. We need to change all of that.
Okay.
Supervisor Kirk, do you have a question?
I know we talked about ADUs prior, but the example that we gave, if you own a home now, but then you do an addition or add-on, and you get reassessed, does that trigger being part of the CFD? Is it a new permit, like a remodel? Yeah.
No.
It's a good question, and I want to give you a very thoughtful answer. I think that there are two different concepts there, and I'm seeing, that's what I'm seeing is two concepts. One is the trigger of assessed value for purposes of reassessment on a substantial remodel, which, yeah, that triggers the assessed value reassessment, but that is different than the special tax itself. So, if someone is building let's say they have a farm, and that farm has a house, and they want to build a, working structure, and they need a building permit for that structure. That's not an ADU. I mean, it may be the case that it falls under a non-residential building. Now, that non-residential building, depending on what its use is, could be a high hazard, could be a low hazard. We just don't know.
But it would fall under the new tax.
Well, I think like a garage conversion.
Now?
If we don't know.
Yeah, so are you referring to like a garage conversion?
No,
or
just what if I add on to my house? What if I have a constituent who adds onto their home, or like in your example, they add a garage? Are it triggers a reassessment. So does this Melrose fall under that reassessment where now they're getting?
I'm going to say no. Okay, and here's my rationale for that. If you have, again, we're not looking. This does not apply to existing development, right? So,
Okay.
I think
if that's a short answer, that's why I'm asking, because it's not.
If it's a garage, no. I think if someone does build a significant structure, we will look into it. We'll certainly talk to council. That's not really envisioned here, but I think it's a very good point, and it's something that we can certainly follow up with you on, and maybe through the chair.
It's important because, I mean, as the cost of things go up in this economy, people are going to be doing less building and more additions and more add-on or with it. So I want to be very clear.
Yeah.
What we're going to be doing.
And we've said no ADUs.
Right.
Right. And if you're just doing a garage, I wouldn't think that would be the case. But if you're putting a shop, that's something that I don't know offhand.
Okay.
I think that could be gray, and I think it's worth inquiring. And we can do that afterwards.
Okay. And then During your presentation, I was trying to catch on what you were saying. You said something along the lines of up to 2%. I wasn't following what you were
Yes.
saying. Can you clarify
Sure.
that?
So let me give you an example. Okay, let's say you have a property that was purchased in 2022, for example, and let's say that purchase price was $500,000. Okay, 1% of that would be $5,000.
Right.
That would be your regular 1% tax. What this is saying is, in no case could a tax be more than 2% or $10,000. Now, that is a general not to exceed amount. I think, and I don't want to say I think, in this community, the tax bills that I have seen don't come close to that, breaching that. You might have some high school bond, an elementary bond, a community college bond, and these are not huge.
So are you saying when you lump all those bonds together, it would not exceed 2%?
Yes, the
Okay.
total,
Because
the total liability, total tax liability.
Because if $1 million home pays their 1%, and then we're only going to put $1,000 for a 5,000 square foot home, which would be $1 million home, we're never going to get near that 2%. But you're saying on top of the bonds, everything else.
Yeah, but you're never going to get, to your point,
Okay.
you're just not going to get
Okay.
there.
I just wanted to clarify
Yeah.
that. Let me see if I have any other new question or any other questions. Okay. We keep, and this might, I don't want to bleed in the comments, but it's taken me a couple meetings and some Q&As back and forth to really get a good understanding, because when I was explaining this whole thing, I kept being told it was going to be a vote. It's going to be a 2/3 vote or whatever. But as I understand it, it's not really a vote. It's a condition. It's a conditional use to build. So if somebody wants to go build on that vacant piece of property and they want to build that home, they're not voting on it. We're saying as a county, if you want to build on this, you will fall under the CFD. So it's not a vote, it's a condition of use.
Well, so one of the conditions is that you vote in favor of the special tax.
So we're voting for the tax, not the property owner.
So so there's two different types of CFDs, and I'm gonna not talk about the one that requires registered voters in the community, because that's not.
How about the
what
one
doing.
that we're doing?
One that we're doing here basically says that, if you want to build this lodge, when you get your
Time out.
approvals.
Let's not even go lodge. Tell me a home. A home.
You want to construct this new home. There will be some conditions that you must follow. One of those conditions is to annex into the community facilities district. In order to annex into the community facilities district, the owner of that property will get a petition with a ballot question and the rate and method of apportionment. And they would be responsible for affirmatively voting to be annexed into the CFD.
And if they choose not to,
then they are not meeting their condition of development.
and they can't build.
Yes, sir.
So it's a tax that we approve that conditions them to whether or not they can build or not. I mean, in the simplest of forms. Yes, okay.
Yep.
Can you follow on with the resort example, as
Sure,
long
yes.
as we're there? Is that all right?
That's fine.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. So what's necessitating the CFD is new construction causing an increased demand for service. So to provide fire, life, safety protection, to provide those services as a condition of development for that hotel or lodge or whomever, there is a condition that they annex into the community facilities district. And it would really work the same way as a homeowner.
Right.
These are just in the simplest, most
Yeah.
straightforward examples.
Well, when you get lots of meetings and papers and studies, it's nice to just
100%.
make it simple.
Yep.
My last question, and I had a whole bunch, you can ask Liz, I emailed her.
It's okay.
My last question is, what about the property owner who purchased the property now, vacant lot, and if I were to purchase a piece of property after this goes into play, I know what I'm getting into. I know what I know I'm gonna have to pay this fee in order to build. What about those who own property now, who, we are making a decision as a board to tax them? Basically, I feel like we're lowering the value of their property because they own a piece of property that perhaps they may not want to pay that fee to develop. So
Yeah.
are those excluded? Are they grandfathered in?
Well, again, the CFD is necessitated by an increased demand from new construction.
Okay.
So if you have a vacant property and you choose to do new construction on it, then you're going, as a condition of development.
So the purchase date of that property is not gonna bear in
Right.
in any of this, okay.
Supervisor Kirk, I think it's, and I'm kind of looking, I believe, Jeff, you can tell me, is it's actually not the purchase of the land, but it's the actual pulling of the permit that is going to trigger this. So you may not be knowledgeable when you buy a parcel, unless, of course, we'll work closely with the Realtors Association. But if they buy that piece of property or they already own it, that's not what triggers it. It's the actual pulling of their permit to actually construct something new. That's when they would become subject to and probably knowledgeable of that this CFD is in existence, just to clarify.
That's it for my question.
I have a tag on to that, if I may. So, is there any provision in this for those folks who are thinking about pulling a permit? Are we going to have a window of time before the CFD goes into effect to make a call for permits, or would this be something within our purview we would just decide? You know, so that if people have been thinking all along they're going to build, now is the time, if they've got this amount of time window to pull their permit before this goes into effect.
Supervisor Haff, I just wanted to clarify something. This policy that your board is considering today is just one step in a much larger process. So when it comes to some of the questions that Supervisor Kirk and you have regarding who it applies to, that is still, we have direction on it, but it's not final yet. So that's separate from the policy, and that will come back when we actually have much more like formation documents where you're talking about exactly new development, current development, that kind of thing, what applies, what this CFD would apply to. So just to be clear, the policies are just more kind of a general overview of how we would operate, but not specific as to properties, because that's our next step.
So the board will have the possibility of making these decisions at a later meeting? Absolutely. Okay, great, thank you.
Well, with that thought in mind, I don't have any further questions, so, but I'll look to the public here for public comment. Please, come on up.
So, it sounds like we're just trying to kill all development. It's a bad plan. Your option is take it or leave it. You have no option. So I don't know why you have to opt into something that you have no option on. Your option is build or don't build, and you have no choice if you choose to build. I think about 2 hours ago, you guys were just discussing a 1% sales tax, and now we're talking about putting at least a 1% property tax on everybody. How many times does this board sit here and discuss housing and how important housing is for our community and development? And then we're gonna make it more difficult, more expensive. I think we need to look at that. And how about people that bought pieces of land maybe 10 years ago because they want to retire up here, and they don't have the opportunity to build right now today because of funding and retirement, and they're not going to build for 3 more years. That may price them out. I mean, you talk about no one pays. I pay $70,000 a year in property taxes. You just told me my bill's going to $140. So why am I going to keep owning land in Tuolumne County? I will start purchasing outside of our county, the place I've grown up at. Why would I want to do business here if it's going to become more expensive than the county next door? And how do we attract more business if we're saying, hey, come to us, we're more expensive? I think we're taking the wrong approach at this, and I think we need to seriously look at this. And this should be something definitely that should be put to the voters, because this affects every single person in our county that wants to come here or grow here. A lot of people have second lots and they want to build a house. And everyone says, oh, it won't count an ADU and it won't this, but government mission creep,
Mike,
it will expand everything.
Make sure you address the board.
Oh,
They
sorry.
work on,
Sorry, I'm talking to
they
you
work
guys,
on our behalf.
Anyways, that's all I got. So I would hope that we'd have a lot more discussions before we move forward with this, because I would imagine this entire room would be packed full of people that are not pleased about this idea. So that's all I got to say. Thanks.
I just wanted to make a clarification, if I may, Chair. It's not a 1% tax, it's a lot lower than that. So all taxes combined, your property tax, any bonds, and whatever the charge is for the CFD has to come below 2%. And it'll be well below, from my understanding. So, but that's with the rates that we discussed our last meeting, and this is not the last meeting on this. We've got a ways to go. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. You answered one of my questions. It's a 2% cap on all total expenses, or all taxes, and or we seem to be muddying the water between taxes and fees here. This is going to become an issue. And we will fill the room, guarantee it, depending on how this goes. I recognize, I want to also say I recognize today the goal is to talk about local goals and policies, and this is where this is going to be really important. So I'm hoping we can get to that conversation soon. But I wanted to echo Mike's comments, but in the context of business. I mean, all of us on the board, even the two missing, have been working for years together collaboratively to grow housing, grow specifically workforce housing, grow businesses, increase the community's prosperity. I'm really concerned about the implications of this in that context. So we just need to, I'm concerned. I don't have clarity or answers. But we need to go deal with that. The public engagement on this has been really poor, frankly. And you know, I'll defer that. You know, this is all kind of a learning process for everyone that's engaged in it, probably, and that's okay. I can buy into that. But very soon here, you're going to need to have an ad hoc public, private business. You know, you need a collaborative to go wrap our arms around this to understand the implications, so that we can get on board and support something that's reasonable and rational, and not, because otherwise the water is just going to get poisoned so bad that this will be bad. I'm just, my red spider sense flags are like flying big time on this one. So, and I don't usually get this emotional. So this one, we really need to get it right the first time, if this is seriously something that we need to do on the revenue side, which I can completely appreciate the revenue drivers of this. And this seems like a local control, potentially better equity, fairness mechanism. I like that aspect of it, but we need to figure out what this really means, what the implications are, strategically, what the implications are before we go deep into the tactical on this. I'm running out of time, but I just want to say the other parts of this is it's way too loose and undefined, and that's probably okay for now. But if it ended up in a program, in an initiative that's this loosely defined, and like Port Quincy would have to decide a whole menu of answers to questions, that's going to be really bad, because we won't understand as the public, and our staff won't understand what to do either. So anyway, this has lots of potential benefits, but huge set of downfalls that we need to avoid. 3 seconds, 2, 1.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Ron Kopf. You know, we all know you're looking for additional revenue sources and things like that. I attended the last presentation, I attended this presentation. I still have a whole bunch of questions. There's not a lot of information out there. There's a dearth of information out there. So I think we need to do a better job of disseminating information before we move forward and start making votes on this. It's been pointed out that, you know, we don't need any financial report. We've pulled some numbers out of the air, what we're gonna charge, what feels good for a residential unit, where are we gonna start charging resort projects, what are we gonna charge industrial projects with that. And because it's voluntary, that's why we don't need any of this financial analysis that goes with it. Well, we all know that it's voluntary only if you don't wanna build your house. If you wanna build your house, then you have to do it. It was also talked about this is going to be charged to new projects. Well, if you've already got an infill project that you've approved that's already paid, all your other fees. It's been done with all of these other things. Now, somebody going to pull a building permit in that new project that's already met all these requirements still has to pay this new fee and voluntarily add themselves into it. So that's not just applying to new projects, it's applied to all infill projects that we've already approved that we put out there. It was also talked about, the regular taxpayers are gonna pay 65%. The new people are gonna come on board and fill that 35% role, but in that they're increased property taxes because new homes tend to cost more than the others, they're already going into that 65% range. So now we're adding them into that 35% deal, so they're paying an inordinate share of that going forward. A lot of these costs that have been set up for this, the deficit funding that we've got in emergency services are pre-existing deficit funded amounts, and now we're asking the new development to fund this deficit. So when you look at taxes and the fact that you're not supposed to be charging new development for existing deficits, seems to be a creative way of getting around that whole program. So at this point, I think we really need to be more transparent with what the information out there is, how this is going to go, what it's really applied to. If you have a new infill project that's been approved, that's covered all the other mitigation, are your new houses going to be covered to it? And what do we really want to apply it to? So, thank you.
So I believe in the state of California, I'm no lawyer, but I believe in the state of California, if you want to pass a new tax, you have to have either 50% or 2/3 of the voters' approval. I've read about the CFDs, they say you need to have 2/3 voter approval. I looked at this policy document, I read it several times trying to figure out where's the vote? Who's going to vote on this? This is something that's appears to be slid in without the voters having any say on it. It's really a total lack of transparency. And we heard this morning about how people in the county don't trust the board. They don't trust the government. This is, wow, what a way to confirm that. I don't know, back when this country was getting founded, there was this idea of taxation without representation. I don't know what's going on with this tax being developed, but you folks that sit on the board are our representation. We're expecting you to do what the voters' will is, and it looks like the voters are going to have no say in this. So we're going to be like holding you guys accountable for what's going on here. And this idea that I want to develop a building on my lot and I'm going to be strong-armed into voting for something so that I can build on my lot. I mean, right there, I'm the only person who's going to vote on it. I have to fill out this form so I can pay more money so I can build on my lot. That's blackmail.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Andy Murphy, your Assistant Fire Chief. I'm going to sing the same tune I've been singing for about 5 years. And that is that every single development, whether it's adding a couple of rooms onto an existing home, an ADU, a single-family dwelling, a commercial property, has an impact on fire protection and emergency services. Every single one. Everything that we do and we expand has an impact. And we haven't historically addressed those impacts very well. And this is an attempt to do that. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board. I did have a question. I'll jump in here. One of our members of the public discussed that we shouldn't be charging new development for existing services, I believe is how he phrased it. But my understanding, more in line with what Chief Murphy was just saying, as development occurs and the need grows. But maybe you can provide some clarity on this so that we all understand better.
Yeah, so by law, the tax that's collected under this CFD can only go for new new additional services. It cannot go to pay for existing established services, yeah.
Okay, that was my understanding, so. Questions? Any further, Supervisor Kirk? Okay, comments, please, go ahead.
Well, there's only 3 of us, so we'll see how the rest of the day goes. My comments on this, to you two, because the other 2 aren't here. When we started this conversation, somebody had said this is like a learning curve. I feel like it's a learning curve for all of us. We're learning it. We're trying to understand it. When I first heard about it, it was about the 120 quarter. That's where the whole conversation was. It was a 120 quarter, 120 quarter, 120 quarter. The folks on the 120 quarter, the lodging, they are pivoting, waiting for us because my understanding is they want to do this so they get better fire services. And then somewhere along the way, it transition pivoted to commercial development, all homes. That's where I think that's where my vote went from yes to no, because there's just some concern. But then I've been a part of the conversations trying to kind of mitigate it and make it make sense, especially when it came to the cost per home. The reality of it is $250 for a 1,500 square foot home per year really isn't that much money. $500 for up to 3,000 square foot home, starting to get more, $750 for 3,000 to 5,000, obviously a little bit more than 1,000 for 5,000 square foot. Anybody who's living in the 3,000 to 5,000 square foot home, we can assume probably has a decent income. It's not going to affect them too much. But where I have struggled throughout the conversation is, first of all, we just did Title 17. We hear about the homeless folks. There not being enough housing. A lot of the housing that we're trying to address is going to be touching that lower threshold of folks. And every time we add something to the plate, it is going to make it harder. 250, 500, maybe for some people, but I think at the end of the day, someone would figure out a way to pay for it to keep a roof over their head. Where I can't support this for the homes is the simple question, the Q&A that we had, and this isn't directed towards staff. This is our board decision. So when people get up and they, Mike, no offense, but you get what I'm saying. It's us, right? It's our board making the decisions. We hired them to do the job they're doing. Where I struggle is really that property owner doesn't have a choice. They don't get to cast their ballot. Their ballot is they own a piece of land, whether or not they're going to build or not. And I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that thinking about the 4 kids I'm raising in this community. It's getting harder and harder. And I think just the mere fact that I just don't feel like it's a real transparent way to do business, to be able to build. The other thing, and I hear Chief Murphy, we're all dealing with it, trying to figure out how to affect these impacts. We forget, though, that when somebody builds a home on a piece of property, they're assessed at a new value. So a home that's built in the 70s may be only paying $300-400 a year, but that new home that's $500,000 a year, that's a $5,000 tax bill every single year. So the impact is being paid by the property owner. We're just asking them to pay even more of an impact for the person who hasn't been reassessed since the 70s or 80s. At the end of the day, I hate the fair and equity conversation, but if you want to talk about fairness, if I own a house and you own a house and we're right next to each other, and I have to pay thousands of more for the same services that person next to me is getting, that's not fair. We're having a conversation about a 1% tax. If everybody in the community spent $10,000, $20,000 in the community a year, that's about $200 a year per person. I would rather it be done that way, where the entire community pays for these services instead of it being on the brunt of the new homes and development moving forward. So I would still like to go back to where it all started, which was we have a 120 quarter that is waiting to do this. I would say move forward with them, because there's a great need everywhere, but we know that 120 quarter is just horrible. I would say start back with that quarter. Let's see how the tax conversation goes. If that doesn't pass, I'm sure the rest of the board would like to revisit this conversation, but I'm still back to the very beginning of the 120 quarter. That's where it needs to be addressed. Those folks signed up for it. They're waiting for it. The rest of the community didn't sign up for this. The rest of the property owners didn't sign up for this. And they're not even going to know it's coming. Like Tracy said, someone's going to buy a piece of property or a piece of land, they're going to go to build on it, and they're not going to know it was ever there. So I just don't feel like I feel like it's a backdoor. So those are my thoughts. So my recommendation, my vote today to the two members would be, let's just move forward and only apply it to lodging for the 120 corridor.
Well, I would, unfortunately, we're in the position of having two supervisors not here. And, that's a pretty big change from what, our previous discussions were. I'm not going to say that I'm not against the thought. I too had some concerns, and it did start with a 120 corridor, and there's still things that we can do there. And I'm, really looking to see, what can be done when we get a heavier load, coming in on a more need. So, I'd rather just, have this brought back again with the full board here if we were going to look at trying to make that type of decision, because I don't know that we're going to agree today necessarily. So it kind of a Supervisor Half, your comment.
Well, you're not going to like my answer either then, because I'm pretty aligned with Supervisor Kirk at this point. It's really unfortunate that we are so far behind. I want to go back to the example of somebody who pays $1,000 in taxes versus somebody, property taxes we're talking about here, versus somebody that pays $5,000. First of all, the county doesn't receive that $1,000. The county receives $260. That's the problem. Long ago in the 90s, we got a lot of our property tax money shifted over to the schools, which we are not in charge of. That money goes to the schools. So that's a problem. And we don't have the funding that we need for fire, and the sales tax is not going to fix it, period. No matter if we charge 1% or 1.5%, we need more than one method to bring us up to par where we have enough revenue to deal with all the services that we provide. So this is a problem. It's also a problem that we're in extreme inflationary times. And I think trying to do both of these at the same time is a mistake. I know we need the money, but I think they'll end up both failing if we try to do both of them at the same time. I would be in favor of moving the resort CFD ahead, and then when it's a reasonable time to do so, with a lot more community interaction, we bring about the second phase, which would include housing and residential. But this is hard because we need the money. Just like, I was saying before, it's important to go for what we can get or what's reasonable, not with what we need, because we need it all. That's the problem. We need it all. So we may need to bring this back to the full board, because I'm thinking we start with the resorts, maybe some of the businesses that would, if they were going to, but I don't want to discourage business from building either. So we need to get through this really bad time before we execute the full range of a CFD, but we do need to move on the resorts, so I would be okay with doing that. And I realize that it's not going to bring in enough money to do what we need either, but we've got to start somewhere, so I don't want to scrap the whole deal. So that's kind of where I stand.
Supervisors, I just want to provide one point of clarification, because I've heard conversation, like referencing this morning's conversation about the sales tax, and what I heard from you all this morning about the sales tax was specific about paying for our existing services and kind of the existing obligations we've already put out there, knowing a couple years down the road, to quote Supervisor Campbell, we're going to have to pay the piper, I think is the phrase he uses. I just want to remind you that the CFD and the tax revenue that's generated is for additional services, the additional services that we know we will need with the new development.
Oh, I get it. I get it. But it's still money. And it's still money that is hard to come by these days. And if we don't get either, well, we could possibly get the CFD because it's within our purview, but I think that's the wrong way to go about it. And I think we need to get the sales tax first and then move on to the CFD.
And I'll just weigh back in shortly here, and then we'll move forward. When we were discussing earlier today in our meeting, the sales tax, and I was in favor of the 1.5. The board, chose to, go with 1, and that's fine. When I was initially doing that and thinking about the CFD, I was having similar thoughts as we're talking about now. And we trimmed that thing down, because I'm trying to, I know the numbers that I've seen at 1.5% sales tax gave us what we need for, sustainability, for large parts. So, but I'm liking the idea much better of just going for, initially for that 120 corridor back there and look at the lodging. And I think there's some pretty good concurrence there. This did evolve, right? It evolved from a locality to countywide. And it kind of went there without a full, we're hearing things today that are valid points, and some of it may or may not be valid, quite honestly. We have to see this flushes out a little bit better so we have, a better understanding. So are you guys in concurrence with that we, bring this back to the entire board is the thought?
Unless we're willing to vote on just apportioning it for the resorts, and it wouldn't be necessarily 120, it'd be any resorts.
Would that, look to county council here, would that be too much of a change from what we have here? Can we go down
Well,
that route?
what I'm seeing here, and I want to look kind of to Jeff and Liz, is maybe just removing the portion that addresses residential tax rates, because if that's not something you're interested in, then we don't have to include that, because you do have different policies related to non-residential, which is what we're talking about, on the Highway 120 corridor. So I'm looking to see if they think that would be sufficient. I don't know if there's anything else that we would want to remove. But then remember that the next step after, so one of the first steps is, adopt policies. Then the next step is coming back and actually looking at boundaries. So the boundaries is where we really get detailed about the area in the Highway 120 corridor. And we know we have 2 projects that we do need, because it's in their conditions of approval. So we do need something for those 2 projects. So I don't know, Liz and Jeff, if you have recommendations.
Yeah, I think.
Thank you very much. And yeah, the residential special tax component can be removed. At least I don't see an issue with that.
And I think even more specifically under the non-residential, I think we can just be really explicit tiered rates for lodging development, instead of different types of development.
Sure.
Okay, with the conversation we're having, a member of the public would like to speak. I'm going to reopen public comment. Come on up and speak at the podium, please.
Thank you, Chair, and with your permission, I'm just going to offer a suggestion that if a CFD is in our future, and it may very well be an instrument that we want to use and not dismiss so lightly, that it deserves at least taking the step that I thought that you were going to do today, and maybe we're out of time now. But local policies and guidelines, I think, is important to have. And then out of that, you can decide, as Sarah mentioned, what the envelopes look like, what the districts look like. So you have to define what is the 120 corridor, what is that? And then are there other, do you do it in townships, or you do, business segments or residential segments? I mean, there's all kinds of different things you could potentially do. I don't know, but I think you have a lot, it seems like there's a lot of flexibility in the way the programs could be
could be done, and that gives you some more time to kind of work through and think that through and engage the community in that process, right? So I'm just suggesting that you could still kind of meet today's objective and make some progress without getting too far down the path in a bad place.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the decision we make today is still going to come back no matter what to, I get final board approval, but yes, please go ahead.
Hi, sorry, Quincy Yaley. I encourage you to go forward, even if we're not sure about how it would apply to everything. I think that we need numbers, because I think in the absence of numbers, we're not exactly sure what we're talking about. And 2% and square footages and per square footages or total square footages, like for me, I still have a lot of questions about what is high risk, what is low. So I think there's a lot of decisions to still be made. But from a development standpoint, it's becoming more and more difficult to bring projects forward, commercial and to some extent residential, without some of these questions answered. And I want to make sure that as a department head, I'm being a good partner to my fellow colleagues in the sheriff's office and in the fire department and in emergency response. And if we're not going to go forward on residential, then we need another plan. Or we need more hard data to look at so that we know why we're not going forward with residential. And I think that we need more information. And if this is the step that gets us that information, then I think it should go forward. And I want to echo that I hear, we're happy to participate and support and organize any community involvement that needs to happen. So thanks.
So, and I want to jump back to what Supervisor Half said a bit ago, because I feel that it's very pertinent, right? If we bring this on full bore, if we did, and that decision's not today, that we very well could lose both the sales tax measure and the CFD, and so I think we need to consider this thoughtfully, But if there's areas that we can implement and at least get some coming in.
Yeah, Supervisor Goldenberg, I think that I was here this morning, and one of the things I heard, listening to the public is like, well, what's the county doing? What's the county doing to tighten their purse strings versus what us, the public, is doing? And I think that this might be one of those things where we're trying to come up with multiple ways to solve a larger problem. And we're not, as a board, you're not putting all your eggs in the tax revenue basket. You're trying to come up with maybe different parts of the solution. But I just don't think that there's enough numbers here for the public to be like, oh, that's not that big of a deal. Because I heard $250 a square foot, and then I texted Liz, and Liz is like, no, that's not what we said. So I even think that even me being involved in this process, I'm still learning, going through the learning curve too. So just thought I'd let you know that our department is anxious for solutions, whatever they may be, and are happy to help.
So Quincy, when you say numbers, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, per square footages, and what are we going to call, high risk, and what are we going to call low risk, and what's the data that supports that, so that we can make sure we're being really intentional about what we say. We just, did the Title 17. We're looking at it this week, and we're already sort of, oh, well, what did that mean? Well, what did that mean? So we really need to be really intentional about what does high risk, what does low risk mean, and run some scenarios through. Hey, if we had a biomass project come through, what would that look like? If we had a subdivision come through that was a mix of single-family residential and multifamily residential, what would that look like? And then get some data. Well, what does that look like outside of Tuolumne County? Are those projects being sold successfully, or are we going to hamper our future development with this? I think that there's just, since it's new for all of us, there's still a lot of unknowns.
Okay, thank you. Sure. So I have a question for Sarah then. Can we conditionally approve these are policies, right, without approving any specifics yet? That would mean no specifics are conditionally approved, because we still have another meeting or two to go through. And at that point, the full board will be here to weigh in, and we can make a decision, well, do we just do resorts and that kind of thing?
Yes.
maybe we have numbers from Quincy and it's more fleshed out for the community to weigh in on as well.
Right, you can do that because these, again, are just policies. They sort of guide what the process is going to look like, who's going to be in charge. And of course, these policies can always be amended by your board. So even if you adopted them today, what you're not doing today is addressing any specific area, any boundary. So there is nothing, once these policies are adopted, it doesn't mean anything because you still have to take action to say where it would even apply to. So as you move forward, you still have the ability to say, well, we only want to do a CFD in this certain area in Groveland where we know we have 2 projects and it's a condition of approval. You can start there. And then if we need to modify these a little bit more, we can certainly do that.
Okay.
I was sitting in the back wondering if I was going crazy. Because as I recall, this is like the 4th meeting we've had about this. And I recall the original discussion was this was not a tax, but it was going to be a fee, and you would belong to this district, and it was based on a percentage of property owners, and your vote was dependent on the amount of property that you owned. And now it's gone into something totally different. So I recall the 120 corridor discussion, and it would be the new lodging things. So I don't know how we got to where we are today, so I'm a little baffled. So I'm thinking perhaps it might be best if we went back to that original discussion where it was a fee. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Address you guys, sorry. So you guys brought up about how people would know if they fall into this fee or whatnot. So when you purchase land nowadays, you have to list on there as a disclosure if you fall under a Melrose. So anybody that was to purchase a piece of land in Tuolumne County would then have to know that they're a part of this Melrose. So they would possibly discourage them from purchasing it because now they realize they might cost them more money on an ongoing basis. So I just think if somebody doesn't build within our county, we lose all revenue from that piece of property. Developed, even the 26% that returns to us out of this property taxes, that would sit as an empty piece of land, which is taxed at a very low rate, where I do think we do need to bear to fund the fire, the sheriffs, we need to do all that. But I think we need to look at it strategically, as you said, when there's multiple things going on, people are just gonna go, nope, none of this will fly. And then we're right back where we started from. So I think we need to look at a greater strategic plan and maybe look at it a different avenue, because we want to encourage growth, because if we develop a piece of land, the ongoing sales tax, even if it's 26% of that 1% that comes to us, is forever. Where if it sits vacant, it's a fire hazard, and it has very little value to it. And how do we encourage like a building? You know, I mean, we talk about these numbers, but what if somebody wants to put a large industrial complex up here? What's that going to cost them? And a industrial building uses way less emergency services than other options. So I'd like this, maybe we pause and look at it. Is it go back to the 120 corridor, which it seems like they want it up there. They're in favor of it, before we try to blanket this across the county. So thanks.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm just thinking. Exactly. Yes, sir.
Andy Murphy, your Assistant Fire Chief again. I just kind of had a couple of things. So developments occurring throughout the county. Taco Bell, potential auto dealership, potential hotels, pellet factory, all of those things. While they may not have a lot of calls for each facility, again, it's a cumulative impact of the development throughout the county. And then just at a high level, I kind of want to echo what Quincy said, as far as there's no real silver bullet to the solutions of the funding. One thing we know for sure is we can't keep making the mistakes of the past, and we can't keep planning on funding like we have in the past. And so we have to come up with new ideas and new things, and this is one of them. Sales tax is another. But one of the things we learned from Measure V is the public told us we shouldn't just hit one segment of the community, which was property owners. And so this is one of those things that we've done is false fire alarms. We're charging now for inspections. And basically, even the 1% just holds what we have. If the tax moves forward, it only holds what we have. It doesn't increase our safety clothing budget item for 50 people up above $27,000. That's what it is this year. And it's about $8,000 for a set of PPE. So that's something to consider too. 1% is just holding what we have. And then this CFD, if it moves forward, as is mentioned, helps fund the future. Thank you.
Okay,
So I'm ready to make a motion because this is not the final straw or the final chance for the public to weigh in. I'm okay with approving policy without having it attached to any rates or any fees collected about anything, and I think that's what we're doing today. Because that should be decided by the full board, and I don't feel comfortable moving forward with anything other than what's before us today, and that's just setting the policy without having it attached to necessarily any particular type of industry or residences that will be charged a fee.
okay.
So that's my motion.
That was a pretty wandering. Can you just redo the?
Well, it's
to
it's basically, because we've had this discussion now and I understand it better, I think we can move forward with the policy because we're going to decide the rates and whether we're going to charge certain entities and not others. So I'm okay with moving forward with the
So
policy.
you're good
I'm
for
approving-
approving the local goals and policies
Yes.
for the formation?
Yes.
Is this the first vote on this that we've, haven't
Just
the rest of
on the
them been
policy.
conversations? And this is the first actual vote?
On a policy, this is the first vote, and I want to make it clear too, you know, the next step would be actually getting into the specifics about what it applies to.
Right.
And then, for instance, if it, let's say it just applies to the Highway 120 corridor, those particular areas where our two projects are, those property owners are still gonna actually vote to participate.
Yeah.
Or they'll do something else under their conditional, or their conditions of approval, but there's still a landowner vote that has to be involved. The policies are what's adopted by your board only.
What we're doing today is not going to affect anything at this point. So that's why I feel okay about moving forward. And then the next time we get together, it will be more specific. Hopefully, we'll have more numbers. Hopefully, we'll have more of the public here. And that's the better time to make decisions about the particulars.
You guys aren't gonna like me. If this is the first vote to push this thing forward, I can't support it. As long as I know that we're making it harder for people to build, I think, but this is the first vote. All the other ones have been conversations. I don't want to have my name tied to a yes vote until we hammer out. Just like it evolved from the 120 quarter into so many things, I need clarity on what the heck we're gonna do moving forward. And it feels like we just keep pushing it off and we keep, oh, we'll get there, we'll get there, we'll get there. And now we're asking to vote for a policy that includes residential, and that's why I don't think you're gonna like my vote.
I do want to clarify that your board did vote a couple years ago to establish the CFD.
For lodging,
Yeah.
120 quarter.
No, for.
Oh, no, we went
And
the
then,
whole,
and then in January, it was a vote with.
Which I voted no.
To provide, respectfully, yeah. Anyways, it was a vote in January to provide direction, and you provided, you know, the clarity of including residential and the rates and all of that. So, and then there were actually a couple votes, I think, in between 2 years ago and January, there were also a couple votes. For
Now, there's
various
probably
things.
no on all of them except for
so
120 quarter.
respectfully, I'm going to second the motion
All right.
and call for a vote.
Well, it's going to be 2-1 so that we're not going to have.
So that means it would fail because
Right.
your board needs at least, you know, one more person here to.
Right.
I'll put forth the motion to just do the 120 quarter lodging, because they're bound to it legally.
To approve the policies and procedures for,
The one-
I wouldn't say 120, I would just say for lodging.
For lodging.
And it would still come back to the full board for everything else.
Right, it has to come back to the full board for everything else. So I just want to make it a question, I guess, Supervisor Kirk. Are you saying that we would remove certain parts of the policy? So
So when
remove
it-
reference to
Yeah,
residential?
so when it comes back, it would just be referencing lodging.
Okay. Okay.
which will be interesting because at that point we'll have a full board of 5 and then we'll have the same conversation again. And then they'll be like, no, we're voting it to go back. That's why this is interesting today.
So,
Yeah, I think that's a better choice. I'd like
No,
to
you
make
should
a
go with my motion.
I'd like to make a second motion that we continue this to when we have the full board. I think that's the most reasonable thing to do.
do we have a second on that?
Give your second.
I'll second it. Call for a vote. All those in favor of, state it again, we're just pushing this forward until we meet with the board.
Right.
Okay.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And abstains? None. Okay. That was a interesting conversation.
It's on the agenda.
What else do we have to do?
We got 2 more things. Plus the.
It's important. Really important. I'm leaving. You don't have a quorum.
We've got 1, 2, 3,
Stick around.
4 more things.
Let's go.
We got 4 more things, right? 4. Including the closed session.
I'll fit into 1.
Okay, here's what we're going to do, folks. We have another item. What I'm going to do is I'm going to recess our regular board meeting, and I'm going to open up a new special agenda board meeting. This was our 3 p.m. appointment on that special one so that we can act upon that. So if I can get the clerk to please read that item.
Sorry. Yes, picking up my other agenda. Sorry about that. Item number 1, consideration of approving the cancellation of the May 07, 2024 regular meeting and directing staff to schedule a special meeting on May 06, 2024. And I'm marking this as starting at 3:51.
And the reason for this change was,
So your board is attending the NACO WIR conference. The NACO staff added a tour for Tuesday, May 7th, that your board would like to attend. So we are requesting that your board approve staff to cancel the May 7th meeting and reschedule all the items that were to be heard on that date for May 6th so that you can all attend and then also attend the tour as provided by NACO.
okay, very good, and thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Any questions here? This is pretty simple. We just move in a board meeting here, so.
Let's ask for public comment and move on.
Public comment?
Thank you for the explanation. I'm okay with this, but clearly you have an awful lot to talk about. And I hope you don't have an agenda that is so full that people barely get a lunch and we're here till God knows how long. Thank you.
Here, here.
Any additional public comment? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. And we've got consensus on the board, so I will close the 3 p.m. special agenda meeting.
So I'll move that we approve the cancellation of the May 7th regular meeting and direct staff to schedule a special meeting on May 6, 2024.
I'll second.
Copy. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? None. Okay. Thank you, and sorry for the confusion. We will, let's take a short 5-minute break, just a restroom break, and then we'll come right back in. Okay, welcome back. We will continue on with the board meeting at this time. And we are on item 24. If you could please read, thank you.
Item number 24, consideration of approving a contract between the County of Tuolumne and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians in an amount not to exceed $2,500,000 per fiscal year for a term of 2 years and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents.
And here we go. Hey, Caitlin.
I don't do this often.
Okay, well, you'll get used to it. Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Katie Henry, Administrative Analyst. I oversee all the MSA day-to-day operations for the Master Stewardship Agreement that we have with the U.S. Forest Service on behalf of YSS. This agreement will be in partnership with some of these contracts on Cerro, but could possibly extend on to some other projects in regards to workforce development with the tribes. We want to partner with the tribes with, sorry, I'm on the wrong page. To just be able to incorporate that their centuries of knowledge that they have from their elders that have been passed down to maintain this habitat and work together on managing our forests.
And that was it? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
well, you said it might be quick. Looking to the board, any questions on this item?
I'm reading your email, trying to catch up to see if I have any questions, but no, not at the moment.
I just realized I didn't read my recommendation, sorry. Do I need to say that real quick?
Yeah,
or-
go
okay.
ahead and do
So
the
it's recommended that your
recommendation,
board approve this contract between the County of Tuolumne and the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians to perform this work and for the county administrator to sign the agreement and all related documents in the future regarding these contracts, because I should have also mentioned, I apologize, that this will be a master agreement, and then we will develop task orders underneath of that agreement on certain projects as they come by. The main ideal first task order would be in regards to the grant we just received. We hadn't had confirmation of that, but we had other funding through the Forest Service. We could have started with it without that grant, would be to do work inside the archaeological sites within these treatments. And so the tribe with their cultural sensitivities would be perfect for this.
Okay, very good. I'll look to the public. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
No, and sorry, I was looking at the email. One of the questions I had to Katie was, does the tribe and their sovereignty give them the edge as far as doing any sort of treatment, or can they kind of do their own thing without being regulated as heavily? And it sounds like still fall under NEPA, CEQA, but they can still kind of add their own flair to the work.
Definitely, yes, that's exactly it.
Okay, cool. So no, I thank you for doing this. I don't know if other jurisdictions are doing it, connecting the dots, but I love that we're using local people, and especially the indigenous folks who've been on these lands for thousands of years. And I've quite often said, and I know I'm going a little bit outside the scope of what we're talking about, but if we could go back a couple hundred years and run our forest the way they did, we wouldn't be in the situation. So I think it's cool that we're just getting them more involved and letting them do some more work with us. So thank you for connecting the dots.
My comments are that I'm in favor of this contract.
And I feel the same. I'm in favor of it also. So look for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
I'll second it.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, passes 3-0. Thank you. We'll give you more of a workout next time. Okay, if the clerk could please read item number 25.
Consideration of approving reorganizing the IT and Facilities Management Departments into the Information and General Services Agency, approving the classification specification for the Director of Information and General Services Agency, the Assistant Director of the Information and General Services Agency, pay ranges, and assignment to the Executive Confidential Compensation Plan.
Okay, good afternoon, Tracy Ricks, County Administrator's Office. I want to go through some of this memo with you, even though I know that you have read it, but for those who are listening. So, as you know, the County Administrative Officer is tasked with serving as your personnel officer, budget officer, purchasing agent, and also oversees all capital projects and improvements. As a result, the board had directed that the directors of those departments, since they serve internal to the organization and not external, be appointed by the county administrative officer. In October of 2003, the IT director, who was Roger Root, promoted up into the assistant county administrator position. We immediately began recruiting. We had a process, we did interviews, we had panelists were from different parts of the state that came in that were IT technology experts. We went through that process, and unfortunately, we did not end up with a viable candidate. As a result, the assistant county administrator has been operating in dual roles. Additionally, over the last 4 or 5 months, he's also been tasked to help assist a myriad of issues that have been going on in our facilities management department. More recently, we received the facilities management director had submitted his intent to retire. And so now we have 2 internal departments that do not have department heads. And as a result of the last 4 or 5 months in facilities and his additional time with IT, we have someone who is not able to fulfill his role as the assistant CAO and has put quite a bit of pressure and caused some anxiety for that individual because he's trying to do all 3 and that is impossible. So I sat when on here it says staff met. I want to make sure you know who staff is. Who the staff are who met. It was Roger, myself, our HR director, and the HR manager in consultation also with county council anytime we're creating and changing any type of class spec. We started looking outside at other counties and how they arrange their such departments as these. And I stopped counting once I got to 23 of the California counties that have what looks like a general services agency. Now, I will tell you they are all comprised differently. There are some, say in Butte County, where it's everything from IT, OES, purchasing, libraries, airports, to somewhere in Amador, which they even have, they oversee contracts for the public defender's office because they don't have a public defender's office. Counties as small as Glenn and Trinity that have around, say, 15,000 people, as large as San Diego, Orange, and San Francisco, who have millions of people in population, utilize these types of agencies. With that being said, we began working on what these classifications would look like, and before you today are 2 classifications. One is the director of GSA, and one is an assistant director. For your board's knowledge, the director is benchmarked at the same level as your HR director, and the assistant is benchmarked at the same level as your assistant CDD director. So they are consistent with the way that we already have put together our departments. You only have the first phase of this. My goal in working through this is first to get the leadership in place so that we can get that going. Then through part of the fiscal year 24-25 budget process, we will bring the remaining parts, which will also include any meet and confer that we need to do with our bargaining units. So with that said, you can see here that there is 2 items we're asking you to approve. Director of the General Services Agency with a salary range at $125, which is between $65.62 an hour to $79.77. The Assistant Director of GSA with a range of $145, and that is benchmarked between $52.43 and $63.73 per hour. Both would be in the executive compensation plan and eligible for all benefits as outlined in that plan. Should your board approve this, we would begin recruitment immediately so that we can get leadership in all the places as soon as possible. And with that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Anything? Okay. Just one, actually, it's covered in here in the last paragraph before the recommendation where the total cost of this reorg will be cost neutral. So that was my main concern to begin with. So I'm good with it. Look to the public for a public comment on this. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion?
I'm
If
ready
not-
to make a
If
motion.
not, make a
Make a
motion,
comment real
please.
quick.
Go ahead, make the
30
comment.
second comment. I did meet with Tracy at first. I didn't like it, probably more or less because I didn't understand it. So we had a conversation. I understand it. My understanding is there is a cost savings in the long run, which makes me feel better. And then also just the understanding of trying to recruit and understanding that basically in every single area of government, and I can attest to this where I work, it's hard to attract folks. My main concern though that I told to her, and I want to make sure if there's any staff listening, is with the budget committee, we got rid of speaking into personnel issues because my understanding is there's some legal issues with that. So my main concern was if there's other organizations within, or if there's other departments within an organization that also are facing reorg issues, to make sure that they understand it's open doors policy to Tracy. If they have issues, bring them to Tracy so they can be addressed. I know, I don't want people thinking that just because she's a fourth floor that when she has a need, she fixes it. If there's a need in the organization, yeah, we like to wait till budget, but there's also sometimes there's things that are critical. We're dealing with that right now in the sheriff's department as an example. So if the organization is listening and you have a restructure issue that's critical, bring it to her attention and it will get the same, it'll have review. So just want to make sure it's clear.
Yeah, and I concur entirely. I had a similar conversation, and I think that this is crafted well to be functional and it fits the need.
Supervisors, if I could just add a little bit of information, because I don't know that all of you are aware. I am currently working with 3 department heads on reorganizing their departments, as Karen is also part of that conversation. So I make sure that you're aware that as long as they bring them to me, we always look at them, and then we look at how it fits with the current, or we look at, is there something others are doing that we could make more efficient? So we are absolutely doing that to make sure that you're aware.
Okay, and I believe Supervisor Half, you're ready to make a motion?
Yeah, I am. I want to move that the board approve the reorganization of the IT and facilities management departments into the General Services Agency, approving the classification specification for the General Director Services Agency, Director General Services Agency, and Assistant Director General Services Agency, with pay ranges as outlined and assignment to the Executive Confidential Compensation Plan.
I'll second.
Okay, call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, very good. So that concludes our last regular item on the agenda. We have a closed session as well. Do we expect any report out? Yes. Okay, so we do expect a report out on the closed session, so anybody's listening, stay tuned. I'm not sure how long this will take, so you'll just have to wait till we reconvene. And so we'll recess into closed session. Oh, I'm sorry. Read the closed session item, I'm sorry.
Item 26, closed session, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Christopher John Wilson v. Sun et al., United States District Court, Eastern District of California, case number 121CV00196, SKO. And item 27, closed session, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9D4, one case.
Okay, very good. And call for public comment on the closed session items. Is there any public comment? Okay, now I'll recess into closed session. All right. Board is reconvening. The April 16th board meeting, we've come out of closed session, and I have a statement that I'll read regarding what was done and closed. So report of closed sessions for April 16th, 2024. Item 26, existing litigation. Supervisor Kirk moved and Supervisor Half seconded, and by a vote of 3-0, with Supervisors Campbell and Brandon absent, the board approved the county council to defend the county and any named employees in the matter of Christopher John Wilson v. Sun et al., United States District Court, Eastern District of California. Case number 121-CV-00196-SKO, a personal injury lawsuit arising out of plaintiff's incarceration in the Tuolumne County Jail. The board approves submittal of the matter for determination of insurance coverage and tender of defense to PRISM, and the board approved a retainer agreement with Porter Scott to represent the county in this matter. Item number 27, the other closed item, initiation of litigation, we have nothing to report. So is there any public comment on the closed session item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, and we're all done here, so we will adjourn. Thank you very much, everyone.